Hi friends, good evening, and this is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Nick Palaveda joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. Good morning, Nick, and good morning to the world, and welcome to IBM TV Economics Monday. And we have a great lineup as usual. So let's start the show, Nick.
Oh, yeah, we actually do have a great lineup. I have 10 topics, which I'm going to be throwing at our people today. So I've actually did some homework, which normally I won't do. In other words, I'm organized, Ankit, sort of, at least on place cards. And this way, we're going to be throwing topics at these people, and they better learn to do their homework before they come to the show. So with that, we're going to bring our hardest workers in. We have Jim Eade from the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley, who's now taking notes. Notice his notepad is blank. Okay. We'll get into that later.
That's what I bring to the table.
And he brings in blanks to the table. And Rakesh from Hong Kong. Okay. Yes. Good morning or evening in Rakesh, wherever it is in Hong Kong. What is it in Hong Kong? Is it morning or evening? What's the story there?
It's evening, 10 o'clock.
It's evening. Okay, right. Which leads us, because we're going to get right into Business and Economics Monday, waiting for other guests who may or may not appear. But I did invite them, whether they show up or they won't. But it doesn't matter. The business world moves, whether they show up or not. And business item number one that came out, Jack Ma. Are you familiar with this guy?
Mm-hmm.
You've heard of him before? Anybody hear of Jack Ma? Have you heard of him?
Alibaba, yeah.
Okay, what about Jim? Do you know this guy, Jack Ma?
I don't think so.
He created a company called Alibaba or something.
Oh, yeah,
like
of course.
Okay, all right. We're going to bring in our man from Australia. Willie Hill has arrived. Okay, so we're actually going to be organized somewhere today from the – good day, mate. How you doing? How you doing, Willie? Can you hear us?
Melbourne.
I'm good.
Oh, you're good. Okay, good. Just want to make sure, mate. Just to make sure it's okay.
Good midnight. So really, we should, graciously invite you and say good midnight or good evening or good morning.
What time is it in Melbourne, mate?
Midnight.
Midnight. Okay, at midnight. Well, it's good to have you at midnight, mate. Okay, the first question we had, because I'm actually somewhat organized today as I'm done moving. Jack Ma. Have you ever heard of Jack Ma? I know that
Jack Ma. Yeah. Alibaba.
Ooh, yes, baby. Yes. He got it right. Okay, so the thing is, if you didn't get it right, here's what happens to you. Okay, so the thing is, there's only one person on our panel who didn't get it right. So anyway, but it's our great supporter, so we got to bring him back. There you are. Okay, so Jack Ma founded a company called Alibaba, which is like the Amazon of China. And Jim will be going back to his Wikipedia page as he's doing his research to learn. But here's the news. This isn't news because everybody knows he founded Alibaba, minus one person in Silicon Valley who won't admit his longevity. Ant Financial is filing an IPO. And they're going to file an IPO not in the New York Stock Exchange. This is one of the companies that he owns. 150 billion IPO is being filed in Hong Kong, Shanghai. Okay, so Rakesh, since you're our resident from Hong Kong, are you familiar with the Ant Financial filing?
Yeah, I know that he was setting up something like that to file on the American stock exchanges from Hong Kong.
Yeah. Okay. Well, right now the stock exchanges are basically international anyway. But the thing is, he's going to do his filings in Hong Kong and Shanghai. Now, purportedly, the Ant Financial owns Alipay, which is a PayPal Asian PayPal, which is a heavy moneymaker because you have to imagine this, okay, with all these fintech people, what they do is any transaction that moves, they suck 5% out of the transaction. And you go, well, if you go to McDonald's, you put your credit card in, they suck 5% out. Everywhere you go, they suck 5% out. Well, that 5% adds up to a lot of money. And they call it fintech. I always thought that fintech meant they did something financial. Yeah, they did. They sucked money out of the economy. Hello. Okay, so what happens is Alipay is a big financial suck like PayPal and every other source that you use. Then they spread it, where it's part to the consumer, part to the other people, part in bennies, et cetera. But it's a big industry, $150 billion IPO coming out of the Pan-Asian market space. Okay,
Whoa.
Number two.
Nick, Alibaba has page after page of stock symbols.
Oh, really?
So,
Yeah.
its main stock symbol is BABA, but it goes on and on and on where it is holding, where in Buenos Aires, Hong Kong, Mexico,
Yeah, they're big.
Hong Kong.
Their whole goal is to take down Amazon. Good luck with that. Yes, Ankit.
And I'll tell you why they're, filing IPO in Hong Kong, because, as all the other e-commerce companies, what they're doing is they want to start delivery within one day, like Amazon delivers within USA, try to do one day delivery. Alibaba wants to deliver one day around the world. So they're creating a lot of different hubs, and they are investing around $200 billion on Hong Kong nearby airports so that they can deliver within one day using those airport hubs, basically. So maybe that's why they are filing in Hong Kong, because that I know about it. I've attended the Alibaba events in Hong Kong.
Well, according to Jack Ma, he says the regulatory authorities make it difficult unless they start in Hong Kong. And with us from Toronto, Alexander Starr has joined us, who actually heads up our investment platform Wednesday at 1 o'clock. Alexander, welcome to the show. And have you heard of a guy named Jack Ma? Jack Ma. No, okay. Jack Ma is the founder of Alibaba. Okay, yes, he could be removed. Oh, now he knows Alibaba.
Yes,
okay.
I know Alibaba because
you know Alibaba, right? Because you trade stocks, you don't trade people.
Who cares who started it?
CEO, I guess you're right. So CEO of Alibaba and founder of Alibaba, which is obviously a big company. They're a competitor to Amazon in China, but that isn't the big news. The big news that hit the boards today was Jack Ma is filing Ant Financial, his financial branch, in the Hong Kong Shanghai market, not the New York Stock Exchange, not the Toronto Exchange where you live, but Hong Kong Shanghai. And they own Alipay, which is a big payments. It's like the PayPal, purportedly worth over 150 billion. So the thing is, the IPO is going to be going up on Ant Financial on the Hong Kong Shanghai market space. Now, whether it's a good buy or bad buy, I don't know. But these fintech guys make a lot of money because, like I said, imagine every transaction, and I know my financial advisors, they fight like crazy to get a 5% commission. Do you know the real estate guys, they kill each other 5% commission, and the fintech guys suck 5% off of every deal. Like it's nothing. It's like, hey, you bought a book, good, give us 5 points. You bought this, do it. And it's payments, and they make billions of dollars sucking money out of the economy. And then they headquarter in San Francisco or Shanghai, and they drive big cars, and they also charge, they bring real estate prices up. That's the reason Jim is eventually going to have to leave, as the fintech money are sucking all the money out, and he's trying to sell his chess book. Just for dummies. Okay, so he's looking to exit and go somewhere else. But
guess what? Their stock is up 2.5% as we speak.
What, Alibaba?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me because and we're going to get into that later on. Just because the market and we have an economy that's sideways doesn't mean that all stocks are going to go sideways. Some of them are actually going to go up because
looks like green to me.
What?
It looks like green to me.
Yeah, it looks like green to me. Time to buy options. Excuse me. There's
wait. You know what
I learned
I'm going to do right now?
Only 1 year buying options worked.
Okay, here is what I'm going to do right now while I'm talking to you. The stock is now $253 and some change. Okay, I'm going to sell. Listen very carefully. 260 puts.
Okay.
What that means, I will get tons of premium. I'll tell you how much. I can't even imagine. My imagination doesn't work so well today, but 260 puts. Oh, okay, they have price for 260 puts. I will collect for each put, believe it or not, for expiration this Friday, which I don't have to do, probably will not. $4.60. Can you imagine?
Well, Sasha, you didn't get the puts yet. We're still on covered calls on your show.
Yeah, you didn't get the
puts. I'm sorry. Okay.
For those people who binge watch Sasha's show, where he's slowly walking us through buying stocks to doing covered call writing, now he's moving into the wonderful world of puts.
Yes.
Okay. And speaking about puts, here's something we're going to put upon the panel. For those who've joined us later, just recently joined us because you didn't drink your coffee this morning. We have Ankit Kandlawar from New Delhi, India, the world's largest democracy, and also has 1 billion coronavirus cases now. Excuse me, 1 million coronavirus cases now, moved into number 3, according to the data I just picked up. We have Rakesh Krishna, who's from Hong Kong, who actually was totally familiar with Jack Ma and the Ant Financial. Over in Toronto, we have Alexander Starr, who heads up our obviously our investment Wednesday. Jim Eade, who is with the Eade Foundation, who did not buy into Alibaba yet, but is looking at it intensely. And he's in the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley, which Trump is sending troops to take over as we speak. And then, of course, we have Willie Hill from Melbourne, Australia, mate, the cultural capital of Australia, for those people who haven't been there. He also runs Startup Australia, which I'm not sure if any startups are going to take place right now because the economy is in a tank. Okay, but here's what's also in a tank. You may have heard of Pizza Hut. I don't know if they have them internationally. They have them here. Pizza Hut's largest franchise just filed for bankruptcy. Okay, not a surprise. Now, remember, it's the largest franchisee they have. Doesn't mean all Pizza Huts filed bankruptcy, but they also filed what they call Chapter 11, which means they're going to reorganize. They're having problems paying their debt, problems paying creditors, but they're not the only ones. I don't know if this has been shipped internationally with you guys having or not. Chuck E. Cheese, anyway, just filed for bankruptcy. Okay, right. I don't know if it's have you guys gone to Chuck E. Cheese? Do they have them in India? They do. Man, you get
all in India. No, they don't have in India, but
I've seen them in here. Okay, they're wrong. Rakesh, do they have Chuck E. Cheese in Hong Kong? I hope not.
No.
Okay, good. Okay, all right. No, Australia. Okay, good. You guys are really very fortunate. We did not export all of our bad ideas yet. We're working on it. Anyway, they filed Chapter 11, which means they'll come back. Sweet Tomatoes, which is also another restaurant franchise, filed Chapter 7. Chapter 7 is different than Chapter 11. Chapter 7 means they're going out of business. They're not coming back. Okay, and so that's bad. To add to that, Brooks Brothers filed for bankruptcy. I'm not sure if it was a 7 or 11, but they've already filed. And also Neiman Marcus. We used to call them needless markups. I don't know if, do you get Brooks Brothers and Neiman Marcus over there? Nope.
Well, Brooks Brothers.
Brooks, we don't have directly, but they have partners in India.
Really, they have partners in India. Well, their partnerships are falling apart right now because they just
that's Sasha's entire wardrobe.
Okay, well, this is the doom and gloom part, so we'll just put that aside. Item number 3 that we have for the board is the Honeywell stock. I don't know if you've followed what Honeywell does, but they actually create the vials and they do a lot of manufacturing, and they give a 2.33% yield, and so it's been on the list of people to look at is Honeywell, because the pharmaceutical stocks are moving up very rapidly, and we'll get into this later, that some of them have already filed to produce and distribute these vaccines. Danaher is up to $190 a share, and Thermo Fisher at $395 a share. And Abbott Labs. Now, Abbott Labs may be the play here at $99 a share, because they certainly they're involved in the coronavirus, and the coronavirus, like I said, is going to create opportunities. It's going to be in the pharmaceutical area. The other ones that you should probably look at is J&J, Pfizer, Regeneron, and AstraZeneca. All of them are farm plays. Okay.
I've already sold puts on Pfizer.
Oh, you don't believe in Pfizer?
Yeah. No, I sold puts because I want to acquire stock, but at somewhat not cheaper, but less expensive prices. Okay.
Oh, less expensive.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay. Well, the thing is, they're all involved in some form or fashion. The vaccines, which are starting to come out, which we predicted months ago. By the way, we also predicted that the treatments were going to be better, and that the vaccines are going to come out.
Well, Nick, I don't invest in any pharmaceuticals.
You don't? What is all that?
Red. See all the red.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
I have to rethink my portfolio.
Okay, yeah, right. See, the real problem is, well, how many investment conferences do you go to a year? Do you go to 50 or 100 of them, like I do, or what?
I'm afraid all I do is take notes from what you say about them.
Oh, which means you don't go to any conferences. Yet you invest. Okay, this is dumb. I mean, I'm not going to say this is stupid, because that would be really insulting. But the thing is, if you're going to do this, you're going to go you got to do it like on a full-time basis.
You might be saying I'm a dummy.
Well, you can write investments for dummy. And then you can make a fortune. There you go. I mean, it's seriously, it's the latest game in town. That's the reason Sasha likes investing more than chess. You can make money investing chess.
No, I wouldn't go as far as to say that because investments are somewhat repetitive. I mean, okay, you select the stock, you take your position, you make money, you're out of your position, you take next position. So, for example, stock like Honeywell, I wouldn't touch at all. I wouldn't even look at that stock.
Really?
And no, absolutely not. I would run away.
Yield?
Why do I need Honeywell when I have Altria? 7.5% dividend. You can sell calls, which I'm doing all the time. I mean, I'm surprised. Why do I need any other stocks but Altria? Why do I have any other stocks? I have some gold stocks like Newmont Mining, like Barrick, and so on. They all will do really well. Depends how quickly and how much it will go up. What's upside there? I think quite significant. Gold is going up to $1,900 per ounce, and from 1,900 they will go to 2,000 for sure, because 1,900 was their all-time high back in, I think, 2011. So it's 9 years. It's about 10 years. Here we go. Oh yeah.
Sell your gold. Yeah. There you go.
Why are they asking you to sell?
Well, the thing is, they want you to sell it to them.
I'm always wondering, if you are the seller, wouldn't be those guys on the buying side?
Yeah, they're on the buying side. They want you to sell.
Yeah, I know. It's an old trick. Talk to you into selling something, and at the same time, they're buyers.
Right. Yeah,
they change their mind. They just change their mind. They got new information, so they change their outlook. They change their mind. Now they're buyers.
Right. Yeah, they're buyers right now. They're buying your gold, silver, and
you still think Barrick is a buy?
Who?
I would rather go with Newmont.
Okay.
Newmont Mining. I would go. They're purer gold and silver play than Barrick. Barrick has some garbage like copper and some impurities and all kinds.
And you can learn more on Wednesday at 1:00 on IBM TV, Investing with Sasha, where he goes through what you should be doing.
We haven't even got up Nick's number one yet.
I threw number one away. That was Jack Ma's play.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I wanted to go in depressing things, so I went to Pizza Hut. Going, that sounds pretty bad. And then I went to some good things with the pharmaceutical stocks, which the pharmaceutical area, something certainly is in play right now because, and Wall Street. Okay, what they're doing right now while we're sitting here jabbering about this stuff, in case you don't know, the reports are all going to be coming out today for various different companies. They're all going to be doing their reports, and there's a whole list of them. Okay. And the futures are down. Here are the reports coming out. IBM, Microsoft today. Now, notice the market does quarterly reports. So everybody looks at, or large corporations move on quarterly bases. So if they go, well, we got a plan in 2 or 3 years to turn something around. We got a plan. We're a long-term thinker. We're thinking 4 or 5 years out. Forget it. A lot of the market moves in every quarter. In other words, what did you do late for me, like last quarter?
Right.
And so all the earnings and analysts go, what's the profit this quarter? It really doesn't make a difference, but then the CEO has to explain to people, well, we have a plan for 2 or 3 years from now. They don't care about that. They want to know the earnings this quarter. Ask Sasha. He doesn't care if he makes money 2 or 3 years from now. He wants to know, what is he making today, baby?
Oh, you see, the problem is with this CEO, he may not be around in 3 years' time.
Well, that's true. Yeah, they turn around. I mean, their turnover can be really fast and rampant, and some of them are horrible, like the guy who destroyed General Electric. Jack Welch was great. He ran the stock up and then took it right on back down. And I remember when I was in the MBA class, and hopefully our dean will get it from the University of Illinois, which has a great value proposition, getting in the MBA class for $20,000 or a master management for $10,000. That is a really good deal. But the thing is, they used to tell me in MBA class, quality of management makes a difference. I'm thinking, no, it can't. Now, after 37 years, I can say, yes, it does.
He is down today, Sasha. I know you know that.
Oh, by the way, if anybody knows, but I'll tell you right now, it's all in the open, right in your face. Wednesday, at the end of the day, during the show, first of all, at 1 o'clock, I said that I'm going to get out of my GE position. I put a bid to get out. It hasn't been filled until 1 minute to 4, right at the closing of the market. So I sold my shares at $7.14, and I bought back my options, which I sold at $1.07. I bought them back at 41 cents. Now, we are talking about a position of 5,000 shares and obviously 50 calls, which I sold. So my I made very good profit on that, about $4,000 or so. But my major profit was on options, not on stock. I didn't make a lot of money on stock. I made some money. I bought at 688 and sold it at 714. There is not much money really. On those, 5,000 shares, there is something, but to buy ice cream, okay?
Yeah.
But on options, that's where I really made my money.
Right.
And this is exactly what I was trying to say. Our friend.
Now, Sasha, play nice.
Oh, Shaquille. Sorry.
Yes, I know.
I was trying to tell him that the money is in selling options. You're selling time. Please buy time. I will sell you a lot of time. Just pay me the right amount of money, and it's all yours to enjoy. And then you come back to me when options will expire worthless. You will come back to me. I'll sell you more options. Okay?
Hey, you always make money when you sell, as long as you sell for more than you buy. So it's not a bad thing. So the reports that are coming out this quarter: IBM, Microsoft, Coca-Cola, Lockheed Martin. Okay, and they can all do pretty good. But here comes the losers. United Airlines, watch this, not going to be good. American Airlines, not going to be good. Southwest, they're struggling. Then Texas Instruments. For those who don't know, Texas Instruments is a big supporter of chess, and they actually funded the chess scholarships at the University of Texas, Dallas. And he actually donated $15 million. The guy who founded it, when he died, to the University of Texas, Dallas, for chess scholarships. Twitter's going to come out. Twitter, if it wasn't for one person, I don't know much about Twitter. I don't get Twitter, except one guy uses it all the time. Intel, Verizon, and American Express, they're all going to come out with their quarterly earnings, which is really great. But here's the problem. The report card comes out quarterly. Companies are supposed to last more than a quarter. So rip it up, throw it away. If you're a value investor, you go, who cares about the quarter? You're looking a little bit more long-term than that. However, the traders all look at how well they do this quarter. And that's just
a blip on the radar to me.
Okay. Right. Blip on the radar for Jim. As we're pushing through Business Monday, I've got some options for Sasha. Here they are. Options for puts. Delta Airlines. Delta, the market is not too favorable. And the thing is, I love Delta because it's the only airline that flies out of here. I've got 100,000 frequent flyer miles on Delta. I use it all the time. I use my Express card. And I'm just really crying for that company because I love the company. But man, they're going through some rough times.
Cancel more flights. Yeah.
What? Yeah, they're going to cancel about half their flights. It's awful. We can't fly. I keep looking to go fly to see NCAT. Can't do it. I've been barred from India. I've been barred from Hong Kong. I can't go see, I can't see Willie in Melbourne.
Willie, Australia won't take us either?
No one takes us because we're all infected. Even Canada. I can't even go see.
23rd July, you can go to India.
I can go to India?
23rd July.
23rd of July. Okay.
That's just days away.
Days away. India has 1 million people that are infected. They're starting to realize that, hey, listen, here's the realities. If some MD, PhD doesn't find a vaccine soon, people are just going to be dying on the streets. That's the reality of it. Okay. So we need the vaccines to come out soon. And that's for the puts. For the buys, Walgreens. Buying options. I know Sasha doesn't do it, but I don't really care.
No, I have 200 shares of Walgreens just to collect dividends. It's a shitty company. It will never do anything spectacular, but they pay 4.75% dividend. If
Yeah.
you close your money in fixed income, you will be lucky to get 1%.
Well, yeah. Also, they're in retail. Walgreens, Boots Alliance is in retail, which I don't particularly like retail, but here's what I do like. They just signed a deal with DoorDash to deliver your drugs.
I know.
And I thought that was a good move on their part. DoorDash is making some really big inroads into the delivery market, which for years has been horrible. Like they had Web Grocer. I remember that. That was a horror. I mean, everything they've done in delivery of retail stuff has gone down, except now it's starting to come back because of coronavirus. And I thought DoorDash, if they can get in and stay alive long enough, and if they can deliver drugs to old people, that's great. Because they don't want to get out of their car and go pick up drugs. So I think you should really look at Walgreens. Netflix. They're showing that as a buy option.
Really?
Yeah, and Netflix just came out. I don't know if Kim has shared that with you. Netflix's biggest problem, they said, is not HBO. They said it's OTT program we haven't even seen before. It's like people that are going to create these videos, put them on the air, beam through the World Wide Web, where they have a reach of 4.3 billion people, and sneak up on us, and we can't even see them coming. Things like IBM TV. We're their biggest. You already know that guy, but he announced it. You should see this thing. And Ankit, if you could share it with our board members and our members, that would be absolutely great, because I thought it was a great article. And I do admire Netflix, but I'm not a big believer. I'm a believer in that article that they're going to run into some serious headwinds in the next 5 years.
That's what I
Even
think.
though the media industry is going to increase, they're not, because
Too much competition.
Yeah, they basically capped out. And so the thing is, I don't look at guys that have, at the top of their game. I look at the bottom. Now, here's one that Sasha would
That's
like.
me.
Freeport and McMoran, which sells gold. Okay. Oh, here it is. Here's the article. We'll get into the article in just a moment, but for those people who have just joined us at the half hour, we have Ankit Kanlawat, who's the director of IBM TV in New Delhi, Rakesh, who's actually in Hong Kong. We have Willie Hill, who heads up Startup Australia, the good mate in Melbourne, Jim Eade, who's in the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley that's being taken over by Trump right now. As we speak, he's putting armed guards everywhere to keep those people in line. Sasha Starr, who actually heads up our chess program, Chess Stars, and our investment program on Wednesday out of Toronto, has also lived in the other Socialist Republic of Russia, I guess, at one point in time. And Sharif has just joined us, our PhD scholar in Malaysia, who I talk about now all the time. I could find Malaysia on a map. And we're looking at the Netflix. Okay. Now, the thing is, here's where they're going. If you think Disney is the one stock down, we think you're missing the big picture. The real Netflix killer is lurking out there. Tom and David aren't resting on their laurels. They're looking for the next Netflix killer. Now, the thing is, we've already gone over this at IBM TV. We're not going to be a Netflix killer, man. They spend billions acquiring programming and pushing it. But if you look at the demographics, their demographics is correct. People are going to be consuming more media over the next 5 years, 10 years. In other words, there's going to be big opportunities in media. And they're also saying Netflix actually has a very small percentage of the potential media market. All that I'm totally in agreement with. So if you, Ankit, when you're able to share this article with all our people, and for those who are listening and you want that article, you're going to have to ask Ankit at IBM TV for the article. But it's a great article, that basically involves what I call the media play, which I think is going to take place over the next 5 or 10 years. So, Sharif, you have just joined us from Malaysia, and tell us what's going on in Malaysia. I talk about you guys all the time, that you have very little coronavirus. Last time I checked, 123 people out of have actually died out of a population of 30 million people. And the reason I pointed this demographic out, the people in South Dakota were banging their chest how good they were. South Dakota, with a population of 884,000, had 118 deaths. And they were going, only 118 deaths out of 800,000. You guys have 30 million and have 123 deaths, far outstripping the crazy South Dakota people that we have in the United States. Tell us how you guys are doing it over there. What's the
Yes.
Malaysia?
Yes, and now Malaysia actually doing good, and major now strategy is exit strategy. Like long time Malaysian economy actually lockdowns, and they faces a lot of challenges. Yes, every life is valuable, but compared to other country, Malaysia is 123 people died, and 8,800 people they affected. Today, actually, I think 21 people affected for COVID-19. So most important thing is that economical challenge. Now is the time for economical challenge, how they solve these things. But I told you that Malaysia, they believe in the second quarter, like we are now running July to December. In between time period, like those people actually losing their job, government expect that they will get their job again from local economy. And most important thing is that business wise, like if you see that Bank Negara, if you see like Air Asia, Petronas, many big corporations, they are moving very, very well because of they tackle this COVID-19 situation in a positive way. And now even India, even South Asian, many countries, they are following Malaysia, and they are trying to getting feedback and advice and guideline how Malaysia actually overcoming from this situation.
Let me ask you one question, Sharif. Do you guys wear masks?
100%. 100%.
Because I was told on the internet that them masks don't work. So they don't work. So why you guys won't wear them?
No, one thing, even example, when I discussing my community in South Asia, and I discuss, they say that sometimes people love to say there are many issues why this China and China-based economy, they have, okay, thank you, you are looking good. Like they are not facing too much of problem. I just said one thing, like this problem we can solve with this, with actually proper discipline, proper SOP. So mask actually very, very, very important. No choice. Mask is very, very
important. It's real important. So see, the thing is, my argument was empirically, okay, if you look at the stats from Malaysia versus even South Dakota, who they're touting to be the best in the United States, they wear a mask over there, and they beat the pants statistically off of every state in the United States. In other words, the demographics make sense.
That's a big state with few people.
Yeah, that's true. South Dakota, big state with few people, but that's the best of the best here, and that actually sucks. But we have a big resistance here of wearing masks. In other words, in the United States, culturally, I'd rather die than wear the mask.
Sharif, can someone from the divided states of America move to Malaysia?
No, you're not thinking about abandoning the United States, are you, Jim? Are you, Jim? Jim, are you, Jim? Okay, okay. Get rid of him. Okay, we can't have mass questions like that. Yeah, we can. Okay, there he is.
He's got the power and he's using it.
I have the power. You know, I feel like the Don, baby. I got the power, baby.
I'm looking for a safe haven anywhere in the world.
Hey, speaking of which, on August 10th, we're going to have a special guest coming in from Harvard University to talk about this. It came in the Harvard Business Review. How to lead in times of crisis. There we go. Harvard Business Review special.
Well, we know how not to.
Well, I'm not sure about that. Anyway, a special guest from Harvard University is going to be joining us in about on August the 10th for special. And also another commercial I'm going to have is that we have a special on education this Wednesday at 10 o'clock about the immigration rule in education. I don't know if you guys heard this overseas. What we're going to do is we're going to deport all the foreigners in the United States that were trying to get education here because all the schools were online. I mean, seriously. Okay.
I thought we stopped doing that, though.
We did stop doing it, but we're still doing our special. So we're going to do our special on it anyway. Okay. Because here's the problem, Jim, between me and the stars. If you read the law on that, it was basically an we call administrative regulation made sponte or by themselves. In other words, some bureaucrat just makes up the reg and sends it out, which means when they revoked it, some bureaucrat takes the reg and revokes it, which means they can do this again. at any point in time. So we're going to be talking to some lawyers, and we'll be talking to some educators. We have a special guest from, I know you got to realize, welcome to the wonderful world of America, baby. Disney World. Anyway, the thing is, it's a serious problem because, and we're going to have an attorney, I believe, from Washburn University is going to be there, one of the law professors, because I'm going to ask him about that question. Whenever you see an administrative reg, it's like you can press the button and it's just like me. I press the button, Jim's gone, press the button, he reappears. Well, that's what they can do on our immigration laws. Press the button, you're gone, press the button, you reappear. You're like, I'm a little puppet, And so we're going to be discussing that this Wednesday on IBM TV. So you think you're safe to come over here.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. There's some good news. Actually, some people are preparing. Some people feel that it's a little bit unfair that Americans are no longer allowed to enter Canada. So they're preparing illegal crossing from U.S. to province of Quebec. It's a few hours drive from New York, and then you have to go on foot, and you will cross at certain points by foot, and then you'll be in the province of Quebec. Quebec is, as long as you're already there, you're legal there. Nobody will arrest you or do anything with you. It's a cross-border impossible. But once you're there, you're fine.
You're telling me the Americans aren't welcomed right now into Canada. Have you guys thought about building a wall and making America pay for it?
No, not that far. That far.
Okay, you're not building the wall yet. Okay, I'm just curious.
They're not stupid.
They're not stupid. But the thing is, they're not going to allow us to just say, hey, we're up there. We're not going to wear masks, infect all the Canadians, and, send the country down.
Now, just ask for down payment. Who knows? Maybe.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's very difficult to travel. But if you travel in the internet superhighway like I do, you can go all over the world, and, you don't even need a visa.
Are they taking puts on Americans in Canada?
Taking puts on Americans. I don't know. They don't let us in anymore. I mean, the real problem of me planning my travel schedule, and I'm sure everybody else has it, is that I get there, I see these great prices, great hotels, great countries I want to visit, and hang out, and then I go, I'm not sure if I can go. And if I plan, my planning is all up in 2021. I just don't see any travel between now and the end of the year. Because they just won't let us in these countries. So, mate, I'm not going to be able to see in Australia until 2021
Nick, all you can do now is get.
What?
If you'd like to travel, all you can get now is on a slow boat to China. That's all.
China. Yeah, maybe by the time you get there, you can actually get in. So speaking of China, let's go to another event that just took place today. Xpeng Motors is going to challenge Tesla. So think about this, Jim, as you're bailing out of Tesla. Xpeng Motors, you did, that it plans to challenge Tesla, and they raised $500 million. And I go, you got to be bloody kidding me.
That's nothing.
That's nothing. Do they know how expensive the automobile industry is, even with cheap labor? $500 million. Are you guys out of your bloody mind? This doesn't take a rocket scientist to say, no go, baby. You need more than $500 million to be in the auto industry. And now you're going to compete against Tesla, General Motors, Toyota, and Tesla is insane. Their prices, they're saying, well, we're more valuable than Toyota. That's because the people in Silicon Valley are insane. So they buy stuff like that because they think it's all going to work. And I'm going like,
$1,500 a share.
Is it $1,500 a share? It's insane. Yeah. Okay. I mean, the thing is, the people that have that, because they smoke a lot of that stuff over in Silicon Valley, and they go, okay, so it's $1,500 a share. There's an opportunity for a put. The only thing is,
if someone's going to buy it, I'll sell it.
I figured you would, But Xpeng Motors, $500 million to get in the auto industry. Did they know how? That's like saying, I'm going to go build airplanes. I raised $500 million. You can't build one bloody plane for $500 million. Are you out of your mind? So that was their thing. I don't know what Sharif thinks about that. That came from the Pan-Asian market space. What is your thoughts? $500 million to get in the auto industry.
Actually, it's my understanding. Like example, this is actually enough money for at least manufacturing here in China and Asia Pacific market. And if you see that they have cheap labor, they have a good technology, They have even land and government incentive is very good. And most important thing is that they have a big market. China, Asia Pacific, they have a big market. So it's not only China. I think China, Singapore, Hong Kong, Malaysia, even Indonesia. Even most important thing is that if you observe Chinese contributions, let's say USA. I do not want to criticize. I just want to give you an example. Let's say USA and Europe. They are not more involved with developing economy. But China, they are more engaged with the developing economy. It's in India, like even they are doing business with India. Even there are some crises right now. So how they actually control and they actually engage with entire developing economy, I think for Fortune Global 500 or whatever it is, or any of the big company from Europe or USA, they have to take it very seriously.
Right.
Because China's competition, especially manufacturing competency, is very high right now.
Yeah.
And you cannot deny, actually nobody cannot deny, even I think USA also have highly dependency on China, whatever the President Donald Trump and what the people actually say. So we cannot deny their things. And most importantly, they have their own big market. Let's say they will not go to the global. Yes, they are moving global. They have their own big market. So
Sure. No, I agree with the market analysis. I don't agree with the capitalization amount. I think 500 is not enough.
Right.
You know, they need to raise like, you know, 5 billion. And,
okay,
and 500 million.
No,
yes,
I sneezed at that. Dude, I sneezed at that. Dude.
Yeah, 500 million. Puh. Are you kidding me? You know,
even this
the guy
kind of
down the street here is worth 500 million or more than that. He's worth 8 billion. I mean, you know, what are you going to do with 500 million? You got to be out of your bloody mind. And you're going to raise that to be in the auto industry, Ziping Motors. You got to really rethink your business plan, dude. You got to up your game 5 billion, and then you're maybe a player in that market. That is a big expense. General Motors just recently, because we don't work with them on their pensions, but we follow them, spent 29 billion just on their pensions. You know, I mean, come on, 29 billion just on their pensions. That's not all of General Motors assets. That's just pensions, a retirement fund. Okay, they're talking 500 million. Do you know how fast you're going to get smoked in that market space? Now, if you said, hey, I'm going to do a pharmaceutical industry, sure, no problem, because it's not that capital intensive. You're in financial services, yeah, no problem. But you're talking about building automobiles. Guys, you're going to really have to rethink this. That would be my thought. The other thought that came out on the market today, GitLab, software company, does enterprising software that no one's heard of because it's pretty small. 1,300 employees. They're doing very well financially. They have no offices. Everybody works out of their home, and they started that way several years ago. So the thing is, they go offices. We don't pay any office rent. 1,300 employees work out of their home. Reminds me of Northeastern University, where I teach the graduate tax program. We're going to be teaching again this year because 10 years ago, they developed the graduate tax program online only. So you don't need your office anymore.
Yes.
Throw that office away. You don't need it. Save rent.
Well, can I ask Sasha a question? Because I don't invest in big pharma because of ethical reasons. Do you think that's wise of me?
Please repeat your question.
I was saying I don't invest in big pharma. You know, we were betting on who's going to come out with the vaccine and all that kind of stuff. But I don't do it for ethical reasons. Would you think that that is wise strategy for me to take?
You know, surprisingly enough, ethical investments per se, they are becoming more and more popular, and a lot of funds now disclosing the portion of their funds is operating only in ethical investments or so. And maybe that's the only reason, or at least one of the reasons, but that's for sure, that they are doing quite well for their investors. So the more people agree with investing in ethical funds, the more money they attract, the better the funds are doing. So there are merits in it. I personally...
I thought he was just going to say no.
I'm not with that because, okay, you have to ask yourself, any company for, let's see, Microsoft or Pfizer or Alibaba or just any company, are they ethical businesses? Are they run ethically or not? General Motors, is that ethical company? I'm
Yes.
surprised how come nobody swindled the pension fund of General Motors. It's probably about will come soon, but I'm so surprised it hasn't been done yet. So it is an ethical company, by the way, most likely.
Yeah.
Oh, Shaquille has just joined us. Welcome, Shaquille. For those who are getting us close to the hour, I'm going to redo the introductions. We have Rakesh from Ankit. Ankit sits right next to me from New Delhi, India, who's actually director of IBM TV, pulls all the parts together. Rakesh from Hong Kong has joined us, runs an educational software company, or I don't know what he does, but he shows up a lot here.
It's an online education.
What do you do? Online education.
Online education, yes.
Okay, which obviously does pretty well. We discuss that all the time. It's actually a good deal. Sharif, who's our PhD scholar from Malaysia. We have Alexander Starr, runs our investment show from Toronto. Willie Hill, who runs Startup Australia. The startups are right now in Australia from Melbourne. Jim Eade from the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley with the Eade Foundation, the author for Chess for Dummies. And Shaquille has just joined us. And what city are you out of, Shaquille, right now? Where are you at?
No, so I'm still stuck here in Sydney. They wouldn't let me go down and visit Willie down in Melbourne, so I'm just stuck up here in Sydney, enjoying the weather.
Okay, all right. So you're in Sydney.
Rub it into North Carolina.
Yeah. No, we just opened the show earlier with a guy named Jack Ma. Have you ever heard of Jack Ma?
Of course, yes.
How about his founder of Alibaba? Okay, and here's how we opened up this morning that we've picked up on the big boards. His company, Ant Financial, is going to file his IPO in the Hong Kong Shanghai market, going like this to the New York Stock Exchange. I mean, eventually, I guess it'll get traded there. And they own Alipay, which is worth $150 billion, which is pretty good because, as you know, fintech is huge. They suck so much money out of the economy. Every transaction, hey, we got 5 points. Then they distribute it. Shareholders, people involved. I mean, fintech was big. When I went to the fintech conference in Las Vegas, 11,000 people showed up. I said, what are you guys doing? Are you doing financial planning? Are you doing investments? No, every time you do a transaction, we take money out. Good deal, you know? So his Alipay just filed for an IPO worth $150 billion. And then just across the wires, Netflix. Okay, Netflix, which had an article, which I think that Ankit will share with you. Okay, Netflix, of course, has had a big run up in the market. But here was the article, Shaquille. They're afraid of. Go ahead and put that article up. That was a really good statement they made. If you can find it again, they're afraid of they're afraid of this. The media is growing at a rapid rate, and Netflix has fears, but it's not HBO. If you scroll through the article and read the books on Netflix, they'll see that. The research PricewaterhouseCoopers anticipate media and entertainment will reach an estimated $2.6 trillion, and that people consume 11 hours and 27 minutes per day connected to the media. Netflix reaches 15 billion, which leaves 2.58 trillion still available, according to this is David and Tom Gardner runs the Motley Fool. We do know Netflix was the fastest performer in the New York Stock Exchange with a 21% return. I read it as 4,000. I don't know where he's getting his data from. We'd have to get Tom Gardner. We had who was it from the street? Robert Powell from the street, who works with Jim Cramer on earlier. I think it was last week, but we got to get these guys on. We're going to come up with these numbers, but. The thing is, according to Netflix, 57% rank the variety of content of the service providers the most important feature. But also, here's the thing. If you think Disney's the one stock to own, we think you're missing the big picture. The real Netflix killer is still lurking out there. In other words, they don't know who their competition is. And I've seen that at all the NAPD meetings I've gone to. Who is going to make a play on Netflix? Now we know something like IBM TV. You can't go headlong into Netflix, but boy, you can eat the outer edges with no real problem. So this is a really great article we're going to share with our viewers. I think it's a pretty cool article. Now Netflix also became a play that we were looking at as a potential option, but the thing is, I tend to like Walgreens and and Freeport better.
Right
Yeah.
now, I'm buying covered calls on Netflix.
You're buying covered calls on Netflix? Okay, Jim, see you have a lot of problems with investing, and I can tell you what happens. The reason you work with professional investment advisors like Shaquille is because individual investors like you have a lot of problems. Like, I don't know if this is ethical. I don't know if I should look at this. Okay, and I'll tell you, myself and my family, we actually, and I work with a lot of people and clients around the country. I said, look, you really need a professional money manager. Why? Number one, especially in family members, you have more than one family. If you manage their money, they're going to complain. You lose money, it's your fault. You made money. That's what you're supposed to do. That's a real problem. It's a psychological problem. The other problem is it takes a lot of time. I'm surprised Shaquille can even get on. I mean, if you're managing people's money, it is a full-time job. And see, for me, I like to go play golf. I like to go play tennis. I don't like to look at all this stuff. Yeah, I'll do it for IBM TV, but this is a lot of work. Sasha likes to do it. I don't like to do it. I'll be out on the golf course and you tell me what my quarterly reports are.
For me, golf and tennis is a very hard job to do. Really.
Okay. All right. Okay. So the thing is, see, Sasha, I have lifestyle requirements. I have golf, tennis, travel, restaurants. I'm a busy guy.
Most of
looking
his
at the
business
stock
deals
market
are on the golf course.
What?
Most of your business deals are on the golf course.
Well, yeah, that's true, but that's because my business partners play golf. As a matter of fact, yesterday they had the Memorial Tournament on. I don't know if you saw that. A guy from Spain, Rom, became the #1 player in the world. Great match. I don't know if you saw the 16th hole. He holed in on the rough. I was going like, you got to be kidding me. He was leading, but he really needed it because this guy was faltering. You get nervous toward the end of any golf tournament. He's holed in. I was going like, he aced it, because that was like putting a dagger in the guy's heart when you do that. And golfers are fanatics about that. What?
That Jack Nicklaus shook his hand instead of giving him an elbow bump.
I know that. And Jack Nicklaus, by the way, had COVID-19. In case you guys didn't know, he survived it. Yeah, right. But the thing is, the Memorial is a great tournament. We're going to have the Masters come on. Now, none of this is getting featured on IBM TV, but here's the reality of money management. It's a full-time job. People don't want to do it, so they turn around and they'll give it to people who will do it because they're going to go to the golf course and the tennis court. I'll do it for IBM TV. I'll go over some stuff, but going over stuff and really knowing it's a whole different ball game, too much work. I'll see you guys on the golf course or tennis courts or, Now,
Nick, I thought we went through this last week when you were wondering how I could possibly find the time to manage money and actually make it onto TV. Remember, I employ people. That's what happens when you're really, really good at stuff, right? Pick up people to do it for you,
right?
And then you just keep an eye on things.
Yeah.
And as far as IBM, trying to make some segue into Netflix's market share, finance and golf. I'm not sure. Did we lose any viewers then?
Yeah, right. The minute we start talking about golf, they all turn off. Okay, but I actually had a client. This is years ago. Runs the Royce funds out of New York City, Quest for Value, and I knew him a long time ago. But the thing is, he manages about $1 trillion in assets right now. But it was the same thing. He actually hired all these chess players who did the trading, because he goes, it's a full-time job to do that type of work. So it's just. What I look at, I'm sitting there glancing at this stuff and I go, right, to really know this stuff, you got to really work at this stuff rather than get a quick glance at it and go, okay, this is next. Okay, this is next. And we have all the quarterly reports that are coming out right now. Okay, speaking about reports that we just got from the wires today, Robert Kaplan from the Federal Reserve says the USA, the GDP will decline 4.5% to 5% this year, going down. Now, for those who have been on our shows, we did a 5-part series with the Federal Reserve. You can see it. It's stored on Money Masters TV. It's actually on one of our channels. So we've done some special interviews with the Federal Reserve out of Chicago. We'll try to bring the Fed back on again. They're kind of difficult to work with, but we can get interviews with them. Well, one problem I see is this 4.5% to 5% negative GDP. So my question to the panel is, a negative 4 to 5%, will this affect the elections in the United States this year? So I'll go to Jim Eade, since he's the only person on this panel who's from the United States. So, Jim, you get to represent the United States of America.
Is
This is a dangerous thought, by the way, what I just said. Jim representing the United States of America. Is the 4.5% negative GDP going to affect our election?
Absolutely. And the reason is because the economy was the selling point for the incumbent. And if that is negatively affected, it'll negatively affect the incumbent. So it raises the chances of the challenger because the main argument is taken away.
Right. Okay. Now we'll go to the world's largest democracy, Ankit. Okay. In India, what is their thoughts about this negative 4 to 5% GDP in the United States? What is the world's largest democracy thinking about the United States shrinking 4 to 5% GDP?
So we generally don't care what's happening in United States of America because there is always a new news about that.
You should say that again. Say that again.
Like it is. Thank you.
We don't really care what happens in the United States.
We do. And I'll give you some facts basically. So what happened is that Donald Trump messaged on or tweet on Twitter that he had a word with Modi, and Modi said I never spoke to Donald Trump on this topic, and I was surprised, and we all were surprised what's happening because on the one side, president saying that okay, I spoke to Modi about something, and Modi said I never spoke to Trump about this thing. So I mean, every day there's a news which is coming up from Donald Trump's Twitter account, and that's why the Twitter account got hacked, and that's why media, social media guys or companies, they don't want to do a campaign for Donald Trump. So
they don't even care. Okay, let's go to Rakesh in Hong Kong. Our Chinese buddies. We all know we get the big, the bear hug comes from Russia, so the dragon hug, I guess, over there in China. What do you guys think about our negative 4 to 5%? What would Xi Jinping think about negative 4 to 5% GDP?
Well, they're anyway planning to, as far as Hong Kong is concerned, they're planning to put tariffs on Hong Kong. So Hong Kong is looking at delinking from the dollar, the US dollar, so probably tie up with the yuan or something else, I don't know.
Are we going different directions? We're going negative 4 to 5, and you're going positive 7 to 8. This is like, okay, so we're just going different directions. Let's go to our buddies in Australia. They're kind enough to speak English over there, mate. Yeah. Okay, so the thing is, what do you think about our GDP going down 4 to 5% this year?
And how do you recover from that? How do you get back?
No, wait. I'm the host. I'm asking the question. I don't know. Wait. We do have an answer. Hold it. I got a U.S. representative on the line right now. Jim Eade, since he asked the question, and you're the only person right now on the panel from America, please answer his question. How are you going to recover from this?
Well, we're going to have to make some changes in the way we're doing things. For example, we're going to have to wear masks. And we're going to have to recover from the pandemic that's sweeping the globe. And we're going to have to take these things seriously. We're going to have to follow science and medical advice instead of politicians. Okay,
which is nothing that we plan on doing anytime in the near future. So I'll go to Sharif. Sharif, what do you think about the United States down 4 to? This is from not me, Robert Kaplan, head of the Federal Reserve. We're going down 4 to 5% this year, going down. What do you think about this elevator here in the U.S.?
Okay. I have some external analysis. I just want to give you. Can you give me 1-2 minutes for analyzing these things?
Yes.
Hey, listen, we have 4 hours. Take your time, buddy. Please. Listen, we have 3 more hours. So, if you want to spend 3 hours giving us a PhD dissertation on the U.S. going down 4 to 5% GDP, have at it, buddy. I'm going to out and play golf. I'll come back and you can keep doing your dissertation.
Okay, thank you. Basically, one specific point I just want to focus. Let's say what I learned from IBM TV. Even previously, I do work with the American community, like let's say from 2010. I started working with Vermont University and many interesting things, Harvard University. I started working. But one of the specific things I can observe in present situation right now, first thing first, actually economy and crisis and everything actually depend on culture, good culture and everything. So one specific point I find out that American people has that kind of cultures and guards. Let's say IBM TV. You are one of the specific example for me that you can like criticize your president. You can criticize your system. Only American people. Yes, yes. No.
I don't criticize any president of any country.
No. Example, let's say Mr. Jim. He said he criticized.
Oh well,
Okay.
Jim will do it, but Jim's different.
This is the big culture of American economy that they can criticize their system. Even every country has problem. I cannot say that. Let's say Malaysia has some problem, Bangladesh has issues, India has issues, China has issues, many countries. But most beautiful thing is USA that they are democratic and they can analyze and they can criticize. Even example, economic wise, now we see that many Indian CEO, they are working in for Fortune Global 500. This is also a very important cultural thing that USA, even let's say many policymakers from South Asia, they say to me directly that USA is a country where, example, we cannot recognize Indian people, but USA economy can recognize them. This is the core beautiful thing. Even example, you have your own internal problem, but you analyze, you try to find out the way. You have scholar, you have intellectual society, you have many good things. Those who are criticized every time. This is the indicator of positive things. When you know I have a problem, so you have solution as well. I strongly believe that American economy problem is not a long time because like most of the people, even let's say I'm from Bangladesh, many talented people, let's say Dr. Iqbal Kadir. Okay, he is contributing from MIT. So American economy has that kind of credibility. They can own external talent, they can own immigrant talent, they can create a very good strategy. And practically I meet many business person. Let's say one of the Bangladeshi businessman, he's a KPCL, Kali Pradeep Chaudhary. He has the biggest industry and business in USA. And he said, USA has beauty that I build up a big business in USA and I get a great support from US economy. He's a Bangladeshi man. He's one of the big businessmen in USA. Even so I believe that when you go deeper in the problem, so you find more good solution. And you have especially Mr. Jim from Silicon Valley, so you have many innovators, you have many business strategy. So I believe like how like civilized you are, how progressive you American peoples, how they think differently, because I meet with different cultural people, so I feel comfort. So when people feel comfort with American, like every country has problem. Any country cannot say that I'm 100% okay. But American people has specific guards. They have honesty. They have sincerity. They can say, yes, I have this problem and I have to fix it. So I believe this kind of problem, it will not be permanent for USA. USA definitely going to overcome for their multi-diversified cultures. And they have many talent, because even many talent from Asia, they actually go where? They go to Ivy League University. They go to USA. They're contributing USA economy. They are even handling the business. Let's say Google, they are investing in $10 billion in India. So definitely they will get return. Facebook, this, that, everywhere. They're like American, I want to say their intelligence, their civilized society, their business root is very deep, in very depth. We cannot deny. We cannot deny it. So this problem, I'm very honest with you. It's not I'm coming in front of an American guy. No, long time I'm working with them. So what I learned, even I can share, like Dr. Snyder. Okay, I can remember that time I arranged a Asia Debate Academy 2013. In that time in my country, there are very horrible situation politically. So, but he said, no, I'm coming. So with all of the international academic people, he goes and he run this thing. That time I asked him that you do not why you come here, because there are a lot of problems, there are a lot of disasters, people dying in the road, why you come here? He said, this is commitment. So this is internal beauty of American civil society. So I believe this is not like for one bad political decisions or one bad economy or one bad strategy, like right the way they just abolish from their situation. I think maybe they get more better strategy next few years.
So he seems pretty pro-America, so that's pretty good. Sharif, we'll be giving you a passport and a visa to come very shortly. Shaquille, what is your thoughts? The U.S. GDP going down 4 to 5%, and it even goes on further that according that our GDP is going to shrink our percentage of the world's largest economy, which is right now 15.2%, down to 13.86% by year 2024. So you're sitting in Australia. Are you going to be bailing out of American stocks, mate?
Definitely, but I'll just say very quickly. I thought based on my conversation that I had with Jim earlier this week that in California it was a rule that you could not be positive about America in order to get a green card and become a citizen. But no, if you want to,
they sell them here. So if you need one,
But no, if you want a proper opinion on what I think of the economy, there's a few things that I think are well worth noting. And at the risk of Kimberly coming back and rapping me on the nails and on the knuckles and calling me a Trumpette again, in March when the Dow Jones hit its lowest point in the time that Donald Trump has been the president, its lowest point during this entire tragedy was still roughly higher than the highest point under Obama. Now, what does that mean? Well, it doesn't really mean that much because we've got inflation, we've got all sorts of other things. But if you're going to look at the United States and say, is a 5% decrease in the GDP of the US, is that a bad thing? Well, yeah, clearly, obviously, it's a bad thing. Is it something that Donald Trump did? Well, you might argue about whether or not he could have or should have dealt with the coronavirus better. That's a political debate. But from an economic debate, it's not like he made an economic decision that caused COVID to occur. So the real question I think you'd want to be asking if you're going to try and work out whether or not this decrease is significantly bad for the United States is you have to compare something with something. This is something I didn't quite get around to saying this last week, but hedge funds don't generally do exactly what I'm about to describe, but this is similar to some of the things that they do, except they do it a bit more advanced these days. What was really developed a lot by Morgan Stanley back in the day was they would take two very, very similar stocks. And what they would do is they would trade the net differential between the two stocks. So, in the old days, you'd talk about General Motors and Ford. If General Motors had gone up by 10% and Ford had only gone up by 2%, that's unusual. So you might buy Ford and sell General Motors, and you would hope that the net difference between the two would close. Now, here we've got a situation where you've got to really compare something to something. So last week we talked about, oh my God, the United States has had the worst death rate, in the world. But when I actually asked you guys, well, what's the rate as a percentage of the population? The United States was not the worst in the world. So we really have to compare the US against other advanced economies, have a look at how they're doing, what are their likely declines in GDP going to be. I think that, as I said last week, and I think Warren Buffett actually said it a month ago or a couple of months ago, it's always a very dangerous strategy to bet against the US. The US, obviously, as Sharif said, attracts a lot of international talent. The US does have a very strong economy, but also the US is one of the rare countries in the world. Countries like New Zealand and Australia, Canada, the UK, some of those countries, there's many others, I can't name them all. There are a handful of countries that if you could just imagine a world where that country was completely cut off from every other country in the world and could do no international trade whatsoever, could that country survive? Well, if you were to look at a country, for example, and it's one of my favorite countries, if you were to have a look at a country like Austria, if you cut Austria off from every other country in the world, Austria is going to struggle to survive because, how much farming do they really do? How much does their economy survive on international trade? You can say that as well about a lot of the Pacific Island nations that we represent in the Pacific Rim Chamber of Commerce. A lot of those nations rely heavily on tourism, for example. Now, these are all big. These are all things that are very big and very important parts of the U.S. economy. But if in a alternate universe, you were to cut the United States off from every other country in the world, can the US feed itself? Well, absolutely. There's enough agricultural land there for the US to feed itself. There's enough academic talent there to produce enough medication to survive. There's enough people for doctors, nurses, etc., etc. So, look, a 5 or 6% or 4% decline in the economy or the GDP of the United States, obviously that's not something that you should break out the champagne and celebrate, but you have to compare that against other economies. And I don't think that that's actually that bad. I do think that when COVID does start to subside, we're going to see a very strong, very fast resurgence, not just in the economy of the US. I also think that the EU will recover very quickly, as well as the UK. So I think all of those things will play a big part. But the very last thing that I will say is that this estimation has come from the Fed. And I would ask the other 6 of you panelists to please tell me one time in the history of humanity that the Fed or any other central bank anywhere in the world has ever been correct about anything that they have ever said or predicted.
Oh, I'm going to have to get the Fed on.
The Voice of America wants to respond.
By the way, the Voice of America, in case you didn't know, Trump just...
Do I still get invited when the Fed's coming on? Or
you will. I'll let you know when I get Doug Tillett, he used to be the vice president of the Federal Reserve, a good friend of mine, because he can bring in some other people that are currently with the Fed out of Chicago on to counter some of the statements that were just made by the Honorable Mickey Latimer about not getting it right. We'll see what Doug has to say.
Well, there's a major difference behind making money by creating it via fiat and making money because you're really good at trading the markets. And I'll just say that those of us that are really good at trading the markets tend to earn a bit more than those of us that work at the Fed.
Yes. Well, America wants to respond, so I'm going to bring in Jade, who's
allow the Voice of America to respond. And my first comment is that what is wrong with the United States can be fixed by what is right with the United States. I believe that fundamentally. And I also want to say that the Dow is not the economy. So we don't track the economy by how the stock market is doing. That's one thing. And the other thing I wanted to say is if you cut California off from the rest of the world, would be fine. We can feed ourselves. And we are paying more in taxes than we're getting back. And we're paying these taxes to the government that distributes it to other states that are poorer than California. So there's a lot of things to be said for California, even if it's considered to be socialist or whatever it's considered to be. It's a very powerful economy of its own. And the other thing that I want to say in response to Shaquille, you made some excellent points.
I do have to respond to that stuff about California, though, Jim. You're going to have to let me respond to that bit.
All right. I see, Counselor.
No, keep going, but I will come back to your comment about California's economy.
The people in California are like, excuse me?
No, it's just probably
the world's ninth largest economy, or maybe world's
economy in the world.
Fourth. If California was cut off, they'd say we'd be the 4th largest economy in the world. We're great. We're wonderful. We're in California. In case you didn't know
there is some factual truth to that, and
it is a pretty big economy over there.
The idea that the problem that I see in the United States is that the worst of us is coming out now, and the best of us has yet to be released. And when that is released, then this economy will rebound in a strong way, and we will once again be functioning at the potential of this country.
So what Jim is really saying, he's going to make America great again. But we'll have to get into that later. Let's go to Canada and Russia.
I think he was going to make California great again.
What's going to make California great?
Well, if we seceded, I think would be fine.
It's the land of fruit and
I think
nuts.
they'd miss us more than we'd miss them.
It's a good place to visit, but no one really wants to live there except the people that do, and that's about it.
Which is we're overpopulation now. It's a problem for us. Yes.
If you don't mind, just humoring me for just a moment, Jim, you're absolutely correct. You could cut California off from the rest of the world and the rest of the country. And from the last time I was in the United States and in California, I saw those Republic of California shirts. So I think you guys want to be cut off from the rest of the country for reasons I don't quite understand. But you are correct. Look, there's a lot of farming land. California has always been an agricultural state. You also are lucky enough to have a great tech industry, and there's a lot of great things that come out of California. There's no question about that at all. But that still doesn't negate the point that, again, if you were to look at, for example, state bonds, okay, or you're looking at investing in a particular state, you'd have to compare something to something. So when you hear that, okay, well, a particular county in California is not doing very well, so that must be really bad for that county. Yes, it is, but what are you comparing it to? Okay, so if all of California is doing really badly, and because of the way that the tax system works in California, it's very, very reliant on the economy doing well, the economy not doing well, and that affects California much more than it does affect other states taxed differently. Okay, so when you're going to compare one thing to another, you really have to make those comparisons. You can't just look at something by itself and say, well, is this a really bad thing? Well, yeah, maybe it is, maybe it's not. Obviously, a 5% decline in the GDP of the United States, across all the states combined, obviously that's not a positive thing, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's all doom and gloom either. I mean, as I said last week, there were more multimillionaires made in the aftermath of the Great Depression than at any other time in history. Now, I do hope that we don't see the same sort of human tragedy during COVID that we saw during the Great Depression, but there's also a lot of opportunities there. And the United States is a place where entrepreneurs can come. You guys have welcomed me with open arms until I told you that I liked you.
That's a game changer,
No. Well, I don't want this to be a back and forth between Shaquille and me. So let's go to.
We want to go see from Russia, because remember the thing is, in Russia and Canada, they look at us a little different. They go, these people are very strange. We know the direct way to get things, but these people in America, they're very strange. So we'll go to our representative, Alexander Starr, who's looking at us very strangely,
shaking his head at us,
shaking our heads.
And Sasha still has not been able to convince me not to play King's Gambit. I'll just say that. We've had 3 conversations now, and he still hasn't convinced me it's a bad open.
Okay, Sasha.
Okay, Sasha.
I would appreciate if I will not be interrupted. I didn't interrupt anybody whatsoever. Furthermore, I'm a strong believer that you learn nothing by talking, only by listening. So, be ready. Okay. First of all, I don't want to rain on your parade, my dear American friends and not so American friends. And Sharif, you were very eloquent about talking about America and all that nice stuff. Let's now come back to reality. In reality, America is a very divided country. There is no understanding between 2 large groups of Americans who are so-called pro-Trump. There are still people who are pro-Trump. Well, God help them. And those people who are against this black and white division. There's rich and poor division. And it's very different America from the 50s and 60s, where people believed that there is a great future for a country, where people would work together, where education was affordable, and a level of life, from what I read, the people who were working in 60s, at the end of 60s, they had a better income and better lifestyle that they have now, because now even only one person works in the average family. He can't support himself or family, so you need 2 people working full time in order to get something, at least some bread on the table. Now you're talking about 5%, 4 or 5% decline. Hey, So somebody mentioned that Fed could make a mistake and maybe it's less than 4 and 5. How about more than 4 and 5? How about 8-9% decline? What do you say about that? What you just mentioned, Nick, before that there is a company, Alibaba, that will be, or his financial company will be listed on Hong Kong Shanghai Stock Exchange. Oh, guess what? It's not going to be even traded in US dollars then. That all stocks which are now trading in London and other exchanges are not trading in US dollars either. So as soon as that will proliferate and more countries will accept on their stock exchanges the new public companies, local or not so local, and the more deals, trade deals, like even trading in products, including oil and others, will be done not in US dollars, but in the currency of one of the countries which are doing the trade between themselves. And if dollar will stop being the only reserve currency, that will be the end of economy of America as we know. It will be the end, and several countries are fiercely fighting to accomplish right this result, including Russia, including China, and all the usual suspects. So it's just a matter of time, unfortunately, until that scenario will happen. Of course, now I don't have to explain to you what's going to happen. The dollar will go to a shit house. And another danger is to go back to a gold standard, which will result in the same calamity for US currency. And it's dire consequences. So even if it's 4 or 5% decline, and that's all, that's our all bad news that's around. Oh, hell with that. It's great. Let's go farther. Let's enjoy our life. I'm scared that it's a little bit more than just that. I'm done.
Yes.
We're back. Sort of. Okay, after the thing is the divided states of America has made a play. At least we get a view from our northern friends of Canada. But here's another view to look at, since the United States purportedly is going to go down 4 to 5% GDP. The Fed also says it'll rebound in 2021. But here's another stat that just came out today. U.S. housing starts up 17%. Not only that, new applications up 1.24 million new homes being built in the United States. Because from what I know about builders, when you interview for a job, they don't ask, are you Republican or a Democrat? They go, can you do plumbing? Can you do HVAC? Can you do, in other words, they ask for, can you build the bloody house? I mean, and so our housing industry is up 17%. So when the market's down, or the market's sideways, let's put it this way, it's not exactly down, the economy is supposed to go down 5%. How can our housing market be up 17%? So I'll go to the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley, our only representative from the United States of America, a place where housing cost $1 million just to buy a little shack. Jim Eade, how's the housing market in your neck of the woods, the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley?
Well, my friends in real estate are very bullish, and I do say that my experience was that perfectly good homes were being torn down and bigger homes were being built by people coming in with Google money, Facebook money, et cetera, and they weren't buying the homes, they were buying the land. So it's the land that people want to own, and there's a tremendous amount going on in San Jose now, where San Jose was the poor sister to San Francisco for so long, but San Jose is just booming right now.
Yeah. Shaquille, since you do investments, do you get involved in real estate at all, or is it just mainly stocks, bonds, mutual funds, or do you do REITs or anything like that, or look at the real estate market at all?
So once again, I'm going to have to do what I did last time. You made me do this last time. Everything
Time
that
for
I
the disclaimer. Okay, now you can go talk.
say, everything that I say, guys, is not intended to be financial advice in any way, shape, or form, or advice on anything else, politics or otherwise. So please seek your own professional advice before you act on anything that I say. These are just my opinions while I'm here talking to friends of mine on IBM TV. Yes, I do look at real estate. I think that real estate is an interesting investment. Obviously, there is less land being made these days, generally speaking. So, and especially in places where you have a burgeoning population, real estate tends to have an upward slope. But you also will see that in the economy and with share markets. I do acknowledge the point before that we don't judge the economy just on the Dow or the S&P 500. But yes, there is normally an upward bias to real estate. So yes, I think so. But I'd like to actually address another one of the things that you mentioned there, Nick, which was about the increase that there's been in real estate investment recently. I think there's a number of reasons for that. You come home, your wife's been hassling you for the last 6 months to fix that tap. Well, you don't really have much of an excuse now because you're stuck at home. You can't go to work. So, you're going to have to call the plumber in and to finally admit that you don't know how to fix it. I think that a lot of those sorts of things are being done. People are making extensions to their houses. Of course, people are building more. And it pains me so greatly. Can we please delete what I'm about to say from the, from the record so nobody ever sees it again? I'm not a Keynesian economist, but what I will say is that after the Great Depression, one of the things that the US government did was it spent a lot of money on infrastructure, and a lot of that infrastructure still remains today. And that was actually a very positive thing because it created a lot of jobs, but it also did so at a time when labor was actually quite cheap. It was quite cheap for the government to employ that labor because obviously the economy was doing pretty bad because it was, the Great Depression. So I think that at times like now, it is a great time for companies to put money aside, for people that have been saving, for governments to spend money. And the big one in there is people who have been saving. Now, this is something that happened if we go back to and think about the Barings Bank debacle, when Barings Bank really went down after having a lot of losses. One of them was that they bet on the Japanese economy really struggling after an earthquake, I think it was, or a tornado that had really affected Japan. The thing that Nick Gleason didn't bank on was how much Asians, especially throughout most of those regions around Japan, how much they save. Now, since the Great Recession, we've had very, very low interest rates. So people have put their cash in places which are relatively easy to get to. They haven't tied them up in, 20-year bonds because yields have been so low. Right. So there's a lot more cash around. So right now, if you wanted to, knock down your house and build a new one, and you maybe couldn't afford to do that 6 months ago or 12 months ago, now's a pretty good time to do it because you've got access to cheap labor. Money's cheap, of course, because interest rates are, very, very low, and in big parts of the world, they're negative. Certainly, even in the United States, they're negative if you were to include inflation. So now's a good time to be building stuff, and I think that's probably going to have quite a buoyant effect on the real estate market. To answer your other questions, do I invest in REITs? Do I invest in real estate? Yes, I do invest in real estate. Yes, I will sometimes invest in REITs. However, I have a very specific way of trading, and I have a very specific way of investing. And just because I am doing something does not necessarily mean it's a good idea for you to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay.
Professional kids, don't try this at home.
Yeah, don't try this at home. Real estate. What are your thoughts about investing in real estate? The U.S. market there, apparently it's booming pretty good over here, up 17% last month.
Yes, basically, I just want to say about the Malaysian real estate market. Maybe it will be more realistic because I do not have much more experience on the real estate in USA. Basically, like examples in Malaysia, let's say many of the Chinese companies, they do a lot of real estate and many development they did here. Especially Asia Pacific, you find that many new infrastructures and many things happening there. So most important thing is that here actually 30% of the real estate project is still unsold. And what I can understand, let's say here price is decreasing, price is not increasing, because there are many infrastructures, real estate projects, many things happening with the help of Chinese company, because China also have many projects I know which is not already I'm sure that they have 30% project is still not they cannot sell, it's unsold. But in present situation, what I can understand, this market, if I think about Asia Pacific, specifically Malaysia, I think that yes, every company trying to attract different kind of external investors. I think that maybe this market in Asia Pacific will move after 6 months, because if you focus on Malaysian market, Malaysia highly dependent on external buyers, and we have second home policy, this that. So many investors from even India, from China, from Middle East, even from Bangladesh, Pakistan, they come here and they buy these things. In COVID periods, actually, Malaysian major problem is actually this tourism and this kind of things. They are getting problem. So I think it takes another 6 months. Even Malaysian like Ministry of Commerce and this kind of organization, they also think that this industry they need more time to recover. But definitely USA has different culture and different history. But I can think about Malaysia properly.
Yes, and for those who have just joined us at the half hour, we have Sasha Starr from Toronto, Canada, who also runs our investment show on Wednesday at 1 o'clock. If you want to learn more about investing, go to his show at Wednesday at 1 o'clock. He also runs Chess Stars, which is Saturday show at around 3 o'clock Eastern time. All shows are Eastern time. We have Sharif from Malaysia, who is a PhD scholar who gives us dissertations on any possible subject that we bring up. And he says, do I have time? Well, this is IBM TV. We have plenty of time. I did notice on CNN, you have 2 minutes. And I go, how are you going to explain something in 2 minutes? You can't. That's CNN. We're not CNN. Shaquille Latmer from Sydney, Australia, who actually does professional investing, a whole different cat over there in Sydney, Australia, mate. And if you say mate, then the Australian people like you. That's kind of how you communicate with them. And Jim Eade, who runs the Eade Foundation out of the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley, otherwise known as San Francisco, which is currently thinking about succeeding from the United States, but hadn't done so yet. However, another data just came in on Business Monday is our jobless claims. Jobless claims in the United States just went up 1.3 million. We have 17.3 million people currently collecting unemployment. We have 51 million claims that we had since the recession. If you look at the bar graph, it goes like this, straight up in terms of unemployment. Since we talked about the bull and the bear on unemployment, Sasha, I know you're investing in some U.S. companies. How can you be investing in anything right now when people are not even working? They're unemployed.
Okay, first of all, let me reiterate that Wednesday during the financial show, I said that I'm about to exit General Electric investment, and I did the same day, close to 4 o'clock, my bid finally was accepted, and I got out of the stock at $7.14 and bought back my option, my calls, at about 41 cents, which I sold about a month and a half ago for $1.07. So this investment per se was very successful, but more on option side rather than on stock. I made a little bit of money on stock, but most of the money I made on sold calls. Now, U.S. companies you're talking about. Okay, let me look at my portfolio if I have any U.S. companies.
Oh, you ditched all the U.S. companies.
Okay, hold on. I always confirmed to you. Okay, first of all, I sold calls. Sorry, I sold puts on AT&T and patiently waiting until hopefully I will be filled and I will get some shares of AT&T on a cheap or inexpensive, as Jim would like to say in this situation. Okay, so Either I will just collect the premium, or maybe I will finally get AT&T. Okay, we'll see. Also, same thing concerning Pfizer, same strategy, and that's what I have. Now, Newmount Gold, it's a U.S. company, but since it's in the gold sector, and Americans hate gold, so I wouldn't even call you a U.S. company for that reason. So it's neither here nor there. Oh, Microsoft, okay, Microsoft, I'm doing well. I sold far in the money puts, and they're deteriorating in price, and either they will expire worthless, will give me a few $1,000s, or I will be exercised and get some stock of Microsoft on the cheap. My price will be $197, and it's trading now about $205 or so. Philip Morris, okay, Altria Group, paying 7.5% dividends. Also, I'm selling covered calls. I'm content with this. Barrick Gold, it's Canadian company. Let's not worry about that. Costco. Costco, always. I don't leave home without it. Don't leave your portfolio without Costco. Same thing. And well, Alibaba is not U.S. company, okay? So nobody cares about Alibaba. Oh, General Electric, by the way, I today sold some covered calls again, and now I'm making a little bit of money.
Yeah, but you're bailing out of General Electric, and they actually apparently they bailed out of the light industry, making light bulbs, and they're heavily invested in building what do they call it, the motors or the jet engines for Boeing and then for Airbus. But if you're building jet engines for airplanes that are sitting out doing nothing, I didn't see General Electric fundamentals being too great right now.
You see, Nick, everything what you read about General Electric, you might as well read the Sport Illustrator or some other magazine. all this information is already priced in stock.
Right, that's what I figured.
Information and
but I'm looking at the future of that industry.
No, there is no future. General Electric has no future whatsoever.
Yeah. But see, the thing is, you trade on every quarter. I trade on every 5 to 10 years, so we trade a little differently. You know, you're going, how much can I make this quarter? I'm going, how much can I make in 5 years?
But you see,
I have to ask you a question, Sasha. If you say that everything that's already known is already priced into the market, are you suggesting then that that efficient market hypothesis is true? That the market is always as efficient as it possibly can be because everything's already priced in?
No, I wouldn't say so. All I would say only one thing: market is always right, and you do not fight the market. Those people who fight the market, they are losers. They're being taken to cleaners. And let's see, you have your conviction that this is great companies, they have great product, they will prevail, they will do well. Out. You're gone, your history.
Well, there's been a number of contrarian hedge funds that have gone contrary to the market who have made a lot of money. So how do they?
You can do that. It depends what you feel at this particular moment, what strategy you would like to employ. And you know what? I'm not looking at what's happened in a year or even 6 months from now. I'm looking at what's happened in a week, maximum a month from now. That's all I'm concerned. Not the next 2 minutes or 3 minutes. No,
that's what I'm saying, Shaquille. He's looking at a very short window. I'm looking for a longer horizon.
No, there is no such thing. Forget about buying stock and holding on to it for the next 45.5 years. Forget about all that. It doesn't work anymore. No, it doesn't work anymore. Look at this Warren Buffett. All his strategies are not working. A long time ago, it was already figured out all the strategies are not working any longer. So people are trying to use...
By the way, I'm going to bring Warren Buffett on. Yeah. And the thing is, and you're going to tell him, Warren, you know your strategies don't work anymore. Berkshire Hathaway.
Don't humiliate him.
Changes his strategy.
Don't humiliate Warren Buffett. He didn't deserve that. I mean, he's 125.
125.
Why would you talk to the old man? Come on, it's not fair.
I will say definitely be having some words if I get the chance. And I was supposed to meet him at Art Basel at the NetJets tent, but unfortunately that's been cancelled during COVID. But I certainly will have some words with Warren Buffett.
Yeah, you're going to let him know our investment guru at IBM TV says, Warren, you have been wrong for so many years.
He'll buy us.
I won't say he's wrong. I'll just say I've got some words for him. But I will also just remind everybody, Warren Buffett, I hope you're watching, that he says that the worst investment he ever made was Berkshire Hathaway. So just for the sake of being a smart ass, because that's what we are here in Australia, if Berkshire Hathaway was the worst investment he ever made, why should we buy that stock?
Well, it's because it's
turned into $1 trillion company. I mean,
it's done quite well.
Australians don't own smartasses.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a global phenomenon.
Yeah. Well, remember, he wouldn't buy Microsoft or tech stocks because he, quote, doesn't understand the business behind it. So he has a whole different business philosophy on purchasing stocks. Like I said, it's different. Like Sasha looks every quarter. I'm looking at every 5 to 10 years to see where the company's going to be. And I look at company fundamentals as opposed to, hey, it's here, it's going to be there, and all this other stuff. So I think people will just have different philosophies when it comes to investing.
What's your goal?
I will often look at what's going to happen, 5 minutes. I hate doing it, when I have to look at something and work out what I think is going to happen over the next 5 minutes. It's so annoying. Like I want to do it now. I want to be in. I want to be out. It's fast. It's it's rapid. We use computers to assist us with that. And I will sometimes do longer term stuff. But the problem with fundamentals, I think, is the problem with the whole financial system. It's the problem with the political system. It's the problem with the legal system. It's that what you think is going to happen and what really happens are two different things.
Right.
There are so many times. I mean, earnings seasons is an incredible time. I find it one of the most fascinating markets to watch is the US earnings seasons, because in the United States you'll see a company that beats earnings expectations and the stock dives.
Right.
Like what just happened? They just made more money than what all the analysts thought they were going to make. Like, why is this stock not going through the roof? So the markets don't work necessarily in the way that we think they are. Now, buy and hold, sure, you can do that, and I've been informed that you live there in North Carolina, and it's like falling in love with a girl and you get married and you stay married to her for 30 years. You can do the same thing with stock, but stock's not quite as sentimental, so sometimes there is more efficient ways of spending your money than there is by just leaving it in that same stock, even if the fundamentals are okay. But I will just say one last thing, if I can, very briefly, about Warren Buffett and what he says about tech stocks. To be perfectly honest with you, and I very careful, I'm on IBM TV, but to say this, I don't understand tech, actually. I don't get it, and I should, because I'm young enough that I should really understand tech. But I don't. I just don't get it. So I'm normally quite reluctant to invest in tech because I just don't really kind of understand what we're doing, right?
Yeah.
But that's not the only industry where I'm reluctant to invest, right? There's a lot of other industries where I'm reluctant to invest. A lot of people will invest not in big pharma, but in young pharma, where they're about to go for an FDA approval, or they'll invest in, an oil exploration company or something like that. And they can make these mega returns that would make me look like I'm an absolute amateur. And they do so well at doing it. And I wish them the very best of luck. They're very talented at doing what they do. But for me personally, that's not what I do. That's not where I specialize. It's not what I know the best. So why should I do it? Why should I invest in something that I don't really understand? And I think Warren Buffett is absolutely correct. If he doesn't really get something, if something doesn't really make sense to him, or he's not quite able to get his head around the revenue streams and how those revenue streams are going to be stable on a particular industry, then why invest in it? There's thousands of stocks you can invest in. There's thousands of different, investments. There's real estate. There's bonds. There's futures contracts. There's all sorts of different things you can invest in. Why put any substantial amount of money, other than just to take a bit of a gamble and have a bit of fun, why would you put any substantial investment money into something that you really just don't understand that much?
Okay, I may answer that. What Warren Buffett talks and what he does is not necessarily the same thing. He may say that he does not understand tech one quarter. Now, next quarter filing, apparently, he just purchased 8 million shares of Apple. How does it come together? Nobody knows, but that's how it works. So don't listen to everything what Warren Buffett says. He's a great man. He's a great investor, but his time has passed long. The time when you can buy trillion shares of Coca-Cola or Gillette and hold them for 500 years, it's done. It's history. It's never going to happen again.
That's happened with a lot of good investors like Warren Buffett, Peter Lynch, who used to run the Fidelity Magellan Fund.
Long time ago, 500 years ago.
Yeah,
okay?
500
Not now.
years ago.
Now it's history. It's done. It will never happen again.
Yeah, but the Johnston family still collects trillions of dollars under assets under management from what Peter Lynch did with the Magellan Fund, 30 years ago? Last time they had
30 years ago, it was possible, not today.
Right. Yeah.
The market can collapse in a minute and a half. Market can collapse 5,000 points at any moment at all. So how you can make long strategic investments longer than a week, maximum a month, if you don't know what's going to happen to the market? And if market will collapse now, 5,000 points, it's not going to be recovered like V-type recovery. It will take 5, maybe 10 years to recover. Yeah. It's not going to be like what happened just 3 months ago. It's going to be completely different thing.
But Sasha, if you're somebody like Nick, who and I don't invest like you, Nick, but I'm going to defend you here for a brief moment because I know how much you lawyers love to be defended by somebody.
What's your hourly rate? Oh,
I bill in 3-minute increments, okay, not 6 minutes like you guys. If you are going to be a long-term investor, a buy and hold investor, and the market does drop against you, there has not been a time since we've been measuring markets, other than the tulip crisis or something like that. There hasn't really been a time where the entire market, the overall market, has dropped significantly and hasn't recovered. Now, the big issue that I see at the moment is that for most of the Western world, India and some parts of Asia are a bit different to this. Russia and a lot of Eastern Europe is a little bit different to this. But for most of the West, we have an aging population. They can't afford the 10 years. That's the problem they've got. They can't afford 10 years for their portfolios to recover. But over the long term, generally speaking, if you invested at the worst possible point, at the highest point before the Great Depression, and you waited 10 or 15 years, you're okay. You would have made a lot of money. I think that stands true for a lot of investments and a lot of companies. I'll also just very quickly say, because you mentioned about Warren Buffett, is he too old now? Is he past it? Yeah, look, he probably doesn't have the same energy that I've got. I'm slightly less than half his age. He may not have the same energy as I've got. He's already made his money. Hey, he's cool. He's happy. Things are working well for him. Why change things? He has made a couple of mistakes, but are they mistakes? He merged Heinz and Kraft together. Was that a mistake or was that a good idea? Well, at the moment, if you look at it, it might not be that good an idea. But just because it doesn't look like a good idea now doesn't mean it's not going to be a good idea later. And remember, we're talking about a man, and if he does happen to watch this, I have the greatest respect for him. However, if I was worth 100 billion or anywhere near it, there is no way. And I live in a very nice house, may I say. I'm not in my house, by the way, Nick. I'm not from Sydney. I'm from Perth. Before you upset
me, the other side of the world,
right? Yeah. But because of COVID, I'm stuck at my mother's house, and my mother is stuck in Queensland. Right. So I'm here at her house by myself, but I do actually live in a beautiful house. However, if I was worth $100 billion, I don't think that I would still live in the same house. I might rent it out to Jim, until he teaches me why King's Gambit's, a really bad idea and stops, with this Sicilian stuff he's trying to do to me. But until that point, I am probably going to go and buy myself some big, massive mansion like Bill Gates did. So, Warren Buffett still lives in the same house he bought back in the day. And, to me, I don't mean to offend him, but it seems a little bit miserly, and they're all going to give all their money away to charity and leave nothing to their children or grandchildren or anything. Look, I'm sorry. If I'm going to try and make some money, I'm probably going to want to pass something down, right? But, is he past it? Is he too old? I don't think so. I think there's a lot of wisdom in what he says. But I also think, Sasha, you are right. Some of the things that he was doing 30 or 40 years ago don't quite work the same way today. Right. But I don't think that they don't work because fundamentals have changed. Mm-hmm. I think the reasons why they don't work is because technology has changed. Yeah. If you speak to the founder of Interactive Brokers, a man who I would love to meet, if you speak to the founder of him and he talks to you about his original computer systems and how he, originally sort of developed the stuff that he was doing when he was on the floor and that sort of stuff, he's got such a fascinating story, and it's really incredible. And it's really a story about how technology changed things. I think technology has changed so many things. Right now, there's 6 of us here in 5 countries, I think we are, 4 countries, able to have a conversation. We're going out live to 150 countries or something. There's thousands of people watching us. That's fantastic. That could not have happened even 20 years ago. The technology was there 20 years ago, but this would not have happened 20 years ago, right. 10 years ago. And 6 months ago, we wouldn't have had the kind of audience that we would have today. Neither would Netflix or any of those other companies. So, yes, things have changed and investment strategies need to change. But the one thing I will say that I learned when I was very, very young, when I was in Cub Scouts. I don't know if you have Cub Scouts in America, but they're the people that are too young to actually be scouts. So when we're in Cub Scouts,
the Boy Scouts filed bankruptcy here in the United States.
Yes, I know, and I won't get into that because I don't want to.
It's beyond the scope of our jurisdiction, right?
So I'll keep my mouth very, very quiet about that one. But
they had legal issues.
Cub Scouts. So this is when you were too young to actually be in Scouts. And we had boys and girls in ours because we were such a semi-rural area that nobody cared, and that was just how it was. But one of the things that I learned through that was there's a lot of wisdom in people that are much older than you, and there's a lot of wisdom in these really, really old techniques and these really old ways of doing things. And I used to go, oh, yeah, whatever, you're so old. But please, just for a moment, pause and think about what we are actually seeing today, what we're actually experiencing today. We are now seeing people drinking, things like bone broth. We are seeing people making food from scratch and not using preservatives, and they go to restaurants where things are made from scratch. They go to if you really like beer, you tend not to anymore want to go just down to the local bar and just buy the whatever's on tap. You really love to go to the local small brewery where they make it there, and you can really only get it there because it's a unique experience. There's a lot of us going back to what the olden days used to be. When I was in France, yes, you want to go buy cheese, you don't go to the local grocery store to buy it because around the corner is a cheesemaker, and you go down there and you buy the cheese and it's 500 times the price, but you don't care because it's unique and you can only get it there. So, yes, trading has changed. Investing, I don't think, has changed so much. Trading has changed. The markets have changed. But I think there's a lot of wisdom in what people did 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 200 years ago, etc., etc. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but so far, applying the strategies that I've just said, I think I've done pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well,
Well, the thing is, Warren may be from a different era because you're right. He sits in the same home he bought 40 years ago, and never upgraded, never did anything. But again, he came off the Great Depression era where people were brought up that, hey, look, you don't spend money. And the counter argument would be like Evander Holyfield. Evander Holyfield was a very famous boxer, made $500 million. Lost everything, including his 40,000 square foot home, maybe a 70,000 square foot home in Atlanta, Georgia. It's now worth 500,000.
First of all, he lost his ear to Mike Tyson.
He lost his ear to Mike Tyson on top of it. I mean,
and his alimony payments. Yeah, let's not go on.
See, the counter argument of the lifestyle changes is that, and this is where Warren Buffett came from that era, is that, hey, look, I'm not going to make lifestyle changes due to my high net worth, or in his case, ultra high net worth. So he just kept his lifestyle the same. And it may not have made a difference to him. And even Bill Gates, for years, he just lived in a small condo. And then finally he kind of realized, well, I guess if I'm worth $100 billion, I might as well have a bigger house. And so he bought his bigger house. The other problem, at least when I've talked to these people, is that they become targets. In other words, the real problem is they become targets once people start knowing about them. Yes, Ankit.
Sasha.
So, it's not a fact, but it's true that Ratan Tata is the richest person in the world right now. But the majority of stake is with Tata Sons. But if you accumulate all those money under Ratan Tata, who is the founder and chairman of that, he is worth more than what Jeff Bezos is. But he puts everything under Tata Sons, and then he don't have anything on papers as a single basis.
Yeah, that can be pretty tough. I think we're going to listen to. Yeah, Putin tends to do the same thing. Yes, Sasha.
Okay, just finish all this discussion about Warren Buffett. He's a great man by all means, and no one here would criticize him. However, whatever he's done at his time, don't forget we're talking about 50s and 60s mostly. It was America was booming at that time. People's life from year to year, from month to month, was getting better and better. If you remember, by the way, there was no financial crisis in 50s or 60s. None.
No,
there was no depression.
That's totally wrong.
You had a great faith in America and American economy. The people were united and everybody was building a better life for themselves, their families. That's not America today. You know all that.
Sasha,
or not? If you do, then it's a completely different ball game.
Sasha,
you cannot buy stuff for longer than a week, a month maximum, because you cannot trust anybody. Any idiot can go and get money out of pension funds of General Motors or just anything. You cannot trust anybody. They're all crooks. All the financial statements, all the numbers are published. It's all nothing. It's worth nothing at all. I don't trust in any financial information released. I don't trust in any reports. For me, the stock ticker, that's the only thing what I trust. Nothing.
So apparently your Enron purchase didn't go too well. What's going on there?
Okay. Hang on. I've got to say something. Sorry, Sasha. Look, when it comes to truth and honesty in the finance markets, you're absolutely correct. I don't trust, and I do this for a living, I don't trust the financial reports that come out of companies. That's why I always talk about don't trade them that way, because what the financial reports would indicate and what you think is going to happen with a good or bad financial report and what really happens are two different things. But I just have to say something here, Sasha. If you're going to say that the 40s and the 50s and the 60s were these great boom years, based on what? How many recessions were there during the 50s? Now, my memory is good enough, but
there was none. And so was in the 60s. None. Zero. Okay?
No. Sasha,
there was zero. What recessions were at 50s and 60s? There were no recessions, no downturns.
The market after the Great Depression, the market did not just boom and that was it. There was recession after recession.
I'm talking about 50s and 60s only. I'm not talking about 70s and farther.
let's talk about the 50s. Let's just.
U.S. went off
I'd like to
both
talk about the
standards.
50s.
It now became financial manipulations era. I'm talking
Right.
about 50s and 60s.
Let's
Are
go
you
to our neutral
right?
ground, guys.
During the
Let's go to
1950s.
Okay,
I'll
we
talk
can
a
always
little
do
bit.
a fact check. Here's a fact check. The recession of
Somebody fact checked. How many recessions were there during the 1950s?
I'm just going through one right now. Here's the recession of 1960, 1961. You just fact check it. During the recession, the GDP of the United States fell 1.6%.
Oh,
yeah.
How about 5% now?
That's
1.6% GDP.
That's a blip. That's not even a blip on my radar.
Oh, well, the thing is, if you had to live through that, I was struggling in 60 and 61. I don't remember. I remember that.
Yeah.
So although this is great and everything, Sasha, you know how much I love to talk about history. Oh my God, this is because history is what truly kind of defines where we are today, and it informs us where we need to be tomorrow if we pay attention to it. But what is very important in this conversation for us to get through the economic situation that we're in today, and how can people invest smartly with the information that we're talking about? I mean, we can get back to this argument because I'm enjoying it. But what can we do to encourage people and inspire people, right? That's what we want to do to come out of this economic depression we're in right now, because we're in a depression right now. We are.
Yeah.
I don't care what anybody says. We tanked. Okay.
Yep.
We tanked.
Yep.
And how do we overcome it? Because there are old people like me who are going, oh my
come
God,
on.
look at my retirement. I don't have a retirement. I got to go back to work. And then there are people, who were fortunate enough that not everything got tanked. But how do you inspire people not to be afraid? Because, facts is fear. Facts will remove that fear. So how do we inspire people not to be afraid?
I have one right here for you, Kim.
Okay.
I've got some talking to do. I've been listening a long time.
The SGN 001, 79%, as a study was just completed, lowers the risk of COVID-19 nearly 80%. And it was all developed through clinical trials. So now if you were to catch...
wait a minute, time out. Is this a vaccine?
Yeah, it's a vaccine.
So, okay, I got a question. How many people have tested it? Who tested it? Did they actually go infest themselves in the infected area?
In Britain. It was actually Risk Synergy from Great Britain have developed it. But we also have other...
I want to take a vote and just raise hands. How many people here would be taking that vaccine and truly believe it would work?
0.
There's 0 of us. Okay. I just wanted to see what our panel would think of something like this. All right.
And you know why?
Clinical trials.
Okay, I will answer your question, Kim.
Kimberly, you promised
Okay,
me.
it worked for 80% of the people, okay? It did work for 80% of the people. Imagine that this 80% of the people tested, they had a good
immune system,
and with or without this drug, they would still be alive and they would do well. Now, those 20% who don't have such a good immune system, they would possibly die with or without that drug anyway, right? So what's the use for that drug? To get the stock of this company higher 150% in the next 15 minutes? Okay, I understand that much. But there's no use of that.
Oh, pump and dump, baby. Pump and dump.
Kimberly is here. I'm no longer the voice of America, but I do want to address your question, which is how do we give people hope now? And Shaquille brought up after the Great Depression, we invested in infrastructure. What he didn't mention, but I will mention, is after World War II, that's exactly what we did. Robert Moses was behind infrastructure. The federal highway system was built. And we have to invest in infrastructure once again, put people to work, building bridges that are collapsing now, building roads that are in disrepair now. And
Jim,
we need
Didn't we build the Panama Canal because of this?
I understand. Don't forget that after the Great Depression, America was much richer country than it's today. You think that America today is a rich country? It's a misconception. And this is very dangerous to think that way.
But I got one thing to add. We just added $4 trillion to our revenue cycle.
I'll tell you who is rich.
But
The rich are the corporations such as Microsoft, Apple, and Google, and all these companies. They're very rich. They're sitting on trillions of dollars. However, they're all offshore. They don't pay taxes. So for American people, success of these corporations means nothing.
Thank you.
Absolutely nothing. So America with its 30 or 50 trillions, nobody knows the real debt of America.
Remember,
40 million, 55 trillion dollars, nobody even knows what it is. So America is very, very poor today. American people are poor. That's a problem.
We got 4
if you're going to
United States of America,
question, you must then also have a look at the United Kingdom, the other major economy in the world at the time, and have a look at what was going on over there. And have a look at the issues that their Central Reserve was having because of the gold standard that occurred at the time. You have to compare something with something, right? So let's compare the two biggest economies at the time, the United Kingdom or England, Great Britain, whatever you want to call it, the United Kingdom and the United States at the same time, who did better. So yes, the United States may have fared poorly, but poorly compared to what? And if you were going to compare it to any other country in Europe, or if you were going to compare it to the United Kingdom, the US did a lot better than any of the others.
Yeah, but now we have to compare China.
Because we printed $4 trillion
today.
Yeah.
Try to compare a balance sheet of any economy today. I'm talking about substantial economies, maybe not Ireland today, right? But take take United States, take Germany, take Japan, take China, and maybe a couple of other countries. I don't know which ones in particularly. Or you want to take Switzerland? You probably don't want to do that. Okay, take these economies and compare where U.S. really fits. Who has even close the amount of debts what U.S. has today? Who even close, even like fraction of it?
No, but once again, we have to be looking at the right sort of stuff here.
Wait. No. I've heard your theory. I've heard that enough. I've heard your theory. Now think about this.
No. I'm responding. What you just said.
Okay.
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Okay. Hold on. But if GDP, as you said, goes down 5%, and let's assume that this is truth figure. I don't trust even one word, but let's say it's 5%. Now, U.S. debt is growing 10% at the same period of time. Then what's happening with the economy like this? How the hell that economy can survive? You tell me. You understand something what I don't.
Okay. Well, first of all, if we want to talk about U.S. debt rates, which are an absolute disgrace,
yes,
right? And the people in charge of the United States, and I'm talking about Republicans and Democrats. Okay.
No, Democrats have nothing to do with that.
No, I'm just saying, I'm not picking one party or the other. Both parties here.
I am.
People who are in charge of the U.S., the Democrats and Republicans at both state and federal level have a lot to answer for. The U.S. debt.
Level. Wait a sec. How people at state level can take and get an answer for the debt of United States of America? Please explain.
Well, if you take, for example, the Democratic Socialist Republic of California, where Jim lives,
it doesn't cut anywhere. We're talking about U.S. government debt. We're talking about debt of United States of America. What have local governments to do with that?
Well, let me answer your question, because local governments and state governments have, especially in places like California and New York and many others, and there have been some Republican states too. I'm not trying to pick on the Democrats here. There has been some Republican states as well that have borrowed substantial amounts of money because they think that their backstop is that the federal government won't let them fail. But I want to get back to the heart of your question. Now, you say, all right, the US debt's at these humongous levels, especially as a percentage of the GDP. I agree with you. And I think it's an absolute disgrace. I personally think, while it's a much smaller debt in real figures, I personally think that the debt levels of the UK, and more especially the country I live in, Australia, I think the debt levels here are atrocious. But then let's have a look at the debt levels of Europe. let's have a look at the debt levels as a percentage of the GDP. Now, the reality is, we all know that countries aren't going to just go bankrupt and everyone's just going to go bankrupt and the whole world goes bankrupt and that's all there is going to be and that's it. That's not really what's going to happen. What's going to happen is they are going to inflate our currency and they are going to indebt our future generations to pay off the debts for what has been probably, in my opinion, bad spending today. That's
Who owns that debt? Who owns that debt?
Race. But if you are going to compare, for example, the United States and the terribly high levels of debt, just say federally, the incredibly high levels of debt at a federal level at the United States, what are you going to compare it to? Shall we compare it to, for example, Europe? That would be probably, in my opinion, the fairest example, because Europe combined, the European Union combined, okay, has a similar landmass. It has, what, 750 million people? Its economy should be combined, should be bigger than what the US's is.
It is
or
bigger.
should we compare it to China? Now, based on PPP, China actually has a bigger economy than the United States does. But
Yeah.
China is also still a recipient of funding from the IMF. Now, who is the biggest funder of the IMF? The United States. Who's the second biggest funder of the IMF? The EU. So here we have the two biggest countries, the two biggest economies, right, outside of China, the two biggest, wealthiest, with the most amount of people, with the most amount of talent, with the most amount of freedom, with the most amount of things that people on this planet strive to achieve. Here we have the two biggest places, and what do? They indebt their future generations, not just to pay for their own wants and desires, such as free education for everybody and free healthcare and all that sort of stuff, but they do so in order to enrich and pay for other countries' problems, right, whilst not demanding that those countries try to reform themselves.
Well, guys, let's get back. Instead of stating the problems, let's get back to answering Kim's question. What are we going to do about it? And, you know, I still think infrastructure is one of the answers. And I do think that putting people back to work is part of the answer. And,
I already answered. America has no funds to pay for infrastructure. It has no funds to pay for education. It has no funds to have affordable Medicare system. It's horrible, and it's well beyond distance as well. So there's nothing America today can do about anything.
They can afford to build their infrastructure.
No,
we respectfully disagree.
There's no money, Jim. No money. There is no money.
I'll borrow the money and do it. I'll put people to work.
No, but here's the thing: they print money whenever they need it. Yeah. Didn't you guys notice this? I mean, and Nick and I interviewed. We have exclusive interviews with the Federal Reserve, with the presidents and vice presidents of the Federal Reserve that most people have never been able to get. And we've learned about this. In fact, I'm going to try to get these finished up and played, but because it's very good information about where this money just boom appears and how have they worked. And how do they work to avoid this situation that just happened? And a lot of it is the leadership that runs the Federal Reserve, to be honest with you. I mean, as we all know, the Federal Reserve, they're self-nominated people from big corporations that go in and work. They're not government.
Now, wait. Guys, I have a second solution. And I do think we could afford to build infrastructure and people back to work. So we respectfully disagree on that. But my second solution is have a woman president. Come on, guys.
Well, woman doesn't know how to do a budget.
Who is that woman will be?
What you got to do, you got to promise the woman that if she does the budget really well and she makes it really happen, except for me, I don't care about this. But majority of the women, you tell them they can go buy whatever they want on the clothing racks. And I'm just kidding.
Jim, do you really believe that in this 3 months, either Joe Biden or Donald Trump can become a woman?
I'm not suggesting that. No? I don't know why you asked that question. I'm not suggesting that at all.
Because then we know that in 3 months election times there will be no woman president. So we are talking
not
about
even a woman
4 more years. And in 4 more years, who knows what's going to happen?
You are being so unfair. Donald Trump hangs out with with what's his name? I forget his name now. The guy married to Kim Kardashian. What's his name? Kanye West, right?
Kanye West.
He hangs out with Kanye West. He hangs out with Kanye West. Kanye West hangs out with the Kardashians. The Kardashians have.
We're going to have a female vice president, and
So Donald Trump may well decide to, give it a go, see what happens. I don't know.
And I'll even go with Shaquille's recommendation. Have a conservative woman.
How many people were aware that Kanye has started running for president?
He stopped.
No, the nomination went through, and he's already got one state.
Oh.
So I know you hear this. Oh, it stopped or not, and then I'm like, did he? I asked somebody, did he ever get a nomination by a state? And he's got a nomination by a state now. So I think he's being hired by Trump to do this so that he'll get all those votes that would take away from the other party. Yeah. It's common to see something like this happen.
That makes perfect sense to me.
It's common.
Can I come back there, Kimberly? You asked a question about, where's the hope in all of this? What do we do to hope, right? Jim says two things. One, I don't agree with, which is, we should have a woman president. I don't think we should have a woman or a man or a black or a white, whatever. I think we should have the best person to do the
best
job.
person. Thank you.
That's my personal opinion. But let's leave that aside.
I agree with that.
Sasha, you made the comment that the US, can't afford certain things, and the economy is a mess, and the whole, they can't afford lots of things that they say that they want. Well, it's only what we hear in the media that they say that they want. But let's just remember two things, and something that's always fascinated me. The two countries that I'm aware of within the OECD that have the lowest tax rates as a percentage of the GDP are the United States, roughly around the 25% mark, and Australia, roughly around the 27-28% mark. Most countries are running around 30%. So if the US was to increase its tax take as a percentage of the GDP, that would probably make a big difference, I would say. It's not going to fund every desire that people want, but that would make a difference. Okay.
Amazon pays taxes?
Yeah. Now, well, we can come back and talk about Amazon and corporation taxes later, but let me just say this, because I think this is a very, very important point. People often will compare, especially those people who are a little bit more further on the left. They will compare the US or Australia or other countries. They will compare them to the Scandinavian countries, especially Sweden. Sweden has a top marginal rate of tax of about 60%. And they say, this is a model for us. But they forget to mention that Sweden's company rate of tax, right, its corporation rate of tax, is around the 20% mark. They forget to say that people don't have to run, try and get through a whole heap of regulatory hurdles in order for them to have a business. They also forget that in Sweden, if you were to start a business and your business is struggling, the Swedish economy and the Swedish government will help you. That doesn't happen in many of our OECD countries. Now, whilst I, generally speaking, am a fairly low tax guy, I'm not going to say I'm left wing or right wing, but I'm in finance. I don't want to have to pay any more than I have to. Okay. So whilst I'm generally a relatively low tax person, I would like there to be enough taxes to pay for the things that a country needs for that country to survive. Now, the question is, to me, the two big questions is, one, is the tax take as a percentage of the GDP too low or too high, depending on which country you're living in? In the US and Australia, you might argue it's a little bit too low. But the second question, the more important fundamental question is, if you believe the tax take is too low, how do you tax in order to make sure that you increase the amount of taxes that are brought in without harming enterprise, without curtailing job creation, without curtailing the economy? And personally, and Jim, I love you dearly, but personally, I happen to think that California has got that one wrong. Okay, there's some things in California they've got right. There's some things they've got that is absolutely wrong. Now, if I was trying to compare it to, let's say, Texas, I would say the same thing. There are some things that are right about the Texan state tax code and some things that are wrong there as well. But I definitely think, as our friend last week said, we need tax reform, not just on a state and national level. We need it across the world.
Yes.
But the predominant thing is there is not a thing that we can't really afford to do within reason, that we can't really afford to do. And if any country can't afford to provide something like healthcare or affordable education to its citizens, if any country can't afford to do that, and that country is the United States, where does that leave all the countries that are so much poorer than the United States? They look at the United States as a beacon of hope. That's the problem. I believe the US can come through this. I really do.
One comment. Canada is much smaller and much poorer country than the United States. However, it has, I don't know if it's affordable or it's a free medical care for its citizen. You can call it free because whenever I need something, I don't pay even a cent. And I'm receiving fairly high quality medical care. Maybe not the best in the world, but I have no complaint either. Okay, you're talking about education. US has education of 19th century. And you're telling me that US is a rich country and that first country in the world that can afford Medicare and education. It has none education, non-medical care either, okay? So there's no money for infrastructure projects. And to tell the truth, I'm very pessimistic on the future of America. I'm not betting against America, not at all. But based on information available today, the prospects of America are indeed very, very poor. I finished.
No, I think this is good because, you know, if everyone agreed on a panel about what is going on in the world economics today, we would never get anywhere. I am appreciating all the different views because it's allowing for this great conversation to kind of understand how do people perceive what's going on from all over the world that's happening in, you know, one of the countries that used to hold the reason why economics was, you know, winning and surviving and helping people to survive. And right now we're in a situation where, you know, this is what irritates me the most right now. We printed $4 trillion and to stimulate the economy, and that $4 trillion is gone. You know, you just don't spend money and it disappears.
Yeah, they didn't put it in the right thing.
$4 trillion has got to stay somewhere in the cycle of things, and it's nowhere.
$4 trillion would have built a lot of bridges.
Right. Kind of what David K. Johnston told me. And yeah, I'm going to let you talk just a second. But David K. Johnston was saying that this package and this money went as a welfare package to the wealthy, and they're just sitting on it. They're just sitting on this money in the banks waiting for all of this to get to a certain point.
Well, it's Ankett's turn.
I don't think it's nonsense. I truly think, David, I think that there's some truth. I think there's some truth in that. I think we need to trace the money and where it went. I'm looking at I am taking a look at some of this occasionally when I have time to learn where did this money go, because that just kind of irritates me a little bit that there was $4 trillion printed, and you know, we have no accountability for where it went. But I wanted to address real quick to Mark Lee. It was Oklahoma. The state of Oklahoma has already accepted Conway's petition for president. So, and so he is registered as independent, as I pulled up on it's on Wikipedia. So go fact check that.
Well, he says he's not running.
It is 100% your turn, but if I can just push in for 20 seconds for the sake of our viewers. I just want the viewers to know, Alexander and I, and Jim and I, will have some reasonably heated, what I would call debates from time to time. I have an incredible level of respect for both Alexander and Jim and the other panelists.
Likewise.
Please don't think that Alexander and I or Jim and I are arguing about anything. We are trying to express viewpoints where we don't agree. And that's exactly the reason why we keep talking. And it's not just talking here live on TV. We actually hassle each other during the week and have our debates during the week and all that sort of stuff. You know, Jim likes to wear his loud shirt, so I decided to wear an even louder one today.
Oh, my goodness, I've been one up.
right? So he's worn blue the last few times. I wore red this time. So please, viewers, don't think that that we are arguing up here. We are trying our best to have our debates, and I'm not giving in because I'm going to stick with that King's Gambit, and Sasha's going to tell me I'm an idiot, and that works perfectly. So so that's how we go. And Kid, over to you. I'll be quiet. I'll be
Basically, on IBM TV, we agree that we disagree with a lot of people, but still, we are still a family on IBM TV, and that's the best part of it. And when we respect all our views around the world, and that is what IBM TV is all about. But some of the points which I wanted to make based on our discussion is that earlier, I mean, there were very few companies who were bigger than the country, and now what happened is that the companies are bigger than most of the countries, and that's why the power is changing around. And we have to just make sure that how we are transforming in a much better way, because now people don't look for USA or for UK or things like that. They look for Facebook, Google's, Amazon, Alibaba, and all those stuff, because they have much more money than anything else. But to run a country, you need to balance the business as well as the governing council or the government. So the balances happen once we have a government and once we have a company. Now the point of taxes is that we talk about taxes and a lot of reforms and all those things around the world, but we never talk about who is accountable to spend correctly and how we are spending correctly. I mean, based on whatever collections we have through taxes, are we spending correctly? Because corruption is growing around the world. So if you have numbers of corruption around the world, it's bigger than any of the GDPs or any of the country's economy, because corruption is bigger and people are talking about themselves and not talking about countries and nationalism and things like that. So if we have some kind of a program or something where we make sure that if we spend smartly, I think we have enough money to spend it. But if we don't have that intention to spend smartly, we always talk about taxations and things and all those things, because no one talks about that. I mean, we have some kind of problem or we have to find a solution out of it. And that's why IMF and all those things, I mean, the point which Shakil mentioned, that a lot of companies or a lot of countries are donating IMF so that they can donate to the world and they can bring the humanity and they can bring the leveler. But because of a lot of things going around, it's not possible. But someone is still paying you. That's why we are getting the money. So it's just that we have to keep the balance right, and then we have to make sure that we transform in a much better way, where companies and country are two different entities. I think we have mixed up a lot of things, and that's created a lot of problems. That's what I believe.
Ankit,
That's a good point.
let me tell you something. We are talking a lot on this program about unity between people of different countries and different governments and different people and nationalities, and just name it. And that's all fine, except one thing. Why I'm so pessimistic on America? Because the country is so divided. Everything in United States so far, all capitalistic system, based on a system of trust. Without trust, no capitalistic system, economy, or anything, or politics, nothing can work at all. Right now in US, there is no trust anymore between people, between different groups of people, between different colors of people, between different economic well-beings people. It's just divided across the board everywhere. And there is don't look for simple solution out of it. There is no simple solution out of it. There is no trust. Without trust, you cannot build anything. You cannot repair bridges. You cannot do anything. That's what it is. So now I beg you, anybody, prove me wrong. Prove me what a fool I am. Please, you'll do a great service.
My hand went up first.
My point is that I just wanted to make one point, that we consume a lot of media around the world, and if you don't talk about media, everything is good, because media have their own agendas and they talk about this is going bad and this is going all those things, and it's all media stories. And we are living in the media world, and very few media are talking about positive and good things. Most of them want to talk about controversial things so that they get the TRP. So according to me, if we start talking, or maybe something sanctioned for media, I think we can have a solution out of it.
Well, you know what? Thanks to media, we had a run on all kinds of products. If we really want to start talking about economics today, and I was doing some homework, and I learned that there was a run. You know, the run on toilet paper caused the consumption rate of toilet paper to go up to what 845% since the beginning of COVID, and then it caused their factories to have to stop manufacturing any other paper good. No more minion napkins. No more paper towels. It's all designed to manufacture nothing but toilet paper. So that's going to change our economics. It sounds stupid, but just that little ripple in the water of what happened, that little effect, right?
Sasha, you created a firestorm at IBM TV.
Yeah,
You did the right thing.
Sasha, I have my answer for what you said. And
we need a
my answer
defender
is
from
that
the
we have
United States of America.
absolutely right. Yes, the voice of America. Kimberly's on the show now too. So, but I am one voice of America, and I believe 100% that what you're describing as the breakdown of trust in the United States is accurate. And I blame two people. I do not blame Donald Trump for this breakdown. I blame Newt Gingrich and
How
Robert
did you
Murdoch.
do that? That was pretty cool. Who did that?
Yeah. It's Robert Murdoch that has turned the media and divided us, and it's Newt Gingrich that broke our Congress.
There we go. It's all Newt Gingrich's fault because he's
That's
no
right.
longer there.
We need someone to blame. I'm blaming those
We
people.
need somebody to fall for this one.
Now,
But
I was next. I was next.
Okay.
So we have 3 Americans, 2 Indians, one who's many generations away from India, but one who is living in India, and we have a Russian living in Canada. And I'm going to repeat something that I said last week when I was on here, which is, you know, if you want to look for hope, it helps if we start to talk about the things that we stand for, the things that we all agree on. Let's start with that, because a lot of the things that we disagree with are relatively minor, actually. There's not normally another side to it, right? A lot of the things that people protest to, there isn't a counter side that's saying, oh, no, we want, you know, like healthcare in the United States. There's not really that many people out there saying we really want people who are sick to die, right? What they talk about is the economics of it. So there isn't really that much of an issue. But let me talk about unity in the United States, because there's this huge thing happening.
now notice we're going to be listening to unity from the United States from a person from India who lives in Sydney.
That's right. Well, I'm not
Continue, mate. It's okay. It's okay. We get along with Nate pretty well.
I'm 10 generations.
We don't care in America.
We don't care. We're Americans. We don't care. Go on, mate.
I am 10 generations away, and I'll remind you, Nick, you are going to be in so much trouble when you come to Australia, because I'm from Perth. I'm from Western Australia. I just happen to be in Sydney at the moment. So when you get to Western Australia, you know, you're going to be in. You're going to be in for it, mate. I'm letting you know.
You have good food, mate? If you got good food, I'll be happy. Good food.
But let me just say this. I want to talk about the disunity that's in the United States, because, you know, everyone's and everybody, oh, the Democrats are doing this, the Republicans are doing this, Black Lives Matter is doing that, the transgenders are doing this, gays are doing that. Oh my God, the whole world's just so divided. Everything's really terrible. Really? And I forget the gentleman's name, but the dean of the University of Illinois, I tried to bring this up with him
Jeff Brown
last week when I was there. So what was the name, Nick?
Jeff Brown.
Jeff Brown.
Professor.
So Professor Brown.
Yeah.
So, you know, I have traveled to your country a number of times. Your country is a beautiful country to look at. There's, you know, you've got beautiful scenery and all of that. But forget about the scenery. Let's just talk about the people. Okay. I've been to, I think it's 27, maybe 26 states. I've been to the East Coast, the West Coast. I've been through most of the southern states, and I've been through quite a few of the northern states. Some of the central states of America. I'm sorry, Kansas. I'm sorry, Tennessee. I haven't been there yet, but I promise you I will come. I haven't been quite through some of the center states of the US. But there's something that I found when I was there. And it was very interesting because when I first got to America, I was a little bit worried. I thought I better not really make any sort of political comments, especially coming from finance. The things I pay attention to are the economies of the world and the politics of the world, because those two affect each other. And so I was really kind of careful about what I said. And what I found all through the US was that I could sit down with people who didn't agree with each other and who didn't agree with me. I could actually have a sane and normal conversation. And at the end of that conversation, it was all A-OK. We just maybe didn't agree on a couple of things, right? But we weren't hating each other because we didn't agree on something. We just, just didn't agree on a couple of things. And this is the thing. The media isn't showing that. The United States isn't showing that. What you guys are not just showing, but the three Americans that are here today are talking about how disunited you are. Really? How disunited are you really? How disunited are you really? You might have some differences of opinion. And I bring up the King's Gambit because I'm trying to be funny, because my chess rating is nowhere near as good as Jim's, as Nick's, or as Sasha's. Right? It's nowhere near as good, and probably never will be anywhere near as good as that. Right? I bring it up because they know that as a high school player and as a chess club player, playing the King's Gambit is kind of fun, and I would have won a few games doing it. Right? So they know that I'm getting away with being cheeky, and it works, and when you're 15 years old, it works really, really well. If you're trying to be a bit more competitive, maybe not so much, right? That's me being cheeky. But when I come to America and I look at the country, there are some things like I don't get, like I don't understand. New York, for example, you go all the way out to the Statue of Liberty. Here's a statue that has been given to the United States by France to represent the liberty of your country, to represent how much stuff you can do, how much freedom you've got. And what do? They put a no smoking sign on it. Now, I'm not trying to suggest that people should start smoking, but the idea that you would put a sign on the Statue of Liberty telling you what you can't do sounds ridiculous to me.
Was the statue smoking or something?
Now, while I was out there,
your huddled masses and your poor, and now we'll put them in cages on the border.
Well, when I was out there, I found that very, very amusing. The Americans didn't, until I explained to them the irony, and they still didn't find it funny, but I thought it was hilarious. But the point is that Americans are generally pretty unified, actually. So, Jim, I'm going to address what you just said, right? Once upon a time, send us, your huddled masses and your poor, and now we put them in cages. What a terrible situation, right? Because it's not like the UK is sitting there doing the same thing, right? It's not like England is saying, "Oh, come on in, no problems, it's great, we'll just pay for it." It's not like Australia's doing the same thing. But even if you assume, right, that, hey, America's the only country in the world that has an issue with undocumented immigrants, let's call them that, right? I'm cognizant that you're from San Francisco, so let's call them undocumented immigrants. Let's say the United States is the only country that does that. Please tell me, in your whole life, Jim, whether it's in San Francisco or elsewhere, who exactly it is in the United States that is on the other side of your argument.
Well, Shaquille, Counselor, I object. I want some equal time here.
Okay. Let me just finish my question. Let me finish my question, and I'll give you equal time. Okay.
Let me finish my time again.
Let's say that you were to take the most hardcore, but we're not talking like a psycho Republican, but like a hard Republican, right? Are they these hard Republicans coming out of the southern states of the United States that are going, "Oh, really? There's a 4-year-old coming over from Mexico? You know what we should do? We should lock them in cages." That's not the argument that's been made by Republicans. That's not the argument that's been made by people that want to curtail immigration. That just simply isn't the argument. The point that people are trying to make is how to deal with the immigration issue properly. How to get there is the thing that people disagree on. So when you talk about the US being not united, I'm sorry, I don't agree. The US on most of its issues are united.
Is this still a question?
I don't think is where they agree.
Was that all still a question?
Well,
Yeah,
we're going to hear from the voice of America. By the way, Jim, since you use that term, I don't know if you read today that Trump has taken over the voice of America.
I know.
You know that. Okay, so you're the new voice of America.
In my heart. Thank you for reminding me.
You're the new voice of America.
Yes.
Well, I also want to point out something that, just one second, Jim, because I think this is very important. One thing that controls the voice of America is when something like this happens, and this just happened yesterday. If anyone is not aware of this, this was sent to me this morning as a warning. And that there was an attack on one of the federal judges. Her family, her son was killed, and her husband, who is a defense attorney, was shot and, in critical condition. So this takes away a lot of and controls a lot of what the honest and truthfulness, as Sasha was bringing up, in our society. Is when, this starts happening to people who are probably just trying to make things right in our country. And their voices are hushed or gagged just because they probably stood for something. So I just wanted to point this out, that this is how our freedom sometimes is taken away from us. I have no idea what organized crime would have done this to this woman and her son. But her son, who was just getting ready to go to college, had his life taken away from him over probably nothing.
Yeah, we're not sure what the motive is. They're still looking at that.
Still looking, but I'm just saying that's what puts a halt on the truthfulness and honesty in our country. That's Jim's term, because
we are going to have a special Wednesday about foreign students in the United States. But in the meantime, the voice of America, who's been shut out, the new voice of America, who's been shut out in San Francisco, needs to have his voice heard, because we have this First Amendment.
Thank you, Nick.
So we'll bring in the First Amendment and bring in Jim Meade, the new voice of America.
I'm waiting.
Okay. Well, the first thing I would address is that no one's for putting kids in cages, yet it is happening. That is the reality of the situation. And the other thing is, you could visit the United States and find all these lovely people anywhere in the states. No state's immune from lovely people. That's very true. And we used to be that way. I grew up in New England, and we were Yankees. So what I did my freshman year in college is go down to Nashville, because I wanted to get over my prejudices about Southern people being slow. And so I did this, and it was one of the best things I did for myself in my life. And there are great people in the United States, all across the United States. They can be lovely people, but as a country, we have lost our way. And we are now very much divided. And what we're talking about are people that are hating each other now because they represent this side or that side. And we've talked about this, Shaquille, in the past. There are extremes on both sides, and there are more and more people in the middle, close, either on the right or the left, but there are more of them in the middle. But the extremists are dominating. Their voices are louder. And so people are getting, that's the only choice I have, this crazy person or that crazy person. And, this is a tremendous tragedy that has affected our country, and it's been getting worse in my lifetime. In my lifetime, my father, as a math teacher, could afford a home, 2 cars, 4 kids. And it's not possible today. So
Not
all
so
of these
fast.
pressures,
Not so
all
fast.
of these pressures have been building.
Wait a
And
minute.
building. We're starting to break.
Wait a minute. You voice of America. You do not remember.
No, you're the host.
I can't hear everyone. I'm sorry, Nick.
Before you say anything, I
Shaquille,
just want to
please.
say
It's
the
Nick's
last
turn.
thing that
Shaquille,
Jim-
we've heard enough. Nick,
the last
go
thing
ahead.
that Jim said was totally plagiarized from me. I'll just say that. The
All
last
right.
thing he said, he plagiarized from me.
Okay, not so fast, Mr. Voice America. Notice he removed himself. Here's the thing. He doesn't remember the
Take a deep
Vietnam
breath,
War.
Jim.
What?
I told Jim to take a deep breath and
Oh,
then
take a deep breath. Well, he doesn't remember the Vietnam War. Okay, see, he's too young to remember the Vietnam War.
That is
I
crazy
remember the
talk.
Vietnam War. If you want to talk about divided America, remember the Vietnam War. He doesn't
I
remember.
remember the Vietnam War, Nick. I protested against it with a make love not war sign.
He's too young to remember the Vietnam
do
War or
not-
the riots in 1968.
all
I
right,
remember the
Jack
riots
disappeared
in
now. Come back,
1968.
Jack.
So the thing is, at that point in time, in 1968,
That's not true.
we were a divided America.
And we
Since
don't have to
then,
be divided next November.
we've been divided for a long time.
500 years. 500 to, you know.
Yeah,
how
but the
years-
thing is, okay, the thing is, we
Because we
always
do so.
somehow, and I'm not really sure how we do this, somehow get back together somehow.
So let me tell you,
Well,
the proudest moment was 9/11.
Do you need
9/11
a foreigner to say it again? You guys are not that divided. You're really not.
Can I jump in?
You're
Can I jump in?
Go ahead,
Because I
Mark.
would actually
Yes,
say
okay,
that we
yeah.
have been
He said he had
divided
to
for a
go
while. I want to come back to what Kim was saying. When
Yeah.
we get unified, it's actually when there is some sort of disaster or some sort of worldwide calamity that comes. I would agree. We were unified as a nation during 9/11. The attacks happened, whether that was the attacks on the World Trade Center, whether that was attacks on the Pentagon, whatever. We also were unified during Katrina, which was a natural disaster, which was that thing that happened down in New Orleans. We became unified in trying to help those folks. I would say that we were trying to be unified before this whole madness happened with what was going on in California with the fires and things of that nature. You were seeing people coming from all over the country and all over the world trying to address that and trying to like help those folks as they were fighting those forest fires. But let's be very real as well. We have been a divided country since the beginning. I mean, it's been a divided country since Jump Street. I mean, there's no doubt about that. We've been divided since we came onto this continent. I mean, if we want to be real honest, there was a whole group of folks. I've got some of their ancestry running through my blood that were here already, and they were already divided as well. There were a number of tribes here, but there were Native Americans here on this property before the English settlers came and before a lot of other folks came. So we've been divided, and we did a whole lot of treaties and other agreements where we were treating folks out of things. Now, to come back to Shaquille, I was listening to y'all offline, by the way, in case y'all couldn't tell. So I was actually hearing quite a bit of the conversation that was going on. Now, to Shaquille's point and everything, I do know that, yes, in the world, there's a lot of folks that you can have great conversations with and you can enjoy conversations with, and you can disagree with them. I mean, my dad is married to a Jewish American lady. They do not always agree on everything that is happening. Well, actually, they're just a long-time relationship. But as far as I'm concerned, they might as well be married. But they've had that long-time, 25 plus or so year relationship, but they don't always agree on everything. But coming back to Shaquille and even the native populations, you know, over there in Australia, y'all do have some Aborigines that also do not necessarily get the great treatment that they should get either. So, I mean, whether it's the Black lives here or some of the Native American population, that kind of thing of imperialism and things happening around the world it's a worldwide phenomenon. I mean, a lot of times folks are going to be conquested and things of that nature. And then the folks that are already there are going to be taken advantage of. And I think that's what happened in Australia. That's my opinion.
But that never happened in India, did it?
It's all about but it's happening on media actually. If you talk to the real people, the real citizens of any country, they don't have any problem. And there are problems happening around the world because there are a lot of crime. And I mean, some crimes can be taken shape of like racism and all those things, but I don't believe. And also when he said that divided states of America, if it's divided, then California would be a different country but till now. Because I think they have so much of GDP as compared to the rest of the world and a lot of countries. So it's not divided, just a mindset which media and other people have created, and they are putting up an agenda, and that's what it
Anke,
is.
you're making my point for me, because what has changed since Vietnam to now is technology. The media is much more powerful. Much more powerful.
So Jim, I'll tell you one more point. You talk about Vietnam War and all those things. You know, in India, we were not a part of Vietnam War, but we lost 10,000 soldiers. because we were supporting British Army and we lost 10,000 soldiers. And but if you talk about the history, no one talks about India because India was not directly a part. We were a British colony at that time. But then, so if you talk about history, my history is always different from your history because my upbringing is in India, and I talk about India, and then I'll talk about other countries. But every person have their own history, and that's what the views is all about, and that's why we are talking on IBM TV. We are respecting each other's views, and that's why we are sitting and talking and discussing all those things. But I don't see we are divided because it's more of the media gimmick. You see Trump because you have open Fox News and Twitter and all those things. If you stop watching all those news, you won't be able to see Trump.
That's what I tell people. If you just sit down and start solving the problems, you unify. My father used to tell us kids, I'm going to make you guys stop fighting by making you hate me. And, so you will
Simply, there is nothing you can do to make me hate you, my love.
That's true.
I think
Me either.
but the thing is we have to unify, right? We have these little sign language, Shaq.
Yeah.
So we have to unify in order to bring the world as one. And, that's always by love and respect and being able to talk these things out. But what if we started just saying, okay, let's start solving these problems. Let's don't talk about, oh, you're Trump and you're Biden and they're people. They're people. Not one of them are talking about problems. All they're doing is pointing fingers at each other. And that's all we have done in the past 5 years is instead of talking about the problems, instead of addressing them, if they don't even know how, they just start throwing insults. And that's not how in business, any of you know this, that's not how we solve problems. And our country has resorted to itself by throwing insults at each other and pointing fingers at each other instead of saying this is the problem. I mean, one of the most embarrassing moments for me as an American was when my president tweets to someone in New York that is asking for more PPE equipment and more resources and supplies to help with the death fatality rates. And instead of my president tweets, I've given you this, I've given you that, and, in front of the public, in front of the world, I've given you this, I've given you that. What more do you want from me? Flowers? Instead, that president should have been smart enough. I mean, he should be military capable, business capable to know what's in every closet in every hospital in this country. There should be an audit report immediately, just like you do in the military. And then you go resources. They're not using it and consuming it here. I can use it here right now. Then we'll order more. That and not one Twitter to the public should have happened. What should have happened was that president should have picked up the phone and said, let's take care of this. Instead, he had to publicly humiliate somebody to build up his political party. And that's what has to end. That's what embarrasses me.
But this is supposed to be Business Monday. Why are we discussing politics?
Discussing business money, but this has a business acumen to it as well. And my question is this: we seem to get too caught up in the flashpoints of issues, meaning that there's a lot of times that things happen that are very much flashpoint issues, and that means that you can't really have a middle of the ground. I heard Jim earlier talking about like that we're very much of a middle of the road society, and I would agree with him on that. But then a lot of the politicians, a lot of the people, even our business leaders, they will bring up things like abortion. They'll bring up things like gay rights. They'll bring up things like these kind of issues that a lot of folks have a hard time dealing with because they feel that they have to be on either one side or the other, and there's no middle ground on those issues as far as they're concerned. I agree that we need to have a better attitude about this, and we need to have a more unified attitude across the board. I mean, I don't care what somebody does. I'm going to be perfectly blatant about it in the back of their bedroom or in their living room or anything of that nature. That's on them. And it's what they do. And as long as they're not hurting me in the process or not hurting certain societal norms, I mean, I'm not going to if they're doing some stuff with some animals or they're doing stuff with our young kids, I got issues with that. But other than that, what you do in your room is on you. And that's on you. That's just my attitude about it. I have my preferences. They have their preferences. But like I said, I don't think that I need to be trying to dictate my morals to them. And that's where I think as a society, we get too caught up in is we're trying to throw our morals around the world. And I don't think that that's something that we need to be doing. I mean, I have great respect for many of the nation's religions out there, and not just the Christianity, but also I have Muslim brothers, I have some Hindu brothers and sisters, I have some brothers and sisters that actually are Druids, and some that don't even believe at all. So like I said, I think that we just need to get away from these kind of divisive kind of conversations, and I think that that's where a lot of society gets in trouble.
Now, Mark, if you're not sleeping with me or my wife, it's none of my business.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Jim?
I said, if you're not sleeping with me or my wife, it's none of my business. I don't care.
Exactly.
Well, I would hope if I was sleeping with you, Jim, that somebody would know, and I'd hope that would be your business. But in any case, let me just say, and Nick, I'm gonna have my little cheeky crack at you in just a moment, because you are the host and you deserve to be the one that we pick on. But
wait. We have a new host. Kim is taking over, so she's the host for another hour.
Then all bets are off.
That's
That's
because I know
I
that Kim will not kick me out, so that's fine. That's perfect. I just want to address a couple of things. Jim, you said because of technology we're more unified. I don't think we are.
I didn't say that. Just for a point of clarification, I did not say that.
I may have missaid. What I will say, what I was going to say anyway, though. I think because of technology now, there's more of this idea that if you say something that's wrong, or you say something that somebody else doesn't like, they're going to flame you on social media, et cetera, et cetera. I want to address something, and if you don't mind, and Kate, and I'm sorry, but we are by the same blood, so I'm just going to address this to you. I'm 9-10 generations away from India. Okay, I am not able to trace my family line much past one generation into India. Okay, I can't do it because those records didn't exist. Okay, it wouldn't have been that long ago that Ankit and I, if we were to walk down the same street or the same village, people would be unhappy with either Ankit or with me, because we come from a different caste, or because we come from a different religion, or because our skin colors are slightly different, or whatever the case may be. That has been Indian history for a long time. Now, India is a country that is trying her best, I believe, to drag herself out of what has happened to her over the last 300, 400, 500 years. I said last week, I'm Australian because I was born in Australia, but I'm also British. Now, I didn't have anything to do with me becoming British. One of my Indian ancestors jumped on a ship and went to England. I don't think they did that willingly, right? Yeah. But there are just certain things that have occurred throughout Indian history. For India, for Pakistan, for the countries around those areas to be able to solve its issues, it needs to have something like the United States has got, the First Amendment, and have that respected. It needs for us to be able to sit down and have a conversation and actually not agree on some things. Yeah. In Western culture, Gandhi is very well respected. He is thought of as being an amazing person, but you would know, being in India, that there are many Indians that don't think that what he did was very good. Yeah. There's a lot of Indians that will say some negative things about him. True. But if you are in fear that you are going to die, you are going to lose your family, you are going to lose your life, you're going to be very reluctant to say something. And this, I believe, is what the biggest problem is in the United States. And it's actually not what our other guests, who I hope are still here, it's not actually what they say. That's really the problem. Because they sit there and they say, I'm embarrassed, like Kimberly said, I'm embarrassed because our president said a particular thing, and I assume you're talking about Governor Cuomo, right? you know what?
He did it to a lot of people. It wasn't just Como. He did it to a lot of people.
If you're sitting in, in Thailand or in the Philippines or whatever, nobody cares really, actually, what your country's president said to what one of your state's mayors or governors said. They don't care about that. What they care about is the things that are going to unify us, as I keep saying. The big thing that's happened today, and it's happened in most of the world, not everywhere, but most of the world, is I can fly over to India, COVID notwithstanding. I can fly over to India today. I can go to a restaurant with Ankit, and nobody is going to say a thing.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to look at me differently. They might try and speak Hindi or Urdu to me and be surprised because I can't speak the language.
Well, not
But that's
if you
why
wear
it's
that
gonna be
shirt.
clear,
If
right?
you're wearing that shirt, they'll say something.
Oh no, I'll fight for clothing. Don't worry about
Wait a
that.
minute, Shaquille. You said that nobody cares.
They're not going to attack me or attack him because we're of different castes or different religions, or even if on 95% of the issues that Ankit and I talk about, we disagree.
Yeah.
We're not going to be attacked for that. The thing about the United States is you're not attacked for that there either, except for in the media, except for around universities and colleges. There, people are supposed to, just be very quiet and just kind of, be very feeble. And that's the problem to me, because I think that it's a real problem, and someone like myself, who am not an American and may never be an American citizen or green card holder, when I talk more fondly about America than you guys do, that I think is a problem. And I'm going to say one last thing. I know I've exceeded my time, but I promised everybody that I would have a go at Nick. So, Nick, you're the host. You said last week something that concerns me greatly. You said last week that you wrote a book or you wrote an essay or something that was disparaging to the legal profession. And you have to be very careful about that.
Right.
Because to be admitted to the bar,
Right.
You can't.
you cannot really criticize
The legal profession. Right. That makes sense. Right.
Okay. And I said to you, well, if I was an American, I would think that that should be constitutionally challenged.
Yeah.
But let's just leave that aside for a question. I want to ask you a more fundamental and more sort of, idealistic question. So let's say, pretend for a moment I'm an American, which isn't hard because, I'll pretend I don't like the country, and that way you know that I'm American.
You fit right in.
I absolutely despise the place.
Right.
It's an awful, terrible, horrible country, right?
Yeah.
So I say that
Wrong.
he was going to be the first person to sign the petition, right? So I've become an American today, and I hear my rights. Right, I hear there's a Constitution, there's a Bill of Rights. You have the 18th Amendment, which is so bad that they had the 21st one to repeal it. Fantastic stuff, really great, interesting reading, right? And you read that, and you read the Declaration of Independence, and you think, all right, here I am, I'm in America, I've got rights, this is fantastic. And I also know that I'm so well protected. If I've got no money, a lawyer will be appointed to me, and that person is going to protect my rights. They're going to do everything they can. Everything's going to be awesome. My constitutional rights are going to be absolutely protected because that's the Constitution, and that's the country, and that's why I fought so hard to become an American. Now, I also have this other person who's, 18, 19, 20, however over there. And you go through college. And normally when people come through college and they've just finished their degree, they have the stars in their eyes. They're very idealistic. And one of the things that they're going to be the most idealistic about, you would assume, would be the thing that they've studied for the last 4 years or 3 years or 5 years or however long it takes to get a law degree over there. And I would ask you, Nick, this question. If just after having studied law, studied the Constitution, reading all those Supreme Court things that have happened in the past, reading all of this stuff, you were told that in order to be admitted to the bar, oh, I'm going to be in trouble now. Holmes is the chairman. I'm only the president. I'm going to be in so much trouble now that Holmes is right.
Oh, you're already in trouble.
Holmes, if you don't mind,
go on, counselor.
I'm just attacking the host, Holmes. Just bear with me for a moment. Okay. Right. Here you are, right? You've studied all this. You are, you have this ideology, okay, and you're going out there. I'm going to prosecute people to the strongest extent of the law, or I'm going to defend people to the maximum of the law because that's the only way that we have a system of checks and balances to make sure the legal system works properly. And then you stand up in front of the court and you take the bar and you promise to take the bar, and in so doing, you promise that you will never say a disparaging thing about the legal profession. And should you dare to, you know that you will be disbarred. My question to you is, as somebody who's not an American, and clearly because I tell you guys how much I love you, I never will be, if I ever were to be an American, how could I rely on your profession to protect my rights and my constitutional rights if you're not even prepared as a young lawyer standing in front of the bar to stand up, not for the Third Amendment, not for the Fourth, not for the Second, not even for the Eighth against cruel and unusual punishment, but the very first right, the very first amendment given to you, the right to free speech.
It costs
if you're not prepared to fight for that for yourself, how could I trust you to fight for me?
Well, here's how I'm going to answer your question, Shaquille. And that was a long question because people ask me questions all the time. As a matter of fact, the last person asked me a question said, well, I've got a couple questions. I'm like Shaquille, and they want to know, what do I charge? And I said,
no, I'm not paying. Send it to Anki.
I know. And listen,
he'll pay.
Listen, I told them I charge $500 for 2 questions. Then they came back and they said, that's very expensive, isn't it? And I said, yes. And what's your second question? Okay. So the thing is,
I have one thing to say, Nick.
The nature of the beast here, but we got to just go to a little break to do an introductions. Kim Calhoun from Raleigh, Durham with IBM TV is here for those who've just joined us, and Kit Kenlaw from New Delhi, who's a director at IBM TV. We have Mark Lee, who actually runs the radio show with Mark, starting at 2 o'clock today at IBM TV. And you listen to Mr. Mark on IBM TV. Jim Eade, who runs the Eade Foundation and the Socialistic Republic of Silicon Valley, has joined us. Shaquille Latner from Perth, Australia, but right now is exiled. Notice the word exiled in Sydney, Australia. We have our representative from China, Vivian Lee, who's right now trapped in she's from Shandu, which I learned where Shandu is. She's right now trapped in Los Angeles, and she'll represent the whole country of China at this point in time. Alexander Starr from Russia and Canada. He represents the 2 of the largest, by way of landmass, countries in the world. And our sponsor, Lynn Shepard at the Dollar Store, have all joined us. Wait, we have another one, Holmes Stoner, who's the chairman of the American International Chamber of Commerce out of Los Angeles. Just like Jim, they're both from the state of California, and no, they do not get along. He's from Northern California. Holmes is from Southern California, and it is a nation divided, even in California. So it is what it is here.
And Kimberly, can I just say, I have so much respect for Nick. Do you see how he did those introductions again so he could buy time to think of an answer to my very compelling question.
He's one of the brilliant attorneys I've ever worked with.
I gotta get something in here.
You note that, you know.
I've been on deck for a long time. I got to say something because Shaquille, your English is so much better than mine, but my American is better than yours. And we can't confuse liberty with license. You have liberties, but you do not have license. You do not have license to blow smoke in my face.
Oh, listen to this guy. Okay, but we,
Actually, Jim, do I not? Under what law?
yeah, you blow smoke in my
If they
face.
say no smoking, that means there are consequences if you smoke. And if they say no shooting your neighbor, there are consequences if you do.
Yeah, but that's not what you
have the
said.
liberty.
Okay, they've heard the lunatics, and I hear they're coming after us right now.
Smoking your face, and I'd like to know why. I found this quite fascinating when I was at Venice Beach last time. That I couldn't smoke. It was $1,000 fine. I have given up since then. But it's $1,000 fine for smoking, right, in California. Wow. Given some of the things that you actually allow over there.
I don't think that is $1,000 fine for smoking. I know people who do smoke.
Hey, Shaquille, it sounds to me like you have a lot of legal problems. When you do so, come over here, give me a call. We'll help you out. In the meantime, Vivian.
You won't let me back in.
We won't let you back in.
I go through immigration and say, look, I've got a legal problem. I'm going to come into the United States. I've got no chance.
Yeah.
No, listen.
Hey, you
listen,
want us in, we'll let
Shaquille,
you
seriously, if you want to get into the United States, let me know. There are ways we can handle that stuff too. You just have to know all the little loopholes. In the meantime, Vivian, do we have a special?
Well, before you do that, have him go to Toronto because look, Sasha can smoke. Look at Sasha.
It's $1,000 fine.
Nick knows how to get. Nick would know how to get you into the country. And if you have legal problems, all it costs is money to fix.
Holmes could get you in.
Any problem. Nick fights at the Supreme Court level.
I don't know why we're talking about my alleged immigration problems. I haven't had one yet. Okay? I
haven't had one yet.
I know that I'm very, very south of your border, but I haven't had a problem with immigration yet. Nick, please stop trying to find time to answer this question. I think my question is a compelling one. If you and your law students and people who have just graduated law school will not stand up for their First Amendment rights while they're taking the bar exam, when they've just finished studying law and they are the most, ideological about the law.
Okay.
How could I or any other American, or an alien of your country, expect a lawyer to proceed?
Before you answer that question, I know we got to get to Vivian, but but part of the problem, Shaquille, is that the whole legal system is jacked up, and that is part of the division that does exist in the United States, because a lot of our African Americans and others are definitely imprisoned at a greater amount than others are in society, and that's because of the way the legal system is situated right now. So we got to fix that before we can get to your answer for next question.
Okay, but here's the rational decidendi.
I'm trying to wind Nick up over here. So
you did. Okay, the rational decidendi. Counselor, the rational decidendi for the rule is this. Okay, so you know the reason behind the rule of lawyers not allowed to say disparaging marks about the legal system. Okay, the reason behind the rule is if the lawyers did that, because when you go to court, you go to controversy all the time. Somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose. The judge is going to make a decision. Well, that means half the time, unless you settle the case, somebody's not going to like the outcome of the case. They don't want 1,600,000 attorneys complaining about the legal system because, and it says in even the ethical rules, what it does, it brings down the, the image of the legal system that we are, as officers of the court, bound to portray to the general public. So hence, it actually makes sense. The attorney that got into trouble was actually a probate attorney. She was complaining about the probate system in Chicago and that it was being, governed by con men, artisans and thieves you wouldn't believe would go on there and all that other stuff. And she was pointing out all the bad things that happened. The first thing that happened, the Illinois bar censored her and noticed her for disbarment because of that particular rule. And so you just have to understand the reason behind the rule. They don't want the people inside the system to, how you say, expose the system, and then we make a whole television show about the system. So the thing is, what they do is they have a simple solution. You can keep your freedom of speech, but you're not going to be a member of the bar association, and they disbar you. I mean, it's just, and if you look at it from their standpoint, it actually makes sense.
Nick, it does not make any sense at all. It's a disgraceful answer, in my personal opinion. But out of respect for Vivian, and if we have time,
okay.
But out of respect for Vivian and Lynn, I won't respond now. But if you will give me a chance at some point, I would love to respond to that, because I do understand what you've said. And
okay, let's go to Vivian.
Exactly
well, before we do that, I would like to suggest that maybe we create a talk show about this on Wednesday. And
well, actually, we might have, because Wednesday we are discussing legal issues this Wednesday from 10 to 12, and I believe we're going to have an attorney who's a professor at law at Washburn University going to be joining us, who teaches this stuff, and he may be able to do that. Now, Vivian.
Well, we also have an attorney from Italy.
Yeah, 25 seconds.
So, lawyer.
Let's see, there is a court case, and one side lost and one side won, right? And one side will be unhappy and another side. It's not the case at all. Both lawyers will win on the one side and on the other side. It's a client law.
But Sasha,
it's like my favorite cartoon where two women are sitting there talking, and she goes, "My attorney got his house. My attorney got his Jag."
Okay, I don't see what the arguments are, Counselor. But Vivian, what
Nick is saying is, if you and I have a disagreement, let's pretend for a moment that I am as good as you are, or you are as bad as I am at chess, right? And we have a disagreement about the best way to play a game, right? You and I can both play the game. You and I can both advocate for why our strategy is the best. But if you get it wrong, you can never play chess ever again. Ever. Right? That's true. Or you can play chess again, because we can't stop you from doing that, right? But you can never play tournament chess again. That would be
a question to Vivian. May I ask Vivian a question? Vivian, could you tell me, please, what's the best time during the day to smoke cigar, before or after the dinner?
Well, it depends on what she is.
For me.
For her, yes.
For me.
For
Sasha,
what would you tell him?
Well, I don't smoke, so I think it's better not to smoke for all the time. Better for health.
Vivian, what city? I'm trying to get to this. What city are we going to look at this week in China? What city are we looking at this week?
I've already told I have an exam this Wednesday morning, so I may not be able to, do a show this Wednesday, but I'll continue to do a show next Wednesday.
Sorry
about that.
So may I ask a question? What I'd like to do is replay one of your videos, seeing how it was so beautiful. And last week we were struggling a little bit. So if we could just take your video and, Nick and Ankit and I, we will play it and do talking points for you, seeing how it struggled to play, if that's okay with you, Vivian.
You mean this week?
Yeah, if you're unable to do it this week, if we could play back one of your old videos. So we'll just play back your video from last week, which was where?
Oh, okay, sure. I mean, I'll prepare some YouTube videos for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or no. You just prepare it.
No, we're just going to rerun. We'll rerun.
Run it.
We'll rerun one of your old videos for
so we'll just rerun your video. If you could do that, we'll rerun the video. Because you remember it had a little bit of problems when it was playing because of bandwidth. Mm-hmm. So if we could just if you just put it together, we'll play it back again.
Yeah.
And what city was that?
Well, we got to get Lynn and Holmes into this somehow too.
Okay.
Yeah,
We got
that's true.
a lot of work here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll work with Vivian on that.
So Holmes lived
PowerPoint.
in China for a long time, and so if you ever need someone to help you get some information, please feel free to. I'm sure Holmes wouldn't mind if you contacted him. And Vivian, I love your videos. So if you're unable to be here this week, we'll definitely play last week's video because it was beautiful.
You did a
Yeah, that
great
was a
job.
great video. It definitely made me hungry last week, and I'm
Yes,
sure that
yes.
it'll make me hungry again this week because it was just an amazing video and things along those lines. And I see we got our two folks in here, and I'm gonna play referee a little bit if Kim doesn't mind. So Holmes, what's going on over there? And then I want to get Lynn in as well, but we haven't heard from Holmes, and I know that he's in another part of California. So Holmes, what's happening in your part of California? Since I'm gonna play referee over here for a little bit of a second.
We're having issues with the coronavirus here.
Yes.
It's not just growing; it's exploding, and we're very, very close to being in a total lockdown within hours.
Oh wow!
Wow, you think that that's going to be like pushing you back to phase one, so it'll be like a total lockdown again? Because I know that at one point California was definitely, as the rest of the nation, going in various forms of lockdown, but it sounds like y'all might be going back to the more extreme form.
We'll be in extreme by tomorrow.
Wow!
I'm so sorry to hear that.
I'm so sorry. What has caused it? This is like a wildfire, right? If you think about a wildfire and the embers don't get put out, and this is what I tell everybody from the very beginning, in order to control something like this, you need to get it to a ground zero point, flatline it, get it to a ground zero, and then allow yourself to build and control each community. And I think this is what Japan has been doing from the beginning, is controlling each community.
It would be helpful if people would listen, but they don't.
So you're getting a lot of folks in your area of California that are not wearing masks, that are not doing the social distancing and not doing stuff like that. And I know I'm even seeing that here in North Carolina as well. And I'm seeing it, watching it on the news around other parts of the country. So it sounds to me like folks are being given concrete directions, but they don't want to follow the directions.
We're invading their freedom to for individuality and their personal freedom. We have anti-mask groups going up and down the beach. It's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
It's freedom. I don't call it freedom. It's dumb. Freedom.
It is dumb. Dr. Toole has said it correctly last week. And I loved what he said. People are concerned about their own freedom, but they haven't thought that they have an obligation and duty to other people. And so all they do is live for themselves and not remember that to the rest of society, they have an obligation and a duty. So Holmes, you need to move back to Waynesboro and then you'll be fine.
They're just taking the lead from the leadership. That's pretty much where this is at. This is.
The thing I gotta, when I listen to these people talk about freedom, to me, we've lost a lot of freedom by not being able to work because they won't bend whatever it is they have. But when I look at countries like China, Iceland, all these people who still get to go to work every day, go to school every day, and all they did was chose to wear a mask, use sanitizer, and distance. And to me, that was a small price for freedom to be able to work and to know that your job is essential to the economy and that your life is essential. But we are so dumb in this whole analysis of, I'm not free if I don't wear a mask. Well, quite honestly, you're not free because you choose not to.
On August 10th, we're going to be doing a special on leadership. For those who've just joined us, with a professor at Harvard University is going to be leading the leadership discussion on August 10th, which I believe is a Monday, on IBM TV. So for those who want to join us. So we'll have a whole discussion on leadership. Harvard Business Review came out with an article, How to Lead in a Time of Crisis. It would be good if somebody who knew how to read would read it. Or if you can't read it to him, why don't you read it on television so he can watch it? It may actually help our country out at some point in time, because I think somebody has some reading.
If we need an audio recording of it.
Yeah, How to Lead in a Time of
Beautiful
Crisis.
voice.
Right.
And also Mark has this guy that works with him named Dean that has
Listen to it.
fabulous voice.
Right,
Oh
but
my God,
that's a
Dean.
special. This
He sounds
Wednesday.
like Darth Vader. I
this
love Dean's voice.
This Wednesday on IBM TV, we're going to be doing a special. We'll have attorneys from Washburn University Law School. We'll have the former dean of the University of Southern Illinois Business School be on this Wednesday to discuss the foreign students and the deportation order, which has been revoked, by the way. I don't know if Vivian knows about this, but what they were going to do if you had to take all your classes online, they're going to say, you got to go back. And our university professors got together and basically sued the INS. They withdrew that, and we have a meeting this Wednesday. Actually, it's going to be a show this Wednesday on IBM TV dealing with this particular order. We have deans of, I believe, the University of Illinois Business School will be there, the former dean of the University of Southern Illinois. We'll try to get the former dean from Yale and the current professor to join us, but we have a whole group this Wednesday.
So, Nick, did they totally revoke that? Because I heard that they had said that you had to have at least one course that was online, one course in person. So they did get rid of that rule.
Okay, you can take all online courses, but here's what the discussion's going to be about, Mark. Okay, the discussion will involve this. If you understand how the rule was actually promulgated, it was what they call an administrative order. All right, an administrative order is this bureaucrat who has there's what they call legislative regs and administrative regs out there. The administrative regs are written that says we defer the decision making to our administrative agency, such as the INS. So the INS is just basically writes the law. I'm not kidding. This happens in tax law, it happens in immigration law. So what happens is some administrator goes, well, this is really what happened, that way I understand, but we're going to have a whole panel on this. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to suspend the rule and allow the foreign students to stay here during the COVID-19, even though they only take online courses. Okay, so then what happens is all the universities gear up, you only have to take online courses. Then they changed it, this is what happens, and say, no, we've changed our mind. We're going to deport you now. Okay, see, that's the problem. Okay, and the problem, and this exists in a lot of laws that a lot of people don't understand, Mark, is they're not being administered except by either executive fiat, which we've been introduced to. Okay, you know what they call executive orders, but also administrative regulations that sometimes there's no comment period, no notice period. And then, of course, Harvard led the suit. The school I teach at Northeastern joined in, so did MIT. And with 200, 200 universities, basically they revoked it. Okay, but here's the problem. Do you know that tomorrow all they have to do is change the rule back again? You see what I mean? This is the problem, and you've seen that also in your community. The legal systems have some issues, as you well know. Okay, and we have Weed Wednesday pointing them out, where some people are put away for life for smoking marijuana. I mean, it's ridiculous.
For nonviolent crimes.
For nonviolent crimes. I mean, you see this happens a lot in the law. Now, see, my thinking is that, well, you need more lawyers to understand the legal profession, or what you need to do is actually train people about the legal profession.
Well,
we have 1.6 million lawyers.
Up about COVID and the nonviolent prisoners. They're letting prisoners out of prison that have committed violent crimes because of COVID. They're letting these prisoners out by the tens of thousands.
Yeah, well, it's just like the difference between a protest and a riot. Protest is legal, riot's illegal. I mean, you know, and you got to explain to people like the difference. But again, the thing is, and you probably see that a lot. I call it, there's some how you say, loopholes, but there's also negative loopholes in the legal system. In other words, there's some bad systems that are set up that do need to be changed. And to change a system, you have to first understand the system. And that's one reason IBM TV exists, is to bring this type of education to people if they're interested. Because when I say if they're interested, hey, Mark, I see a lot of people, they're not interested. They'd rather see what's on tonight on, I don't know, The Bachelor. You see what I mean? In other words, The Bachelor's on tonight, where I can learn about the legal system in the United States. Click.
I watch Law and Order. That's how I learn.
Law and Order.
There's nothing wrong with Law and Order. I watch Law and Order too. It's actually a good show.
Actually, some of those are actually written.
Special Victims Unit.
I can tell some of them are
written on The Bachelor. Is there anyone here who's voting for that?
The Bachelor.
Okay, so that was a unanimous decision, Nick.
I don't even watch it. I have a hard time naming the popular or the television programs on there because I don't even watch them. There's one, I think, coming on called The Contest. 60 Minutes, which is big here in the United States, had a whole expose and it was complete reruns. How much did they talk about COVID-19? Zero. How much did they talk about the economy? Zero.
Nick, I have a very important question for you about Wednesday.
Yes.
So, if I show up with the brightest minds of the legal system in a country that I am not a citizen of and have never lived in, and I ask the same sorts of challenging questions just to get onto their skin that
I'm
I've
on a
asked.
TV show right now. I'll call you back.
Right. Can you promise me that you won't let Holmes come to it? Because Holmes is the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. I'm the president. He's a chairman. So he is going to really have a go at me later and tell me off. So can I come Wednesday and be really annoying, but let's go home?
Okay, listen. I'll answer the question.
Watches from
listen, on IBM TV, as you well know, we cannot deport you. But if you show up and you're very obnoxious, as you well know, I can remove you. So I don't really care. So if you show up, that's fine. You don't show up, that's fine.
I will wait to see you make
Hey, he's back. He's back again. That's a great thing.
Because she wouldn't remove me because she loves me.
That's
so
right.
much.
Nick will do it.
Do that.
That's Nick's job to remove
so the thing
you.
is, but
Nick's job to remove you. He does a masterful job of it. I see we got Lynn on here, and Lynn has definitely got that dollar store, so I think we need to give it him. But I did have one very quick question and everything, which is I think that it comes back to what Kim was saying. I think that we definitely need to get some of the things that are going on in our society to even be COVID prepared. I heard y'all earlier talking about the housing market and how it's growing and all of that. And I think that's wonderful, but I'm wondering who's actually moving into these apartments and houses that are being built, because we're building a lot, but a lot of them I'm seeing are empty, and they're staying empty, or they're staying at half capacity, less capacity. And are they COVID prepared? Because like I said, I think that they all need hand sanitizers in these new buildings and things of that nature so that they can actually be prepared as we fight this COVID crisis and this pandemic that we're in the middle of. So there are ways that even these new buildings can get going. But I want to get to Lynn, because Lynn is my man, and Lynn is definitely doing some great things with the dollar store. He knows that I bought some products. I need to go in there and order some new products because I pretty much ran out of my cookies and ran out of some other things that I love getting. I've got my Minion napkins floating around here somewhere, and of course I've got some of my other things that I've got already still in place. Still got my clipboard, still got a couple of other things, but it is about time for me to make my, I believe it'll be the third order, or maybe it's the fourth, but I'm pretty sure it's the third order. So I need to get in there and get some orders. So Lynn, what we got going on? Because Lynn is the man, and I love this dollar store.
Well, thanks very much, Mark. Thanks for the introduction. As everybody knows here, including Shaq, by the way, who has friends in the United States, so Shaq can go ahead and become a customer and then send gift tokens to his friends here in the United States to use, or he can just order stuff for his friends. But anyway, my family is the owner of an online dollar store called the Family Dollar Store. And normally the banner will pop up right now, but it hasn't. Anyway, people can go on to the IBM.TV website You can click on the big round green button. If you happen to be colorblind, and over 12% of males are, it's round, so you don't have to worry about the color. You can click on and become a customer. You don't have to buy anything, but you're immediately going to get a $5 gift token, $5 of gift tokens. Anybody who gets on between now and the end of the month of July, so you better hurry up because there are 11 days to go, will get an additional $5 worth of gift tokens sent to them. And for the month, there it is. There's the banner. Thanks very much, Ann, Kimberly, or Nick, whomever did it. And then for the next, through the month of August, we're giving all of our profit, 100% of our profit, to Money Masters PBS. Now, for people who don't know, Money Masters PBS owns IBM TV, and they have a mission. Their mission, they're a not-for-profit that has a mission of basically eliminating the gap or reducing the gap between poverty and financial sustainability by providing financial education and financial fitness. And a lot of that happens on shows like this, where when we get very serious, instead of some of the fun that we do have on here, but maybe sometimes people learn because of the fun as well. But so here's an example of how people can get financial fitness. By shopping on the dollar store, you get a lot of products that are a lot cheaper than they are in the store. We have one which is a line reducer. None of the men here who are here, Vivian will want this when she gets a little older. She'll want to get rid of the lines on her face. Kimberly already has done that. But we have a line reducer that costs $67 at Amazon plus $4 of shipping, and we have it on for $4.99. So that's just an example. Kimberly also likes to talk about the face masks that she uses also to help her face, which is why she has such a great looking face. I'm sure she uses them all the time. We have them for a couple of bucks, and she goes and gets them at an over-the-counter price of somewhere between $20 and $25. We have 4,300 items on the list. One of my favorites happens to be, we have face masks. Okay, they are surgical face masks. I should normally wear them because I don't like people to get viruses on the computer. So if I wear my face mask, hopefully it'll keep people from getting computer viruses. But if that doesn't work, we'll figure out another way. And we were talking before, because Holmes mentioned it, about all the people who are anti-face masks walking up and down the beach. And Holmes, I would have to tell you that there is no cure for stupidity, and I'm sure you agree with that one. But in any event, and Jim will do the math for me because he's the great mathematician. We have boxes of 50 face masks. Okay, he's got his phone out now. 50 face masks for $25. And if you use your $5 worth of gift tokens, it's only going to cost you $20. So while Jim is figuring out what the cost is per mask, I'm going to keep going, because we also have things like these CBD patches, okay? And CBD patches are very, very important, especially to chess players, because with moving the chess pieces around the board, you can get tendonitis, okay? And so we don't want you to get tendonitis from playing chess because the chess pieces are so heavy. So anyway, when Jim plays Sasha, he always puts one on his head first because he knows there's going to be pain when he plays Sasha. So we have these. Kimberly's favorite, and I'm now a member of the club, are the Minion napkins. So we can all hold up our Minion napkins, which are really great. And Mark, I know, he corrected me yesterday. I thought Mark had gotten through 4,123 items, but he told me it was only 4,119. So he still has has 181 to go before he gets to the end. My guess is he's going to find out whether or not we have a hammock, because it's something that he wants.
I want that hammock. Do you have the hammock? Oh, I got another question for you, real quick.
Go
Lynn.
ahead. Go ahead.
I need to know, because he was flashing it earlier today, and he's a very valuable customer. Jim's buying products to deal with him. I need to know, in that list, do we have cigars? We need a cigar for Sasha. So Sasha, we need some cigars for Sasha in our dollar store, because he had his cigar earlier. So we need the cigar in the dollar store.
Well, here's what I think. Well, I think we don't have Cuban cigars because Sasha lives in Toronto, so he can get good Cuban cigars, but unfortunately they're illegal here in the States. Yeah. So we don't. So if we have cigars, I'm going to tell you, Sasha's not going to care because we don't have Cuban cigars. And as Sasha knows, while we could deliver to Canada, we do know that Border Patrol, because I know this. My daughter lives close to Sasha in Toronto. Unfortunately, when we try and ship stuff there, basically we can't get it there because of Border Patrol. But I will say this to Shaq, because I think this is interesting, and he needs to hear this. You need to get a hold of Ankit, and you need to get the button that you can push to get rid of Nick, just the way he got rid of you, so that if you don't like what Nick is saying, you can push the button and get rid of Nick. Okay.
They'll never give me the button.
Lynn, I will pay you very, very handsomely if you can do something for me.
Okay.
Nick actually didn't get rid of me. Sasha's cigar, exploitation over there made me have a cigarette, which I haven't had for months. But no, I have a request for you, Lynn.
Go ahead.
And I will pay you and your family well more than $1 for this.
Okay.
So I privately, during the week, I privately had a conversation with Jim and with Sasha, and I told them a great story about how the British Navy were in Fiji, and an admiral happened to be quite fond of my 4-year-old, 5-year-old uncle, and taught him how to play chess. So my uncle is an amazing chess player, and none of us have ever beaten him. And I thought his rating was somewhere around the 22 to 2300 mark. Turns out that his rating, I've asked him since, was 2150 to 2200.
He's a solid player.
And when I told him that I had organized a chess game with the guy that wrote Chess for Dummies, he said, "Oh, thanks a lot, Jack. That's really brilliant. Thanks, mate. That's really awesome of you. Yeah, thanks a lot." But that game will happen. But what I really want you to develop for me, and I'm prepared to pay well more than $1 for it, is something that will do two things. One, make Jim and Sasha kind of forget like proper chess moves. That's one, right? So that I can beat them both. And two, make them so bad at chess that what I did when I was 15 playing the King's Gambit will work on them. Now, if you can do that, I will pay you very, very handsomely.
I got
a wager here. So let's do this. Why don't we all go on Chess Stars this weekend and play Guess the Next Move and see who wins?
There you go.
There you go.
Why don't we do this?
The gauntlet has been thrown.
Sasha, can you organize?
Yes, we will organize. I'm not sure about this Saturday, but in a week or 2 weeks for sure, we're going to have a great contest. I'm just waiting until players are ready and move predictors are ready. And by the way, last Saturday, thank you, Jim, to you, we had a very, very good show with the Grandmaster Marin and his lovely wife.
It was wonderful.
And her last paintings are absolutely incredible. She's doing extremely well. Oh, David. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's David. Let's.
Well, before you get there,
I will play that game on the condition, because I have your phone number now, that I get to call you before every bet. so I know which one to bet on. Okay, so deal. I run a hedge fund. I do this for a living. Like, come on, I need the inside info. Come on.
So
Come on
Wait
now.
a minute. Isn't that called cheating?
No, there's no
Yeah, Kimberly,
cheating on
I'll
chat.
pass on your game because I was an absolutely god-awful surfer growing up in Santa Cruz, California. And on a relative scale to chess, that means I was a great surfer.
So before we go on to David, I want to ask Holmes, is it possible to get the governor to instead of shutting down Los Angeles, to shut down the Socialist Republic of Northern California? Do you think that can happen?
You just hit Jim.
He can shut us down, but we won't tolerate it.
Lynn, before you get off of here, because I've got to get off very shortly as well to get ready to do my 2:00 show. But my guest is actually going to be dealing with the bump experiment. And by the way, I do have my bracelet on today, so I do have the bracelet on, Kim. So the bump experiment is all about trying to get folks to be kind to each other. So I think y'all all need to tune in because I'm hearing some non-kindness going on here. So I need y'all all to listen to the gentleman who will be teaching everybody how to be kind to each other.
That's all right, Mark. I'll send you a note when we secede from the union. Okay.
I'm all behind that.
Mark, thanks for sharing that bracelet, and we'll try to catch you after the
Kindness
show.
pays, Mark.
After the show.
No problem.
You know what the state flag of California has on it? A bear. So we're
and a sheaf of wheat and Eureka and
a sheaf of wheat.
Of course it does, Jim. Because
good to see you, David. I'm happy to see you when you come on here. I always appreciate your company.
Thank you.
So let's talk about some things that
any other state, Jim, would have a bull on it because that's how the economy was going. But of course, California would have a bear on it.
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yes. Now, Mark, you asked for us to all be very nice. Can I be really mean and terrible and horrible to David? Right?
Okay.
There's a Pulitzer Prize winner over there. Okay. I was so fascinated after I spoke with David last week that I went out and looked for his books, and then I sent him an email and I said, I found your conversation so fascinating and I'm going to be buying all your books. By the way, David, don't tell anyone, but I also have all of Milton Friedman's books. So I'm going to buy all your books, and I'm really, really looking forward to your book on taxation that you said that you're going to be bringing out soon.
Me too.
And David, being the gentleman that he is, didn't even reply to me. And
I didn't. Listen,
that
I
wasn't
apologize.
kind of you, David.
I tried to reply to everybody's email.
He didn't reply to mine either, but I didn't send it. So
do you know how heartbroken?
Yeah, you can't reply to something that you don't get sent.
Right, so
I will find your email and reply to it as soon as we get off.
If you are from California, fair enough. I know how insular you guys are. Holmes, tries to be my boss because he's the chairman of the commerce of the Chamber of Commerce. I'm only the president, but I know Holmes. I've bullied Jim into playing King's Gambit, not denied, not Sicilian. I've bullied a couple of Californians, so I'm onto you, David. I'm onto you.
Just remember, I'm an expatriate Californian. I live in New York.
Just real quick, Sasha, then I'm going to turn y'all loose to and everything because I do have to get off to do my show. But Shaquille, I think that we've got an idea, though, because you do know that on Thursdays, we have started as part of podcasting Thursdays, at the end of it, a gaming show. So I think what we can do is that the gamers can create that button that will be able to have you beat all of these folks because the gamers will have all that technology. So I think that's our answer is we're going to have the gamers give you that solution. And I'd want more than $1. I'm greedy that way. So I just want $2. So if you got to give
Mark, have a great
$1, $2 for us.
I am totally in as long as the gamer's prize is me because I think I'm a pretty good prize.
So I want to talk about tax.
Humility abounds. Sasha, go ahead. You got your hand up for a long time.
Right. Well, okay.
Everybody finished talking, right? David, I have one question for you. We discussed earlier today a situation that it's been admitted now that I think Federal Reserve, they said that GDP of this year of the United States of America will fall 4 to 5%. In reality,
at least,
it would be even worse than that. But let's assume it's 4 to 5%, right? So the question is, with so many people out of jobs, the GDP is falling 4 or 5%. The country is divided, and unlike 50s or 60s, when it was a lot of prosperity and optimism, and the country was doing really great, there was no financial crisis in 50s or 60s. It all started from 70s on. And the more we are moving ahead, the more financial crises are hitting us all the time. So how to hide an average American is that would be a good strategy to stop making all payments, including mortgage, servicing of credit cards, just stop making any and all payments, accumulate cash as much as you can. Those people, the creditors will go after you. It will take them 2 to 3 years to get anywhere. And then you can hold them for another 2 years or so. And then the situation could improve in a country. You sitting on a pile of cash, and maybe with a smart investing, you can do something with that. What would you think?
I don't like that idea, Sasha, in the least. First of all, lots of landlords are themselves indebted. Some of them own their to the bank. Most residential properties in America that are owned by mom and pop operators, and virtually all of them owned by large real estate investment trusts, have mortgages, because the tax code in America so much favors non-recourse debt. It's not uncommon for big real estate firms to have 110% debt on their properties. The real problem is that incomes in the United States have risen for the top 10%, and especially the top 5%. Top 5% starts to about $150,000 a year. But for the bottom 90% of Americans, which is people basically under $100,000 a year, income is pre-tax market incomes, salaries, investments, etc., are what they were 50 years ago. The change has been absolutely infinitesimal, $218 a week after 49 years pre-tax. And because of higher payroll taxes, the bottom 90% overall are worse off now than they were in the late 60s and the early 70s. Now, we had lots of recessions in the 50s and 60s, but they tended to be not nearly so severe. And we had more ups and downs. We've gone now through, since 1990, the 2 longest expansions, or the 3 longest, I think, in the history of the country. Generally a good thing to have long expansions and short recessions. At the moment, the problem is that those people who are out of work, come the end of this month, a bunch of things happen to them. The $600 a week in extra federal unemployment benefits, and for some, their state benefits run out. Secondly, the moratorium on evictions, which hasn't been fully honored, ends. And the airlines, starting October 1st, which is a month and 2 days before the election, have already announced that they're going to lay off, unless something changes, tens of thousands of workers. And we've got to do something about incomes for people during the coronavirus epidemic, which eventually will be part of history, but it's going to be a couple of years at least. And we have to have a policy to prepare for future pandemics, because one of the lessons we should be learning from this is we will have more of these pandemics, partly because there are 8 billion of us on the planet, and partly because of things like the melting tundra and the discoveries of vast new numbers of viruses that human beings have not been exposed to for several tens of thousands of years. We're going to have to fundamentally rethink our relationship to income during this time. Now, there's another issue, which I wrote a friend about this morning. The New Republic has a piece by Bruce Bartlett, who is the president of the board of DC Report, about whiners, people who make $200,000 a year and up and are complaining that they're not getting benefits from the government, and saying, gee, I pay more taxes, shouldn't I be getting benefits? We provide benefits to people who need those benefits. But one of the bigger stories in America, and I'm sure this will resonate with most of you, is we have enormous numbers of people who are in the bottom half of the top 1%. So they're making $500,000 to $750,000 a year, and they have no endowment. They spend it all. I was in the office of a lawyer in Midtown Manhattan in the late 90s, and he was telling me he was by far the lowest paid person in the law firm because he did labor-side labor issues. And he said, you know, the top lawyer in the firm, he's making over $1 million a year, and he's completely broke because of ex-wives and mistresses and gambling and whatnot. And 2 minutes later, rap on the door. Guy comes in and he says to the guy I'm interviewing, hey, we don't get paid till tomorrow. Can you spot me $100 for a day? When he leaves, I looked at him and he said, yeah, highest paid partner in the firm. And
so it's tough out there, David.
Somehow we've got to get rid of this risky behavior by people who spend everything they make when they make enough to save. I understand people who somehow raise a family on $60,000 a year have no savings. That makes sense to me. Even 100,000, very little savings. But people who are making $200,000 and up who have no savings, that is so risky. We should not be rewarding that when you change that culture. I'm sorry, Kimberly.
No. I'm sorry. I'm interrupting you, but I agree with you. We're not doing it. But I want to add something about David because I love his books, and I don't mean to interrupt you, David, but I want to read something to you guys. And the reason why he just inspires me so much, and it's in his book. I bookmarked this because I have to look at this every once in a while, and I have to ask myself, why don't these people know this? And this is on page 51, and it says, looking to make an investment using borrowed money. How do these terms sound? No interest, no application forms, no credit checks. Approval is automatic. Borrow up to 40% of your pay each year. Borrow until you retire. No repayment until you retire. Sound too good to be true? Congress created this opportunity for those who qualify. Don't delay. Borrow today. So, David, do you remember writing this?
Oh, yes, very much so. And it's still in the law, except now you can only save 37% of your income.
Right. It's changed a little bit. But if more people knew about this, if we could inspire more people just to understand how these things work. And I'm going to be blunt, just open right now. I mean, I always like to think I'm smart, and then I find out how not smart I am when I read these books. Okay, and that's what I try to tell people: read as much as you can from smart people like David or Nick, because in here is some things that I didn't.
Not myself or Sasha, just David and Nick. Thank you.
No.
I haven't read your book. I need to get your book. So, but what I'm saying is that, surround yourself with smart people. But David, that was brilliant. And these are things that, I hope that we start working on and maybe doing some workshops, talking about how people can do this, show them some charts of what they can do, because these are important laws that you can really do these things.
The other problem is the legal area and the political area tends to mesh at some point in time. And,
and we've also
that's the problem.
We've created this culture. A couple of questions, if that's okay. If that's okay, and I just want to speak to David just for a moment, because he didn't reply to my emails. This is my only chance to talk to him. Right. So David, I did this wonderful thing called technology, called Googling. And I see that you actually went to the Chicago School of Economics.
Yep.
And given your age, I assume, knew Milton Friedman, my favorite economist. Fantastic. So you talked about something which I think is actually a really big issue, not just in America, but around the Western world, which is real wages for the working class, the middle class people haven't really gone up, right?
Right.
Inflation's gone up and tax rates have gone up. And I have no idea what your tax book, your tax policy that you're going to articulate is going to be. I'm hoping I'll be like one of the first people that buy that book. If you reply to my email, like I'm right there, I want to read it. Okay. I may or may not agree with it, but I am very curious about how you feel about these issues, because one of the things that Milton Friedman talked about quite a lot, and Thomas Sowell talks about quite a lot, is, you know, bracket creep. About, hey, look, you know, real wages haven't gone up, but inflation has. You know, your income's gone up theoretically, but it's gone up because of inflation. But your tax rates have gone up to a point where it's not as affordable to you as it was before. And something that I think it was Kimberly, but if it wasn't, sorry for attributing this to you, something that really it kind of gets under my skin, and I you know, I want to say now, I'm not a billionaire, right? Like yes, I'm a professional money manager. You know, I know a lot of people with a lot of money and a lot of family offices, but I'm not a billionaire. I'm not, you know, some mega wealthy guy. I'm doing okay. And I find it actually quite frustrating when I get told, well, you know, if you earn more than $500,000 a year, or you earn more than, what is it in the United States, 570,000, I think it is in the US, you're in the top 1%. And yes, sometimes you can't save, but sometimes the reason why you can't save is not because you're going out and just partying and, you know, doing cocaine with you know, Lindsay Lohan, right, or Paris Hilton. Sometimes the reason you can't save is because you've got to spend a lot of time wining and dining really important clients, and that's really expensive to do.
Okay, I got your point.
You can't show up in like some, you know, 25-year-old car. You have to have a nice car, so your expenses go up. So I just wonder, you know, when we beat up on the so-called rich, when we beat up on the so-called 1%, or more importantly, the billionaires whose income, I totally agree, has theoretically gone up exponentially compared to the working class and the average middle class person, right? What exactly is the solution? Tax them on their income? What's the solution?
Yeah, a couple of things are. First of all, and most importantly, there's been a complete breakdown of the social contract. Around 1970 or 71, when the economy slowed down a bit, Delta Airlines laid off a lot of pilots. The head of the airline announced, I'm going to work for $1 a year plus my fringe benefits until I rehire all the pilots. Can you imagine that today? I mean, there's a movie, The Fifth Element, by Luc Besson, that has this line where a guy is told to fire 500,000 people. He says, no, make it 1 million. So the stock price will go up. So there's been a complete breakdown of the social contract. When I left the San Jose Mercury, just as I turned 24 years old, and I've been a reporter there for almost 5 years, the managing editor of the paper, when I got my fellowship to the University of Chicago, said, well, how are you going to get by? And I said, well, I get 4 days a week pay. And he said he would keep me on the payroll for 1 day a week so that I would have health insurance for my then 5 children and the same income. And I said to him, well, you know, I'm being recruited by a lot of other papers. I may not come back. And he went, that's okay. We more than got our money's worth out of you. Nobody would do that today. That's insane. There's been a complete breakdown in that social contract of any sense of loyalty. A friend of mine who created the most profitable product of a huge Fortune 100 or maybe Fortune 200 company, completely out of the blue. He was not part of the sales force or anything else. He went to management with this idea, and it turned out one year to produce 1/3 of their profits. He was just summarily laid off one day. Somebody who had produced 1/3 of the profits one year and was still making tremendous profits for them. There's a complete breakdown of the social contract. Secondly, people, you confuse two things. The money you're spending on entertaining clients, that's not income. Don't count that. You count your income after you paid all those expenses.
Yeah, the tax department counts it.
Well, then there's something wrong with the tax system in your country, because it shouldn't. Expenses are expenses. And the tax code, you know, we had a lot of discussion in America in the 70s about 3 martini lunches and lunch or dinner at the Four Seasons. If your business is you take people to the IHOP for a meal, who are your clients, then you deduct that. And if it's the Four Seasons, it's the Four Seasons. We shouldn't be micromanaging things like that. The Swedes do it. You know, if you're Sweden, you go on a business trip and they have a continental breakfast and you take the full breakfast, they tax you on the difference. Oh, please. You know, this is ridiculous. But marginal tax rates at the U.S. stopped growing at about $500,000 a year. Well, that's absurd. I mean, we have people who literally have multi-billion-dollar annual incomes. Secondly, most people who are in the billionaire class primarily get income from capital, which is taxed at much lower rates, and they're allowed to offset with paper losses a lot of that income. Third, and equally important, I think, these deferral things that Kimberly read from my book about, where you can earn today and pay your taxes in 30 years, which is the equivalent, if you invest the money with half decent sense, of profiting off the tax system, because you're better off at the end of the day after you pay the tax, which doesn't have, it's zero interest. So inflation erodes it. My next book will address all of these things with a very simple, straightforward way to do it that we couldn't do in the past. But now that we have a digital economy, we can do that. But the issue about savings, poor people in rural China save money. Poor people in Mexico save money. So what we need to do is create a culture that says spend less than you make. People should at a minimum have savings for emergencies, because every time somebody loses their job because their car broke down or gets thrown out of their apartment, the society around us has costs. There are charities we create to do this. We have food banks. We have all sorts of social costs that grow out of this. And we need to create broader prosperity. And there are some tools to doing that. One of them is unions, but not on the old U.S. industrial model, more on the Japanese model the U.S. government put into their constitution, by industry. It's because individual workers have very little bargaining power. I mean, I'm somebody who's a recognized talent, and I have limited bargaining power. If you're a secretary, a clerk, a police officer, on your own, you have zero bargaining power. So that's one. And then hold on, one more thing. We need to, if we can't do it through unions, then we need to do it through government policies that increase the incomes of people at the bottom. And one of the ways to do that is through having more public employment or privatized public employment, government hiring companies to build roads and things, and setting standards. And we do have standards. A minimum wage is a standard. Safety on the job is a standard. So unless we want to go back to old world slavery, where you can go to somebody and say, I'll be your slave as long as you feed and house and clothe me, we have to have standards, and we need higher standards to do that.
David, I'm sorry, and if the rest of the panel doesn't mind, David, I'm sorry. If I could just talk to David, just me and David, just for a moment, if that's okay. Couple things, and obviously you studied at the Chicago School of Economics. You know what Thomas Sowell has to say about things. You know what Milton Friedman had to say about things. Let's talk about a heap of issues. But let me just start with the minimum wage. You wrote for the New York Times, okay? Now,
I did.
I believe it was them. It might not have been them. It might have been the Washington Post, but I believe it was the New York Times. 30, 40 years ago, they said that the minimum wage should be $0.00. Okay? Since then, there's been this enormous push to have a higher minimum wage. Now, let me ask you a question, David. Unfortunately, it's not just you and me on TV right now. It's just me, so that's okay. Let me ask you a question. Let's say that I figure that I'm pretty clever. I'm reasonably intelligent. I'm intelligent enough that if I were to write a book, somebody would probably buy it. However, I've got so many other things on my plate. I'm a bit busy. I've got other things going on. And I really don't know how to write a book. So I said to you, David, what I'd like to do is I'd like to spend the next 3 weeks with you. I just want to shadow you. I just want to see what you're doing, right? I want to see how you writing a book.
Yep.
But here's the thing, and I'll help you. And let's pretend we're back in the days of typewriters. I'll even type some of your stuff for you, right? And you say to me, well, I can't really afford to do that. And I say to you, David, I don't want you to pay me a single cent. Okay, I'm going to do that for free. Not because I'm giving myself to you as a slave, but because I want to learn something from you.
Right. You want to be an apprentice.
Right? I want to be an apprentice.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to do it for free. By what right does the government or a democratic majority have to take away my ability to ring you up tomorrow and say, hey, David, I want to do this? Now, let's say that you think, well, I'm some poor, exploited person. Let's say that I'm a billionaire. Let's say that I'm as rich as Bill Gates, right? I'm worth $100 billion. But even being worth $100 billion, I say to you, I'd like to hang out with you just for a couple of weeks. I'll pay for the food. I'll pay for everything. Come out on my yacht. Okay? But while you're out on my yacht, I want to see what you do. Okay, that's my only condition.
I got you, Shaquille. I got your point. So let me I get it. So let me address this. First of all, I want to do the least limitation on the liberties of people that's possible. It's a fundamental principle. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, in the United States, the minimum wage today, if it was at the same level as the 1960s, when the economy was enormously smaller, much, much smaller, minimum wage today would be about $12 an hour, not $7.25. It hasn't gone up since 2009. George Bush signed the last increase in the minimum wage, and that was in 2009. So we have been eroding the minimum wage in the United States. And people can't live on the minimum wage, even if it's a two-income couple with no kids. So we end up subsidizing employers who pay the minimum wage. And it's been well documented that Walmart collects, I think it's about $7 billion a year in subsidies because of the wages it pays its workers. If you can't pay people a wage that on a full-time basis is sufficient for someone to have a basic living, maybe you shouldn't be in business. No one has a right to have a corporation. Corporation is a privilege granted by the state, and the terms and conditions of that are set by the state. So that's one. I mean, why should I be paying taxes? Why should you be paying taxes to subsidize the Walmart family because they won't pay higher wages and they're enormously profitable? It's not like we would be pressing them to the wall and putting them out of business. Now, the Chicago school, I've been called the leading apostate of the school, which I think is ridiculous, but I have been. I'm certainly an apostate because one of the things I recognized when I went there was that I went there saying, these people have figured it all out. Well, the algebra they had was magnificent, but they completely ignored human behavior. We are not rational economic actors. I mean, I have 8 children. Does anybody in the modern world rationally have 8 children? No. People make bad economic decisions all the time. They don't understand products, insurance, and annuities, and deferrals, and prices of homes, and all sorts of other things. We have plenty of research on how women pay more for cars than men, and how minority women pay more than women as a whole for cars, because they don't understand the pricing mechanisms and the systems that are set up. And the Chicago school ignores all of that in its approach. Now, but I haven't answered your direct question. Let me finish with your direct question. If you want to apprentice yourself for some period of time, I don't particularly have a problem with that. It does tend to favor well-off people. College kids seeking apprenticeships that are unpaid have to come from a household that can sustain them. So poor kids are cut out of that system, and it does tend to reinforce economic and class bias and make a society less dynamic because there's no connection between your parents' income and your brains. But as a general rule, no, I think we set standards. Cars have to be this amount of safety. We can argue about what it should be, but we set standards. Bridges have to meet this safety standard. Pharmaceuticals have to meet this safety standard. Employers have to meet safety standards. We have laws about that. And that includes, I think, the level of pay that we set.
You don't. And that's something that Milton Friedman was alive while I was alive. Unfortunately, I was too young to have ever met him, and it would be one of the greatest honors I could imagine if I could ever meet Thomas Sowell, because I'd like to ask him the same question I would ask Milton Friedman if he was alive, and that's this. When we talk about tariffs and free trade, right? Something that I am personally, right? I know you don't agree with this. Personally, I'm generally for free trade, right?
I'm generally in favor of the lowest possible tariffs and encouraging trade.
However, I would say this question, especially in the years that Milton Friedman was alive, and especially Thomas Sowell was alive. If another country employed slaves and they were able to produce goods at a cheaper price than what we could here, should we put a tariff on them and tell them that should not be allowed and we're not
That's a great example for you to use, because in this country, the United States, it is a criminal violation of the law, a federal felony, to sell products made by children or slaves. And slaves is defined in a way that includes economic slaves.
Yes,
but we don't enforce that law.
We went through this last week. You've got two different federal laws that are in conflict with each other. So let me just finish the thing that I would like to say. So, absolutely, most people would say yes, we should put the tariffs on. But let's take that away for just a moment. For a moment. Let's take that away. Okay? What if I'm living in the United States? Let's say I'm an American or an Australian, which I am, okay? And we have union rules, and we have certain rules that says you have to treat your staff a certain way. And if your staff get injured or something happens to them or whatever, you have to look after them. You have to have insurance or whatever it is. And there's another country that does not have those rules, that as a result of not having those rules is able to produce goods at a cheaper price. Is it reasonable and fair then for me as industry to lobby government and say, hang on just a moment, right? We as a society have agreed, right, whether I agree to it or not, the democratic society that we live in has agreed that these are the minimum standards. And it is unfair of you to allow these foreign goods to come in, right, where they're being produced under conditions that I couldn't produce them under because it'd be illegal.
Add something to it, very quickly.
I think that you would. One sec, Sasha. I think that you and I would agree on that. But here's the thing.
Add something to that, so you will answer all at the same time. I'm so sorry, Shaquille. I like to add because it's good timing for that. I think what you are asking depends a lot whether you can enforce whatever you believe, right? These additional tariffs, or maybe you can go to war. It was a case, I mentioned it a while ago, that I think it was in the 60s when Ireland declared the war on the Soviet Union. And Brezhnev, at that time General Secretary, he phoned Prime Minister of Ireland and asked him, I'm so sorry to hear that you declared the war, but tell me, how many tanks do you have? So he said, we have 65 tanks. Brezhnev said, we have 12,500. And how many planes, warplanes do we have? He says, we have 87 warplanes. Brezhnev says, we have 25,500. There was a silence, and then Prime Minister said, I'm sorry, the war is cancelled.
Shaquille, the answer to your question is already in the law. If you read the World Trade Organization materials, and God forbid, what you will see is that China, for example, when it was allowed into the World Trade Organization and got favored nation status from the U.S., it was required to follow environmental rules and union rules. And you try to organize a union in China, we know what they do. They shoot you, literally. I mean, they execute you, unless the state has authorized that action. And the answer is not to lower everyone else's standards, it's to raise those of other countries. Now, poor countries reasonably make the argument, gee, you guys were out polluting the world like crazy in the 1800s and the 1900s, and ruining streams and doing all sorts of things that we know now were bad practices, and now you're going to hold us back. Well, then we come up with other measures, I think, to mitigate that. In the long run, trade among nations will make everybody better off around the world. The problem is all of us will be long dead before we're at some level of Star Trekian equilibrium around the planet, adjusted for the specific natural resource benefits and locational benefits of various countries. But the object should be to raise standards, not to lower them.
The Keynesian, are you going now down the Keynesian theory that in the long run we'll all be dead? I mean, look, we have in our countries, in our Western countries, as well as in others. Now, it's a horrible situation to, in my opinion, right? And this is going to sound horrible. I'm saying on live TV. This is a horrible situation when you've got 8, 9, 10-year-old kids working in factories, right, where they should be at school. But if they don't work and they don't make those few extra dollars, their family can't survive. So therefore, they have to work. But there is zero chance of me employing an 8 or 9 or 10-year-old American kid or British kid or European kid or Australian kid or whatever. Right? There's zero chance of me doing that. Should I? Or is it reasonable and ethical for me to lobby government and say, hey, government, they're doing something that we as a society have agreed should not be done? One, is that a reasonable thing for me to do? But the more important question that I'd actually like to ask you, which, and again, I haven't read your book because you haven't written it yet, but on taxes, you mentioned last week when I said to you about, hey, should we claw back the entitlements of politicians when they have made bad decisions that have ended up leaving countries in, massive amounts of debt, which can only realistically be paid off by inflation and by indebting our future generations? Should we be able to, claw back their wages? Now, personally, I think we should. It's not practical, but it's a good thought and a good feeling, right? But realistically speaking, when we talk about giving social benefits, I don't want to see, and I would not want to live in a country. I live in a country, and I'm a citizen of 2, have lived in 3, where we have universal health care. I would not want to live in a country where a child who is sick or a person who is sick is told by their doctor, it is cheaper for us to cut your leg off than it is for us to heal your leg. We can heal it. We can save your leg, but it's cheaper for us not to. It's cheaper for us just to cut it off. That, to me, is morally wrong. I don't think that makes me a leftist. And I personally don't think that puts me at odds at somebody like Milton Friedman, or if I'm ever honoured enough to meet Thomas Sowell, I don't think that puts me at odds at him either. Yes, We need to do something that's important, that creates a better and more fair society. Absolutely. Even Margaret Thatcher said that there should be some level of wealth distribution in order to make, excuse me, in order to make our societies fairer and more functional. I have no problems with that whatsoever. But if we are talking about going back to 90% tax rates like we had in the 50s, there was nobody who paid 90% tax rates in the 50s.
Right. Okay. So, Shaquille, I'm not advocating for those things, but first of all, I think we agree that there are standards that governments set. Secondly, trust me, I understand the issue of child labor. I went to work at 10 to help my parents and full-time at 13. So I've been working full-time since 1962. The issues I think we need to focus on, first of all, the world is not fair. It's just not fair. But we want to try and set basic standards and to encourage higher standards and to reward prudence. We want to encourage investment and wealth creation, and we want to minimize exploitation. And we want to follow the 4 principles of taxation that Adam Smith laid out about ability to pay, convenience, time of payment. Sorry, my brain just went into space on the 4th one. And recognize that we want to make the world better off over time. That it is not the job of society to make you or me better off. The problem with these subsidies I've exposed in Free Lunch and other books, where Walmart builds almost 90% of its distribution centers with tax dollars. I've shown where the Washington Nationals baseball team was required for free. They literally, taxpayers paid the people who own it to take it over. Cabela's and Bass Pro, the 2 big fin, feather, and fur club stores in America, they sell hunting and fishing gear and stuff like that, ran all sorts of little burgers out of business, independent owners of small stores, because they got government subsidies that accounted for something like 5 times their annual profits. They were actually losing money, but for the taxpayers, and they destroyed all these other people's money. And we want to have the creation of commonwealth goods and services that allow people who are entrepreneurial to do well. So when you build a highway, everybody benefits. But when you give money to build a factory, only the owners of that factory benefit. We literally, in 20 states in the United States, allow corporations to tax their own workers to get their capital instead of earning it in the marketplace. And on the issue you raised about what do we do about, say, Africa, the poorest part of the planet overall, where it's not uncommon for people to live on $1 or $2 a day. I think South Africa is the only country that's had an unemployment rate above 30% for the last 20 years, or maybe it's the other way around, it's 20 years and 30%. But clearly a deeply troubled, poor country that is not doing well at all, even though it should be by every normal economic indicator. That's why we have diplomacy and economic development and the World Bank and other mechanisms to try and address those things. But at the end of the day, in a democratic society, we have to live with the choices of the people we've elected. And if the people in South Africa elect, as they seemingly have, utterly incompetent and corrupt people, they have to live with that. They have to suffer from it. And the answer is you throw people out. You vote in new people. That's how democracies work. That's the fundamental concept. We're in charge of our own destiny. Unfortunately, in America, the campaign finance reforms that we put in after Watergate backfired. And I covered this stuff back then. I was like, oh yeah, we're going to fix the system now. We're going to get the right rules. You got to get the principles right, not the detailed rules. And what happened is, instead of reducing the power and influence of people by disclosing money, we concentrated power in the hands of about 1 in 500 households in the US. They determine a lot of our politics. 1 in 500 households, heavily concentrated in about 5 zip codes in New York and Los Angeles. And this has been a disaster for our democracy. And a lot of this is getting the rules right. Warren Buffett once told me, and I quoted him on the front page of the New York Times, if you moved us all to Bangladesh, you think we'd be so rich? The reason we've done well is we've done better than anybody else at getting the rules right, but we're also getting many rules wrong. and we need to get the rules right. And we don't need to subsidize people who are billionaires. We need to invest in people and infrastructure and basic science, because those are the things that grow the economy. And
David, this isn't your first rodeo, okay? And maybe the other.
I think it is his first rodeo. This is the first time he's ever looked at this whole issue.
Maybe the other panelists won't say it to you, okay? So I run a couple of hedge funds, right?
Yeah.
You're
yeah.
equivalent, right?
Yeah.
You're equivalent of a couple of hedge funds. Sure. I deal with very wealthy people, okay? So let's talk about this, all right? We're going to make the rich richer, right? We're going to just look after the billionaires. That's all we're looking after. Okay, let's go with that just for a moment. And let's also just go with the moment with the view of, and I'm not saying the Democrats, the left. Not just left in America, but the left everywhere. If we give a tax cut or we give a tax subsidy in any way, shape, or form, it benefits the top 5% or the top 10% or whatever it may be, or the top 1%. Yeah, well, let's look at what percentage of the tax rates they pay. Okay, if I ask you to have a drink with me, we go down to the bar and I buy a beer for you and I buy a beer for me, and both beers are $10. But for some reason, the bartender says to me, "Hey, Shaquille, I think you're a really awesome guy, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to charge you half price for those 2 beers." Okay?
Yeah.
So now, all of a sudden, instead of it cost me $20 for the 2 beers, it cost me $10 for the 2 beers. By the rationale that I think you're giving, I, as the wealthier person, got the huge tax break. I benefited massively because I saved $10. You, on the other hand, who weren't paying for the beer at all in the first place, you, on the other hand, got no benefit at all. It made no difference to you. So therefore, what we should do to make society fairer is the fact that I got a 50% discount is really, I should only get a 20% discount, and you should get paid $3 for having that beer with me. You should get paid to have that beer.
Shaquille, I think there's some serious logic flaws in your approach to this. Okay, first of all, I'm not advocating what you're saying. Okay, what I'm saying is nobody should make a profit off the tax system. First and foremost, if you are better, what the best definition I've ever heard of a tax shelter is it's a financial investment that's worth more after tax than before tax, and that should never be true. It should never be worth more after tax than before. Because if it's worth more after, it means that somehow the tax flow went to you instead of away from you, and the rest of us had to pay part of that burden. That's a first fundamental principle. Secondly, there's the principle of marginal utility. You know, Adam Smith said we should never tax the necessaries of life. Now, those vary from place to place. He talked about the differences in necessaries at the time of his life between France, Scotland, and England. And it's a very telling lesson. It's one of the clearest stories in The Wealth of Nations. Today, necessaries would include things like a cell phone and a refrigerator.
I in America or Western countries, not in the very, very poor countries.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about they vary from country to country. In any developed country, would include those things because you can't get a job or hold one without one. Now, the principle that is important here is that if we have a law that says you got to pay tax on your income, you have to report your income. We have to know what your actual income is. And that's why we worry about, drug dealers dealing in cash, for example, and not paying taxes. It encourages illicit behavior and criminal behavior. You want to have rules equally applied as best you can. And one of the things my system will do is it will absolutely make sure the rules are absolutely equally applied to everybody because of a mechanism, a private mechanism I've come up with that creates incentives for this. But that there's no reason that someone who owes a tax of $1 million should be told, oh, we like you here in Parliament or the Congress, so we're going to only make you pay half that tax, not $1 million, but 500,000. If the rule is you got to pay $1 million, you got to pay $1 million. And nowhere in my book will I argue what the tax rate should be. That's entirely a political decision. It is the principles on which we tax that matter. So we can, Nick, I'll cut it off. We need to focus on principles that reward prudent behavior, investment, so that the society as a whole is better off. Risk-taking, because that is crucial to economic growth and development. But we shouldn't be subsidizing unproductive behavior. We massively subsidize real estate in America. It's unproductive. We should be investing in basic science because only governments do that, with the exception of one exception in the history of the world that I know of. AT&T, which was a proxy for the government because they had a monopoly. All scientific research ultimately is funded, basic research, by governments. And we've cut that radically. And half of the economic growth in the United States since World War II comes from taxpayer investments in basic science. A third of today's economy relies on taxpayer investments made before World War II, relies on it on an underlying basis. So we need to recognize that science and mastery of both the constructed and the physical universe are crucial to building a prosperous and wealthy society. And it's not the job of the tax system to say, well, hey, David K. Johnston, we're going to make you a richer guy. It's the job of the tax system to say, here are all the opportunities that are out there you can take advantage of, because as a society, we put these things together. I'm sorry, Nick, that's it.
Oh, no, it was basically a question that we've been banding around here at IBM TV. And since you're here, David, I want to ask you this question. Since,
Nick, can I please, when you finish, can I please be allowed to just ask one last question? I promise you that'll be the last question. No, we're over time.
Okay.
Ask one last question, David, when you finish your question.
Then I have a question for everybody. So
yeah,
as you're done with that.
Would you like to ask your question first? Or is that
oh, sure. Yeah, I can, but it'll create a bit of a firestorm. And here's the question.
Let me ask my question first.
Okay, you better, because I will create a firestorm.
Because this is specific to David. Everyone else is welcome to join, but it's specific to David. David, if your theory is that the wealthy benefit the most from tax breaks, that's fine. My counter theory to that is, of course they do, because they're the ones paying all the taxes.
Oh, they're not, though. That's the flaw of your argument.
Okay, you may disagree with that argument.
No, let me tell you why. I mean, in the United States, the income tax is only 20% of all the taxes. In every single state of the United States, the state and local taxes paid as a share of income paid by the poorest fifth
pretty high
is higher than the top 1%.
Yeah, you're looking at
most
income
systems
tax.
are regressive. You can't look only at income taxes. You have to look at property taxes, sales taxes,
sales,
taxes,
gasoline tax, excise tax.
Excise tax. You have to look at everything.
But the thing is, Shaquille, I spent most of my career with wealthy people, and they all think the same. I pay all the taxes in the world, and they never look at the other side. But here's my firestorm question for David.
Nick, can I ask my question before you go to your firestorm, please? Can I ask my question?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. We'll finish.
Okay. All right, David. Let me just put this proposition to you. This question to you. Okay. So I have no idea where you sit politically, left, right, it doesn't matter to me. But let's just say that you are either a supporter of Bernie Sanders or a supporter of Elizabeth Warren. Let's just say both of them have said in the last 12 months that the very, very wealthy don't pay taxes. AOC said the same thing. They don't pay the taxes in the first place, so there's no reason why we shouldn't increase the marginal rate of tax to 90%. I would reword that and say, if the tax rate is 90%, for example, or 70 or 60 or 40 or whatever it may be. You have already stated that you're not expecting me to pay those taxes. I would be doing myself a disservice if I did not use every legal loophole I could to avoid those taxes. So wouldn't it be better to just have a simplified tax system? Everybody pays into it without creating all these loopholes.
Okay, so the loopholes are exactly the thing I won my Pulitzer for exposing stuff about. And we should get rid of these loopholes, and my system gets rid of those loopholes. The principle of marginal tax rates is an ancient principle here. It was in the Old Testament. It's in ancient Sumeria. It has been around as long as humankind has been around. You know, this myth that in the Old Testament days, they had a 10% tithe. Nonsense. They had tax rates that ranged from -2% to 22%, depending on your income. And I don't believe that Elizabeth or Bernie, both of whom I know, or AOC, whom I've never met, have said there's no taxes being paid by people at the top. What they've said is many people at the top are paying far less than their income suggests they're supposed to pay, and they want to change that.
Their solution to changing it is to increase the marginal rate of tax. How's that going to help? If I can avoid your tax at 30%, I can avoid it at 90%. Tell you what, charge me 200% tax, right? Because if I can avoid your tax at 30%, I can avoid it at 200 as well.
Your argument, Shaquille, your argument there is with two things. It's with favoring laws that are not well crafted because they have loopholes, and you're arguing with Adam Smith. Adam Smith absolutely believed in, contrary to what a lot of people on the right write about him, and I say this because I have read every word the man wrote at least 6 times. He believed in marginal rates of taxation and higher taxes on wealthy people. Read him about carriages, and you'll see it's very clear what he's saying there about it. And whatever the rate is not the point. The point I would make is that in a country where there are people who every year make multiple billion-dollar incomes, to set the top marginal rate, whatever that rate is, at $500,000 is absurd. There should be marginal rates that are at higher rates above that if you're going to have a marginal tax rate system. And there should not be these deferrals. And you know, these are matters of opinion and taste, but it's been argued by classical and neoclassical economists, Adam Smith, Jeremy Bentham, et cetera, all the way back to Plato and Aristotle, that in fact, tax systems have to flow from the economic order, and the people who are the best off need to have higher taxes if you want to have real economic growth. So anyway, Nick, you've been
here's the question I have for the panel.
I want to cover this on if you could come back.
We can do that on another show.
Just give me.
I want to hear from Vivian.
Okay, here's the question I have from David, because
you've got to
next turn.
We've been answering this back and forth.
Next turn.
Okay, here's the question I have for David. Okay, the election in the United States is coming up. I believe it's going to be one of the dirtiest, filthiest, craziest elections you've ever seen. And you know the Donald. Now, my question, we've bantered this around at IBM TV. Should we have a political show, or should we just stay away from that?
That's a function of who your audience is and who you want to attract. That's a commercial question about who. I don't know who your audience is. Ann could ask me a question one day, and I didn't know anything to answer to it, but I don't know who your audience is. I don't know how big it is. I don't know where in the world it is.
Right.
I just wrote a column this morning, the reason I was late, about what's going on in Portland, Oregon. Donald Trump is abusing federal law enforcement. They are using people with no insignia on them in combat fatigues who are grabbing people off the street, throwing bags over their heads, and putting them in rented vehicles. Those are the signs of a dictator. Those are not the signs of a democratic society. Yesterday on Fox, Trump was asked, are you going to accept the election if you lose? And he wouldn't commit to that. He said, I don't know. Now, I have been confident until this moment that the moment Donald Trump becomes a private citizen, which I anticipate will be at 12:01 p.m. on January 20th, if he won't leave the White House, the Secret Service will frog march the trespasser out of the building. On the other hand, if he starts firing senior people in the Secret Service, as you've seen him do in other agencies, and putting in toadies, now I'm more concerned about this. And I think that what he's doing in Portland, Oregon, is a precursor and a test by Bill Barr, his consigliere, to see whether they can get away with this. So I would not going to be surprised in the least if come late October, we see government agents provocateur fomenting violence, as both the Portland Oregonian and the excellent local alternative paper, Willamette Week, which has won a Pulitzer Prize for its excellence, are both saying that the reason the demonstrations are continuing getting bigger is the intervention of these
thugs,
non-insignia federal law enforcement officers who have no business doing what they're doing. And in my column, what I suggest is the city of Portland police, on the grounds that you don't know that these aren't militias. You don't know that these aren't bad people who are going to grab people off the streets to pursue their own ends, should arrest these federal agents and make clear that we're not going to put up with that. Now, that is in turn itself very provocative. I don't dispute that. But I'm very concerned. Donald is, deeply mentally ill. He has no respect for our Constitution. He is the leading domestic enemy of the American Constitution. And the prospect of losing, given the home he grew up in, the environment he grew up in, how I've known him for more than 32 years, is driving him crazy. I mean, you can see it right now. Watch the video footage.
I thought you were good friends. You wrote a book on him.
Watch how
Donald Trump.
Watch how Donald walks right now, and you'll see that his depression is getting worse.
Yes.
He sometimes you'll see him. He leans over. He lumbers the way someone, thank you, who is depressed walks. He's
Yes.
in bad shape.
Yes.
And I'm concerned in ways I was not. I've always been concerned he would try to take over the government. Shortly after he became president, it became very clear that he did not have the support of our officer corps. And as I mentioned on this show earlier, one of the most important bulwarks of American democracy is that our military leaders only take an oath to support and defend the Constitution. Grunts and the sailors take an oath to follow the orders of the president and defend the Constitution, but officers only to the Constitution. And Trump's efforts at these loyalty oaths, the Jim Comey being the most famous example, you owe your allegiance to me, the person. That is a serious problem. And in Bill Barr, he's got someone who is a danger to all of us. Now, as I said, whether you want to do that as a show, I don't know. Who's your audience? Do you want to grow your audience?
Our audience is international, David, and so this creates a little bit of an issue because
the majority of the audience of any media network is going to be against Donald Trump, and that's fine. And as much hatred, I don't care. It's not my country. Okay.
Yeah, you're
you can hate him as much as you like, but
I don't hate Donald. I don't hate Donald.
If what I've
been fed from overseas all these years is even just a little bit gross.
Ankett's calling him right now.
Right? He is a complete narcissistic, crazy, terrible, horrible person, right?
Yeah.
So let's say that's true. Yeah, you think that's what he is?
I tell you, Donald Trump is
narcissistic and horrible and awful as that is going to allow himself to be frog marched out of the White House by the Secret Service. He's not going to just go, okay, I lost the election and go back to his golf course. He's actually going to resist it to the point that the military has to frog march him and his family.
He's not going to do that.
Really?
I don't think so. We have a predecessor incident to this on January 20th, 1981. Hamilton Jordan, who was an aide to Jimmy Carter, sat in his office in the White House watching the parallel split-screen TV of Reagan being sworn in and the airplane with the hostages taking off. And literally, the very moment that Reagan finished his oath of office, the nose of the jet lifted. You can go on YouTube and see this. And at that moment, the Secret Service guys walked into the office and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Jordan, you no longer have a position in the government and you have to go. And then he walked out on his own. But if Trump starts firing people in Secret Service and promoting other people or moving in people from Customs and Border Patrol or something like that, That would be very, very disturbing. Look what he got away with by putting up that fence, tear gassing peaceful protesters, and then walking over and holding a Bible up upside down in front of a church.
Sure,
And getting the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to go with him because he didn't understand what they were doing.
He may have done a lot of bad things, but if what you're suggesting is that he did those bad things because he's a narcissist, and again for the viewers, I'm not American. I'm not a green card holder. I don't live in the United States. I'm a complete foreigner, right? I'm what you guys would consider an alien, right? So I'm from an entirely different planet. Okay, if I was to take what you say as God's gospel truth, he is a narcissist, he is this terrible, horrible, power-hungry person, and he happens to lose the election to Joe Biden. Are we really suggesting that this man, this narcissistic, horrible, terrible, mean-spirited, racist, homophobic man,
poor excuse for a human being,
walk out of the White House, you know, with his head up high and say, America, I'm really sorry. I think this is a bad result for you, but I did my best. He's not going to say that, but he's going to force the military, he's going to force the Secret Service to frog march him out of the White House.
Well, he himself said on TV yesterday he may not accept the results of the election. He said it.
I know he said that, but the thing is, he may have said it because he thinks that if it's really close, that they'll demand a recount. See,
that's a possible interpretation of that, Nick. But remember that he's also said, if I lose, it's only because they stole the election.
That's right.
See the problem I have, David, with the media. The problem I have with the media, David, I usually only get snippets and never the full conversation because they cut people off. They give you like 2 seconds.
I go to transcripts and read transcripts, like the Chris
That's
Wallace
the only way you can do it.
Yeah. And you can. Donald is a master of speaking out of his mouth, as I once put it, in 4 different ways at the same time.
Yeah,
and no question about that. But I don't think it's unreasonable at this point to be worried about his behavior. And we now have Mary Trump's book. You know, his niece, who is a clinical psychologist with a doctorate degree, and as you can see, I've marked it up a lot.
Did you read it?
Really,
I know you marked it up a lot. Did you read it, David?
Yes, every word of it. The broad story we've always known, but the specific anecdotes and facts she brings to it reinforce this. They sold 1 million copies of this in the first 3 or 4 days. I'm surprised they printed that many.
Yes.
And I think the election is going very badly against Trump, but you know he still has a hold on the Republicans. Have you seen a single Republican senator or congressman step forward and say what he's doing in Portland, Oregon is deeply offensive to American values? No, not one of them. Jeff Flake, a principled libertarian,
yeah, I know Jeff. Yeah,
would not run for another term because he was afraid he'd be primaried out of the election because he had spoken mildly against Donald Trump. Mitt Romney has been sort of he's not quite a moral jellyfish. He gets a spine once in a while, and then it dissolves. But
I haven't heard that one before.
And keep in mind a fundamental rule. Well, keep in mind a fundamental rule of how governments work. Bureaucrats do what they're told, whether they're police departments or they're tax people. They do what they're told, and the bureaucrats in the Customs and Border Patrol and the other law enforcement agencies, by and large, will do what they're told. And that's really a problem if you have a madman in the White House. And that's what we have. I mean, Donald Trump has no business holding public office as the town supervisor of Brighton, New York, where I live in West Virginia.
We already established that you and everybody else on the panel has a deep hatred for Donald Trump.
That's totally
right.
I'm not going to man.
No, we don't hate him. I don't hate Trump. I
don't hate Donald. I don't hate. I'm
not going to defend the man because it's not my country, so I don't really care. But I just have a couple of questions for you. You talk about Portland, Oregon. What exactly is it that you would like him to do? What exactly is it that you'd have him
do? Get federal law enforcement out. They have no business being there doing this.
Law enforcement out. Okay.
Leave it to the locals.
I went out there and created the People's Democratic Republic of Naz, or whatever the bloody hell they called it, right? They've created that. They had cans of food on those tables, and they also created themselves their own police service armed with AR-15s, right? And said,
where is this? Where is this?
Very vocal with your TV, because I'm in Australia, so it's your TV that's showing me
Not
this.
in Portland, Oregon. Okay. I don't know what you're describing. That's not what's happening in Portland,
sounds
Oregon.
like you're describing Seattle.
Yeah, I think you're confusing
different
the neighborhood in Seattle. Chop.
Let's just go to Seattle then for a minute, right? So they've got up there, they've got the AR-15s, they've created their own police service, and if you dare to take one of our cans of baked beans, well, we're going to shoot you in the head. Because
Keel, that's not what happened there at all. You've really got that story wrong. The people who created that district in Seattle, which they have now dismantled, the city let them do it for a while because it was the practical approach to it. They were peace activists. They were not using AR-47s. They were not being threatening. We have had militia. It's in my column that you'll be able to see tomorrow at DC Report, or if Raw Story runs it tomorrow, it'll be the Wednesday at DC Report. We have had militias take over property in the United States. They've all been right-wing militias. We have not had a single example of a competent left-wing militia that I know of.
David, don't be dishonest. They haven't all been right-wing militias, because I just named Seattle as being something that wasn't right-wing. It was left.
But they didn't do it with a militia. They did it by neighborhood action. People were not armed.
With AR-15s?
No, they did not.
Around their compound and said you couldn't come in unless you're part of us. That wasn't that. You know, if you go back and you read, and I'm sure you know it as a Pulitzer Prize winner, if you go back and you read the Declaration of Independence, exactly the things that were in the Declaration of Independence about having armed militias, about taxation without the consent of the governed, all those things. That's exactly what's happening in the United States right now. And the only thing that people can do is they can either say, well, we absolutely love and adore Trump and he's fantastic, or we absolutely hate him and he's terrible.
But I think the problem,
and what we stand for is freedom and liberty, and we all love each other. That's the one thing that never gets said in America.
I hate the Australian president.
You don't even know who the Australian president is.
Here's what's
Prime Minister
is some of the things that you're discussing is purely based on you watching media that's probably been translated God knows how many times. And this is the problem we've been discussing. And this is one of the reasons why Nick and I really wanted to get IBM TV going, is media misportrays a lot of the information, because if it don't bleed, it don't lead. And they will play it over and over and over. And as you've noticed, thanks to Fact Checked, they're going in and changing everything that media has said, because they're finding out what's really real and what's not. And this is something I want to tell people. In science, everything that we define as fact today will probably be proven wrong tomorrow. So even in science, we have this issue. But I think everything that you're basing your opinions on is purely not because you're living it and experience it and having to deal with it like I'm having to deal with every day right now, to the point I want to get out a gun, but I'm not. But I'm just saying I'm having to deal with the government at a level that nobody should have to deal with. But because we're experiencing it, and this is the thing I think you don't understand is you see America as the way everybody has always portrayed us, and now you see it looks like we're falling apart, and we have, but it didn't happen yesterday. To me, it happened 5 years ago, but to some people, it happened 10 years ago. So,
David,
and Shaquille, I just looked up the Declaration of Independence, and you're wrong about what's in it. You're wrong about what's in the Declaration of Independence. Go look it up. The only references to arms are standing armies and the British government abusing.
I've read it several times, but let me just say something to Kimberly. Kimberly, if when you say you're referring to me, okay, you're absolutely right. I only see what American media puts out. Do you know why? Because what America puts out in its media is the only thing that I can see.
Right, okay. That's what I mean.
Right. But the other thing that I can say the other thing that I can see is in the multiple times that I have been to your beautiful country, your country is nowhere near as divided as what the people in your country think it is. And proof to that pudding is I can sit here with a Pulitzer Prize winner and disagree with him about a whole heap of things, and he will probably, I assume, send me an email back. Everybody else that is in this forum, I have either Facebook messaged or emailed and have a conversation with since my last session on here. Okay, that's the proof of the pudding. The proof of the pudding is that we can disagree without hating each other. But when it comes down to the media and when it comes down to politics, everybody has to take these extreme points and these extreme views
Not
and
everybody.
start arguing against each other.
Not everybody, but a lot of people do.
And that is the shame of it. And it's not the shame of America. It's a shame of Australia. It's a shame of New Zealand. It's a shame of the United Kingdom. It's a shame of all of Europe.
Yeah,
Because
and you're right. You're right, Shaquille. A lot of people do exactly what you say. They jump to the extreme sides and they don't sit in the center. And it's the way it is. I mean, it's just.
Well, the thing is we've had nothing but a left and right arm for the last 200 years. I'd like to see a human in office. And if that means putting a woman up there, fine with me. If that means putting a gay person up there, fine with me. We need somebody who gets the job done. We just need to get the job done.
I like New Zealand's prime minister also. Maybe can we hire New Zealand's prime minister and bring her over? I like her.
There you go. I like the Canadian.
I don't like her very much. If we could have a 28th Amendment to the Constitution that says that some guy from who's a dual citizen of the UK can be the president, you'd vote for me. David, come on, give me that. You'd vote for me, wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you're right up there.
So what I'd like to do is work on
What have we got to lose?
tax law. I would like to take a committee and help David put together a new tax law that we approach the country with. And maybe it's a tax law that South Africa would adopt, because unfortunately for South Africa, they sent their leaders over here to learn how we do our taxes. And that's what they're implementing. And they're all excited about it. And I'm like, oh dear. So,
little story about China and tax law. I talked to the Americans who went to China after Nixon opened up China and drafted for the Chinese their corporate income tax law. The first thing that happened when they proposed a corporate income tax law is the Chinese said to them, what are you talking about? The state owns the means of production. Why would we have such a tax? And they said, no. This is to tax the American and British and other corporations that are going to come into your country. And explained to them how they wanted the system set up. And they said, now, why would these companies want to be taxed by us? And they said, well, because they'll pay even less tax in the United States. It will lower their taxes. And according to one of my friends who was involved in negotiations, one of the top Chinese communist economics officials at a dinner turned to him and said, Lenin was right. Lenin said famously or supposedly said that the capitalists will sell you the rope with which to hang them. But you can imagine if you're a deeply trained communist in China, the notion of a corporate income tax would be ridiculous to you. And I'm sorry, Sasha, I cut you off.
He knows Lenin. The first one who said that, it was Lenin in Russia. He said that first.
He did say it. Okay. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah, Lenin. Vladimir Ulyanov. Good chess player, by the way.
I got to get off.
Yeah, we have to get going. We need the airplane.
Stick to chess. Another grandmaster, really.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to take the plane. And
we have to take the plane.
I would like to hope that we all continue
David.
the conversation Wednesday. And David
See you Wednesday.
will be up on the committee with us.
Right.
But anyway, can we get our ambassador on?
Ambassador.
Sure.
What happened to Holmes?
और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अथू अथू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
Goodbye.
And
That's a wrap.
And, it was a great show, IBM TV Economics Monday as usual, and we'll see you tomorrow on Celeb Tuesday, only on IBM TV. And we are running a show on one of its kind radio show with Mark Lee right now on IBM TV. If anyone wants to watch it, they can watch it on our website. And thank you for joining us. It's time to wrap up. Have a good day. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.